Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 936. Lu Yin could see through the strength of those who had come before him and could easily avoid it, but he did not do so. He stepped closer to the source box. Suddenly, the surface of his fingers turned to stone, and then his entire body was gradually solidified. He stood there like a statue. In the distance, in a secret underground room in the garden, Saul suddenly stood up with a look of ecstasy on his face. Lu Yin had been petrified. That source box had always been kept in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and Saul had tried to unlock it before. However, he had been afraid of the power of those who had come before him, so he had not done so. That power had almost reached the level of an enlighter, and even if Saul had tried to do so, he might have been petrified as well. This time, Lu Yin had requested to unlock the source box, and Saul had asked Phelan to deliver 3 source boxes that contained the danger of a source box. He had wanted to test Lu Yin, and now, he had finally been petrified. Saul was excited, as Lu Yin was like a thorn in his heart. He wanted to remove this thorn, but he quickly calmed down. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Phelan had also noticed that Lu Yin had been petrified. He was in a daze, and she did not know what to do. A day quickly passed, and Lu Yin remained petrified, unable to move. Saul did not take the opportunity to attack, and he remained in the secret room for half a day before calming down. He was no longer excited, as if he had figured something out. 2 more days passed, and the situation remained the same. The Xenia Star Auction House's premium items auction had ended, and Bei Qing was so excited that he felt as if he was about to fly. This auction had earned the most money in history, a total of 450,000 star essence. All of the major powers had taken out all of their money to transform the Xenia Star Auction House, setting a new record for the highest auction house in the Outerverse. From now on, the Xenia Star Auction House would be recorded in the annals of the Outerverse history. Bei Qing's name would also be recorded in the annals of history. The Outerverse did not use star essence at all, but Bei Qing's auction house had managed to sell it for such a high price, which was enough to bring honor to his ancestors. Bei Qing had found a career that he could work hard for the rest of his life, and what he looked forward to the most was every time Lu Yin handed him a premium item. On planet Hydrodink, Lu Yin remained petrified for a full 5 days, but Saul and Phelan did not do anything. On the 6th day, the petrified surface of Lu Yin's body cracked open, and Saul walked out with a strange look in his eyes. Saul had not taken the opportunity to attack Lu Yin. What was Saul thinking? In front of him, the source box was still releasing the power that was capable of petrifying everything around it. Although this power was enough to cause even an enlighter to be wary of it, Lu Yin was still able to easily evade it. As he continued to unlock the source box, the power gradually dissipated until it finally disappeared. All that was left behind was a bloody handprint on the stone. He picked up the stone and examined it carefully. With a bang, the stone shattered. It was a pity that he had unlocked it too late. If he had unlocked it tens of thousands of years earlier, then this stone would not have shattered. He might even have been able to extract the blood from the bloody palm print and keep it for himself. He clapped his hands, causing the stone fragments in his palms to scatter. He then walked towards the 3rd room. The 3rd sourcebox's killing intent was not that strong, and there were no strange occurrences. Lu Yin had spent half a day unlocking it, but he was not disappointed when he found that it was empty. Most sourceboxes would become volatile due to the passage of time, which was normal. 3 perceptive intermediate sourceboxes, and one of them was even a 4-star sourcebox, which was enough to raise his lock-breaking ability to a 3-star perceptive intermediate sourcebox. If he wanted to raise his lock-breaking ability to a 5-star perceptive intermediate sourcebox, then he would have to unlock a 5-star perceptive intermediate sourcebox. Emptying the Lockbreaker Society in one go did not seem like a good idea, so he would just treat it as practice today. When he left the room, Phelan was already waiting outside. "Take me to Saul," Louine said calmly. Phelan was shocked, and her face paled. She had not expected Louine to know that Saul was here. "Let's go," Louine urged. Phelan hurriedly complied and led the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at the garden. Louine looked underground and slowly sat down on a stone bench. Saul tore through the void and walked out. He calmly looked at Louine. "Alliance Master Lou, sorry to disturb you." Louine gestured for him to sit. Saul did not stand on ceremony and sat down. "Actually, there is no enmity between us, and I wasn't the one who targeted you on Source Peak Planet. I just happened to be there at the right time," Louine said. Saul nodded. "I know. Phelan was the one who wanted to replace me, and Deng Pu betrayed me. Wei Rong and the Ghost Shadow Sword sect were the ones who planned to destroy Source Peak Planet. Alliance Master Lu, you were merely a spectator." Louine smiled. He had taken many things from the Lockbreaker Society, including Jeffrey's true insight from Jeffrey's secret room. However, he had also preserved the Lockbreaker Society. "I did what a bystander should do, but Mr. Saul, you're different. You were the one who sent Mr. June to assassinate me, right?" Saul nodded and did not deny it. "The other box in President Jeffrey's secret room is with Alliance Master Lu, right?" "The one who targeted me during the exam was also Mr. Saul," Louine said. "The one who took advantage of the Society's great change and threatened to relocate the Society to Frostwave Weave was Alliance Master Lu." Saul did not back down. The two looked at each other and then smiled. Both of them had done something, and to them, it was what they should do. Saul sighed. "I was led by the nose from start to finish. I thought that everything was under my control, but I lost the initiative long ago and fell behind step by step until I reached my current state." Louine smiled. "In my opinion, Mr. Saul did the right thing. You wanted to become the Lockbreaker Society's president and obtain true insight. You did not do anything wrong. The only mistake you made was that you lost." "Yes, I lost." Saul's eyes dimmed. Even though he had become an enlighter, his defeat could not be reversed. He had already lost the hearts of many Lockbreakers and could no longer become the Lockbreaker Society's president. He was even less qualified than Phelan. Back then, he had said that his status had not been taken away by the Interverse Lockbreaker Society and that he would still be the vice president. However, this was only a psychological consolation. After losing the support of so many Lockbreakers, how could he continue to be the vice president? The Lockbreaker Society has internal disputes and external pressure, and the unlucky one is the vice president. In my opinion, this is unfair to Mr. Saul. When Source Peak Planet's upheaval began, Mr. Saul suggested that someone guard the Hall of Insight. There were too many reasons behind the outcome of that battle, and Mr. Saul should not be blamed for everything, Louine said. Saul's eyes flashed, and he looked at Louine. "What does Alliance Master Lu mean?" Phelan heard this from nearby, and she looked at Louine with a panicked expression. Louine smiled. "I would like to invite Mr. Saul back to continue leading the society." Saul was agitated, but he quickly calmed down. "Can Alliance Master Lu do that?" Louine looked at Phelan. "President Phelan, I'll have to trouble you." Phelan had a complicated expression on her face, and she was stunned for a moment. She did not know how to react. She had spent so much effort to obtain the position of acting president, but it had now been taken away by a single sentence from Louine. She should have been furious to the point of losing her mind, but for some reason, she felt relieved instead. Her thoughts were complicated, and she did not know how to respond. Saul looked at Phelan with a dignified expression. Phelan, can you do it? Phelan was stunned, and she looked at Saul before looking at Luine. She slowly lowered her head. Yes. Luine beamed at Saul. See, it's that simple. Saul had always dreamed of returning to the society. Back then, he had also been expelled, and this person in front of him had been one of the people who had expelled him. Now, it was also this person who had summoned him back. This was what it meant to be able to do anything. This person was completely different from when he had been on Source Peak Planet. Back then, Saul had not cared about this person and had even sent people to assassinate him. Now, however, he had to obey this person's orders. Alliance Master Lu, I'd like to know why, Saul asked. Luine thought about it. The Lockbreaker Society's greatest value lies in lockbreaking, but the people who can protect the lockbreakers are the upper echelons of the society. I offended many people back then, but the only reason I wasn't killed was because I was also a lockbreaker. I hope that other lockbreakers can have this protection as well, but Phelan obviously cannot. Only Mr. Saul can. Saul frowned, as he did not believe that it was that simple. Of course. Planet Hydrodink is part of the Great U Empire, and I hope that there will be someone who can handle the situation and not allow others to come and go as they please, Luine said, hinting at something. Phelan immediately thought of the stolen box during the border war. That was her punishment. Not only had she not admitted her mistake when the box had been stolen, but she had even tried to run away, which had made Luine unhappy. If Luine had not been at the border, then he would have been responsible for this matter as well. This made Luine realize Phelan's incompetence. Back then, he had needed someone incompetent to watch over the Lockbreaker Society, but now that his abilities had improved, Phelan could not keep up. Saul happened to be able to, so she had been abandoned. The universe was cruel, and those who could not keep up with the times would be abandoned. No one could escape this fate, including Luine himself. Of course, Phelan had only been stripped of her position as acting president. Her status in the Lockbreaker Society had not changed, and she was still second only to Saul as one of the assessment mentors. Saul had returned to the Lockbreaker Society, and Phelan could convince many other Lockbreakers. However, there was one person that Luine needed to convince personally, Kai Jinqiang. Although Kai Jinqiang was not part of the upper echelons of the society, he was special as he was the guardian of Planet Hydrodink and the only person who could threaten Saul. Furthermore, Kai Jinqiang was currently on Planet Hydrodink. Ever since the Z family's wedding, Luine and Kai Jinqiang had not met again. Zirong was one of Kai Jinqiang's few friends, and the three of them, including Kai Jinqiang, had fought and drunk together. They had all found each other pleasing to the eye, but in the end, things had turned out this way. Kai Jinqiang did not blame Luine, as Zirong was the one who had done it. Kai Jinqiang was just feeling down. Who would have thought that the friend he had acknowledged would turn out to be such a despicable person? Not only had he cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance, but he had also used despicable methods to force a woman to marry him. Are you still thinking about Zirong? Luine asked. Kai Jinqiang shook his head. I don't think he would do something like that. Luine sighed. The first time we met, he told me to take one of his attacks. That attack showed me his perseverance in cultivation. I don't believe that he's that kind of person, but it's already happened. Let's get over it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 937. Kai Jinqiang raised his head and looked at the sky. The Neo-Human Alliance is the darkest organization in the universe, and it's also the mortal enemy of humanity. Why would he work with such an organization? He even cultivated a corpse king transformation. Also, he paused and looked at Luine. Purple. I'm sorry about Bai Shui. Luine laughed. You didn't do it, so why are you apologizing? I didn't believe you, Kai Cheng apologized. He was a very straightforward person, and he had chosen to believe in Lu Yin and Zi Rong. In the end, Lu Yin had been proven to be right, and he still felt that he had wronged Lu Yin. Lu Yin liked to be friends with such people. Do you have wine? I'll drink with you, Lu Yin said. Kai Jinqiang waved his hand, and over 10 jars of unopened wine appeared on the table. It was the same wine that the three of them had drunk together in the past. Let's use this wine as a tribute to that forthright friend of mine. Kai Jinqiang shouted. Lu Yin raised the jug. All right. The two of them drank the entire jar in one gulp, feeling very comfortable. There wasn't much alcohol, but the two of them drank the whole night. Until the next day, the two of them were still a little dizzy. They didn't dissolve the alcohol, and this kind of tipsy feeling was very good. Kai Jinqiang supported himself on the stone table as he swayed. Let bygones be bygones. I know why you came looking for me, and if you want to come back, then so be it. The Lockbreaker Society's status has indeed not been as high as it used to be, and it's destined that you won't always be a lockbreaker. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. His appearance could be hidden from ordinary people, but it couldn't be hidden from Kai Jinqiang. He did not intend to hide his meeting with Saul from anyone, so it was not strange for Kai Jinqiang to know about it. Only with Kai Jinqiang's agreement would Saul be able to truly return to the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin's goal had already changed, and he no longer intended to completely control the society. The Innerverse and Outerverse would be restored sooner or later, and everything that Lu Yin had done would be investigated. Given how terrifying the Lockbreaker Society was, if Lu Yin went overboard, then it would become very troublesome. What he wanted was not an enemy, but a friend. Saul had returned to the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and everything that had happened in the past was now his responsibility. However, this did not affect Lu Yin's control over the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Saul was well aware of this, but he had no other choice. Otherwise, once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, he would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. Even an emissary would not be able to handle such a situation, let alone an enlighter like himself. Now that Saul is back, there's no need for me to stay on planet Hydrodink, Kai Jinqiang said with mixed feelings. Brother Kai, you don't have anywhere to go in the Outerverse. Why don't you help me? Kai Jinqiang was puzzled. Help you? How can I help you? Lu Yin smiled, and it was a very sincere smile. Of course. I was the target of an assassination attempt a few days ago, and Xenu Star has been facing a crisis ever since. You should know that the Great Yu Empire is now very powerful, and the Great Eastern Alliance is being attacked from both sides. My days are very difficult. Kai Jinqiang was confused. How can I help you? Join the 13 Imperial Squadrons and become their captain. Help me protect the Great Yu Empire. Before Kai Jinqiang could reply, Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. Brother Kai, help me out. You don't even know that the captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons are still missing, and I have to take care of everything. Why don't you help me? You don't need to listen to orders, and you'll just be helping a friend. How about that? Kai Jinqiang opened his mouth and was about to speak. Then it settled. Thank you, Brother Kai. Come, let's toast to our generous friend. Kai Jinqiang was stunned speechless as he was forcefully dragged away by Lu Yin. In reality, Kai Jinqiang had not intended to refuse, as he truly had nowhere else to go. Planet Hydrodink was not a suitable place to stay. He and Saul did not see eye to eye, and he also looked down on someone as gloomy as Saul. Lu Yin was excited, as he had not thought of this when he had asked Saul to return to the society. It had only occurred to him when Kai Jinqiang said that he wanted to leave. Kai Jinxiang was a peak hunter who was only one step away from breaking through to the Enlighter realm. It was not that he did not want to break through, but rather that he was accumulating his foundation. Once he succeeded and became an Enlighter, he would no longer be an ordinary Enlighter. The addition of such a person would mean that the Great Yu Empire had gained another Enlighter. There were also Aiden and the Old Smoker, both of whom could fight against Enlighters. There was also Sister Lang and Yen Yen, who were not too far behind. The 13 Imperial Squadron's strength was gradually increasing, and even if multiple Enlighters joined forces to launch a surprise attack, they might not be able to defeat these people. Unknowingly, the Great Yu Empire's strength had increased by so much. Who would have thought that 10 years ago, the strongest person in the 13 Imperial Squadrons had been Hua Qingshan? Now, Hua Qingshan was not even in the top 5. Kai Jinxiang left, and Saul relaxed. The person with the most complicated feelings was Phelan, but no one cared what she thought at the moment. Lu Yin had given her a chance, and since she was useless, she could not blame anyone else. As if afraid that Kai Jinxiang would go back on his word, Lu Yin hurriedly brought him back to Xenu Star. He could not wait to confirm the fact that Kai Jinxiang had become the captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. The darkness of outer space was always unfathomable, and no one knew what would happen. Between Xenu Star and planet Hydrodink, a very ordinary large spacecraft was parked in space. Flames soared into the sky, and from time to time, explosions could be heard. Inside the spacecraft, many people in ordinary clothes were wailing. In a corner of the spacecraft, dozens of sentinels pushed through the crowd. Behind them was a burly man who donned his universal armor and jumped into space. After that, the other sentinels all donned their universal armor and jumped into space as well, relying on inertia to fly towards a distant planet. There were only so many universal armors on the spacecraft, and if the spacecraft crashed, only those wearing universal armor could escape. Everyone else could only wait to die. "Boss, these people won't leak this information, right?" Someone in space asked through a gadget. The leader, a burly man, replied, "No, the rescue team can't possibly arrive so quickly. By the time the rescue team arrives, these people will have already been reduced to ashes." As he spoke, another explosion came from the spacecraft behind them. When they turned around to look, their eyes were filled with despair. However, the boss did not care. These people were just the cheapest miners that he had hired to mine, and it did not matter if they died. At most, he would lose some money. What a waste of time. Go back and hire another batch. Yes, boss. The universe was vast and boundless, and the amount of territory an empire covered was often unimaginable to the average person. Most people would not be able to cover the entire region in their lifetime, let alone the Great Yu Empire, which covered an entire weave. The entire frost wave weave belonged to the Great Yu Empire, and the population was simply too large to be counted. This gave many people the opportunity to take advantage of the loopholes. Large merchants often hired laborers who were not registered with the empire, so no one would even know if they died. A single spacecraft with tens of thousands of laborers was not even a drop in the ocean to the Great Yu Empire's population, so no one would care. However, this was all too common in the universe. It was not just the Great Yu Empire, but the entire universe. The universe was far crueler than what the average person could see. Lu Yin had once thought that the cruelty of the universe was due to the competition between cultivators, where the strong preyed on the weak. However, no matter how cruel the competition between cultivators was, there was still a chance of survival. He did not know that the cruelty of the average person meant that there was no chance of survival at all. Tens of thousands of laborers could only wait for death within the spacecraft. Every year, more than 10 million of them died, and these people did not even leave a single mark on the Empire's records. The spacecraft continued to explode, and the laborers were in complete despair. Just as they thought that they would be turned into cosmic dust, the flames suddenly extinguished, and the spacecraft seemed to be controlled by a large hand. All of its functions stopped, as if it had been paused. On the spacecraft, many of the despairing workers were lost, not knowing what had happened. When they confirmed that the spacecraft had stopped exploding, they all cried with joy. They finally did not have to die. Behind the spacecraft, Lu Yin and Kai Jinchang sat in the collapsible spacecraft and quietly watched this scene. "It's strange that there aren't any cultivators on such a large spacecraft," Lu Yin commented. Kai Jinchang glanced at him. "They've been abandoned." "Abandoned? What do you mean?" Lu Yin was confused. Kai Jinchang was more than 100 years old, and he had experienced much more than Lu Yin. These people were probably hired. Something happened to the spacecraft, and the people who hired them and their bodyguards all fled, leaving them here to die. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Die? No one cares. Kai Jinchang laughed. How? There are rescue teams in outer space, but they're too far away, and some of them might not be willing to move. If not for our coincidental appearance, these people would have had a 99% chance of dying. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the spacecraft in front of him. He had thought that it was just a normal spacecraft malfunction, but he had not expected such a cruel reality. The Empire was too large, and its population was too large to count. Furthermore, the unification of the frost wave we've had only happened a few years ago, and it had been too rushed. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he unknowingly released his domain to envelop the spacecraft. "Father, the spacecraft didn't explode. We survived, and we can go back to see Mother. The heavens have eyes, and we're still alive. I hope that the rescue team will arrive soon." "Bro, when will the rescue team arrive? Didn't they say that the taxes we paid would be used to increase the rescue team's speed?" Don't even think about it. That money has already been pocketed by someone. The Great Yu Empire doesn't care. I heard that the royal regent is diligent and loves his people. Bro, you're too naive. How could the higher-ups know about our suffering? That royal regent's glorious deeds were all exaggerated by the media. Because of him, our taxes have increased, and I heard that he wants to recruit more soldiers. Many cultivators from our planet have been taken away, including your second uncle. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. Bro, hang in there. Once the rescue team arrives, your injuries can be treated. Cough, cough. Don't comfort me. Even if the rescue team arrives, I won't have the money for treatment. The boss has already run away, and no one will pay for us. The higher-ups of the Empire are a bunch of beasts. They're so unreasonable that they can't even guarantee basic medical treatment. Forget it. The Empire is too big, and they can't do anything about it. That royal regent has the energy to wage war against the outside world, but he doesn't care about his own internal affairs. What kind of royal regent is he? He's far inferior to His Majesty, Undying Yushan. Even though the Great Yu Empire only covered 13 filaments back then, it could at least guarantee basic medical treatment. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 938. Within the collapsible spacecraft, Lu Yin listened quietly. He overheard many conversations, and a significant portion of them were related to him. However, there were almost no praises for him, and all of them were complaints. He looked out into space, as these people were right. Resisting foreign aggression required internal stability, and he could not even guarantee the most basic rights of the Great Yu Empire's citizens. No matter how large his territory was, he would not receive any praise. What he saw and heard were the words of the upper echelons of the empire. No matter what happened in the outside world, their lives would always be superior, and the ones who truly suffered would always be those at the bottom. Kai Jinqiang did not disturb Lu Yin and instead closed his eyes to cultivate. 2 days later, the rescue team finally arrived. Generally speaking, as long as a spacecraft crash was registered in the Empire's archives, the rescue team would need to arrive within half a day, but this rescue team was 1.5 days late. Lu Yin did not appear, and instead, he left in his collapsible spacecraft with a gloomy expression. At the same time, he used his gadget to notify the upper echelons of Xenu Star that a court meeting was being held, and everyone who received the notice had to attend. This announcement shook the entire Great Yu Empire. Ever since Lu Yin had become the royal regent, the term court meeting had become a distant memory. He was different from Undying Yushan, who was hardworking and held court meetings every day. Over time, the Great Yu Empire had become accustomed to not holding court meetings. However, Lu Yin's sudden appearance shocked many people, and they did not know what was going on. Some people immediately stopped what they were doing. Some people suddenly felt that the money in their hands was extremely hot. Some people were thinking about policies and suddenly became excited. In short, Lu Yin's decision to hold a court meeting had affected a large group of people in an extremely short amount of time. The news then spread to the surrounding weaves and even the entire Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin was currently on his way to Xenu Star. Within Xenu Star, countless people were already in a state of chaos, as everyone wanted to find out the purpose of Lu Yin's court meeting. Many people had gathered outside of King Zishan's palace, and even the fifth princess's palace was crowded. Many people wanted to meet Wendy Yushan and ask for information, while even more people sought out Wei Rong, Enya, Huan Sha, and the others to ask for information. The other weave's leading powers were also holding meetings to discuss the recent events. Lu Yin himself had not expected that his court meeting would have such a huge impact. On Xenu Star, Lu Yin appeared outside the palace. It had been a while since he had been here. This palace caused Lu Yin's thoughts to become complicated. This was not a simple palace, but rather a hidden sourcebox array that had been set up by Elder Yu. Lu Yin did not know how powerful this sourcebox array was, but he was certain that since it had been set up by that elder, it could deal with an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands. It might even be able to deal with an emissary. All of the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons who were on Xenu Star were present. Aside from the old smoker, Kai Jinqiang was also present as a newly promoted captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons. The cabinet ministers, the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Defense, and Wei Rong all appeared as well. Everyone stood there quietly, waiting for Lu Yin to appear. Not long after, Lu Yin's figure flashed and appeared in the palace. "Greetings, Your Highness the Royal Regent," everyone said respectfully. Lu Yin swept his gaze across the crowd. "No need for formalities. I know you're all curious as to why I suddenly called for a court meeting. It's actually very simple. 2 days ago, I suddenly saw a spaceship on fire." Slowly, Lu Yin explained the situation to her. Inside the court, the ministers were deep in thought. Some of them were panicking. "Your Highness, there are countless habitable planets in the Empire, and there are too many people. We are doing our best to count them all," one of the ministers respectfully replied. Lu Yin calmly replied, "The Great Yu Empire has only recently unified Frostwave Weave, and I know that it's impossible to complete everything. However, there are some things that must be done as soon as possible. The population of all the planets that belong to the Great Yu Empire must be counted, and there must not be any more cases of deaths not being recorded. You said that you're doing your best, so how long will that take?" The minister hesitated for a moment. "At least 20 years. Lu Yin frowned. 20 years is too slow. Those people were abandoned because they weren't recorded by the Empire. If you were the one who went missing, Xenu Star would probably be shaken." The minister was shocked, and he hurriedly knelt down. I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Lu Yin waved a hand. Get up. I don't blame you. I've already said that the Empire has only unified Frostwave Weave for a short period of time, so it's normal for some things not to be done yet. However, the matter of counting the population must be resolved as soon as possible. Report the manpower and resources you need, and I'll satisfy you. However, you must also count the population as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness. The minister relaxed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Also, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Find out who was the one who abandoned those people. Which boss was so ruthless that he didn't care about the lives of tens of thousands of people? Aside from them, there must be many other places in the Empire that have done the same thing. Investigate all of them, and anyone who has done such a thing will be charged with murder. Yes, Your Highness, the ministers hurriedly replied. Lu Yin was satisfied. That's the first matter. The second matter is that someone said that taxes have increased after I took office, but I don't seem to have seen any of those taxes. Minister of Finance Gavin hurriedly stepped forward. Your Highness, I swear on my life that there was no increase in taxes. All taxes are still collected according to what His Majesty, Undying Yushan, collected during his reign. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Is that so? Then someone is using my name to collect taxes. Investigate, and kill whoever you find. I won't show any mercy. Yes, Your Highness. Gavin relaxed. The third matter is that I need to ensure that everyone in the Empire receives medical treatment, lives, employment, and so on. Lu Yin said a lot in one breath. The rescue team must also be reformed. We must not allow those people to eat the Empire's food for no reason. Do they really think that the Empire's food is that good? Draw up a test for the rescue team and eliminate unnecessary positions. The Empire doesn't have the time to support so many idlers. Lu Yin was the only one speaking during the entire court session, and he spoke about many things that touched on almost every aspect of the Great Yu Empire. Although they weren't very profound, they were all about protecting the lives of the people at the bottom. Was the establishment of a power just for himself? Lu Yin had thought about many things over the past 2 days. What did the ordinary people who relied on the Great Yu Empire hope to achieve? Many of them just wanted to survive. Not only did he want to ensure a basic foundation, but he also wanted to establish a good channel for advancement. He wanted to give everyone a chance to climb up the social ladder, just as some of the ministers had suggested. He wanted to have a fair test for everyone and not just give certain positions to people with backgrounds. Back then, Lu Yin had needed to rely on these people to govern the empire and prevent him from having to worry about the future. Now, he needed some people to break their monopoly. People lived in this world and pursued fairness, but they would never obtain it. Lu Yin only wanted to do his best to create a relatively fair environment. He didn't want another incident where tens of thousands of people were abandoned on a spaceship that caught fire. Only after reaching this position could he understand the hardships of being in this position. There were some things that he couldn't do just because he wanted to, so he had to take it slow. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin rubbed his head. Zhao Ran served him a cup of scented tea. It was still a thick green, and it was getting greener and greener. Lu Yin took a sip and found that it tasted pretty good, even if it looked scary. Zhao Ran was very happy, and Lu Yin sometimes envied her for being so carefree. Even if she had any worries, she would quickly forget them and not remember them. Your Highness, someone requests an audience, Kay said. Lu Yin tiredly replied, let her in. She quickly entered the hall. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Yin gestured for her to sit down. She sat down nervously. She was well informed, and she had heard about the court meeting. The royal regent had said a lot during the meeting, and she had a premonition that the Great Yu Empire was about to change. Some people were about to be unlucky. "I've called you here because I have a question for you." Lu Yin looked at her, and under her nervous gaze, he asked, "Are there any restrictions on the news you guys are reporting?" She was startled and quickly stood up. "Your Highness, this." Lu Yin gestured for her to sit down again. "Sit down. It's just a casual question." She was nervous and dryly replied, "No, there's no restriction." Lu Yin laughed. "Is that so? If there's no restriction, then why haven't you reported anything about some of the ministers or influential figures? Don't tell me that all of the ministers are virtuous and that those influential figures are all good people." She felt awkward, but she didn't dare to speak. Lu Yin said, "I understand your pain. There are some things that you want to expose but don't dare to, right?" She gritted her teeth. "Your Highness, as long as you say the word, I'll expose anything." "All right, I'll give you that right," Lu Yin shouted as he stared at her. "There are too many things that I don't know about in the Empire, and too many people have done things that no one knows about. I need a commoner to have the right to know, and I need someone who dares to speak the truth. Don't worry, do what you want, and I'll help you." She was delighted, but at the same time panicked. Although Lu Yin was powerful in the outerverse and could cover the sky with one hand, he stood at too high a position. There were some people that he couldn't control, and those people were the ones who could make her die without a proper burial. Lu Yin knew what she was worried about, and he gave her the identity of a member of the second squadron so that she could contact the old smoker directly. "With this identity, even the cabinet ministers won't dare to touch you. The second squadron will also send people to protect you. Don't disappoint me, and I hope that everyone in the Great Yu Empire will have a fair chance to speak." She respectfully replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I understand." "That's good. However, the authority I'm giving you isn't for you to be above others. Your authority can restrict others, and I naturally have people who can restrict you as well." She hurriedly acknowledged his words. As he watched her leave, Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do. Restricting the top and bottom might cause chaos, but he had no other choice. The Great Yu Empire's upper and lower levels seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and he couldn't see the bottom. This was the source of the chaos, and he had to break through this barrier so that the entire Great Yu Empire could be connected as one. He didn't want to be a ruler who was blinded. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 939. Managing cultivators was difficult, and Lu Yin was not good at it. After some thought, he sent a message to Wang Wen, telling him that he would leave such matters to him in the future. His actions over the past 2 days were more like venting. Wang Wen smiled when he received Lu Yin's message. Although his methods were crude, he could see Lu Yin's determination to treat the commoners well. Only by curbing cultivators would the commoners be able to live a better life. It was good that Lu Yin had such determination. Everyone thought that Lu Yin was ruthless and liked to start wars, but he also treated the commoners well and guarded the borders. His bottom line was higher than many people's, which was why Wang Wen admired him and was willing to rely on him. Even Lu Yin himself did not know why he was so angry, but Wang Wen could tell that it was because those independent cultivators and merchants had caused even more bloodshed in the war, which had touched Lu Yin's bottom line. Wang Wen looked up at the sky. He did not care about the consequences of following Lu Yin. How far they could go would depend on the will of the heavens, and how history would record them would depend on their merits and demerits. No one had ever unified the outerverse, and Wang Wen saw hope in Lu Yin. He looked forward to the future of history. "Right, I almost forgot something." Wang Wen immediately sent Lu Yin a message. Lu Yin's eyes widened when he saw Wang Wen's message. There was such a thing. He did not hesitate to contact Elder Nuha. Lu Yin could not contact the elder through his gadget, but he did not believe it and continued. After almost an hour, Elder Nuha finally picked up and sounded exhausted. Alliance Master Lu, what's the matter? Lu Yin suppressed his laughter and coughed. Elder, I heard that something strange has appeared in Iron Blood Weave. Elder Nuha's tone immediately turned sour. Wang Wen told you, right? Lu Yin asked, is there really something strange? I heard that you, Elder, suffered a loss. Is that true? Elder Nuha sighed. That's right. I was unlucky and was stepped on. Lu Yin was shocked. Stepped on by what? Elder Nuha was silent for a moment. Alliance Master Lu, I can tell you, but please don't tell anyone else. Lu Yin nodded. Okay. Elder Nuha coughed and pondered for a moment. Rabbit. Lu Yin was stunned. What? A rabbit. It's a rabbit that's flashing with lightning. I was stomped on by that thing, and I can't even catch up to it. Elder Nuha grumbled. He thought that Lu Yin would burst into laughter, but Lu Yin did not. Instead, his expression turned serious. Rabbit, it should be that one. Back on the Savage Ape planet, after Lu Yin had successfully unlocked the seal, the nine-headed ape had appeared and wanted to destroy everyone. It had been a rabbit that had appeared and stomped on the ape, which had caused the Enlighter to be stunned. Lu Yin had also used his dye to absorb a trace of the innate gift of thunder, which had allowed him to eliminate the hunter who had been chasing after him. That rabbit had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. To be able to stun the nine-headed ferocious ape with a single stomp, its strength was simply unfathomable. Who would have thought that after so many years, that rabbit would appear again and even stomp on Elder Nuhua's foot? This fellow really could stomp on anything. Alliance Master Lu, you don't seem surprised, Elder Nuhua asked. Lu Yin replied, this junior has seen that rabbit before. He then recounted what had happened back on the Savage Ape planet. Elder Nuhua replied, that rabbit stomped on my foot, and I didn't have time to react. It's normal for it to stun the ape with a single stomp. I'm only telling you this so that you can be on your guard. After all, a third of the Outerverse is under your control. If this rabbit doesn't leave, then it might appear again. Lu Yin grunted. Elder, do you think that this rabbit came from the astral beast domain? Elder Nuhua replied, it doesn't seem like it. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. Lu Yin also felt that it had appeared out of thin air. If it had come from the astral beast domain, then it would not have done something so nonsensical. This rabbit's most powerful ability is actually its lightning. Its lightning has undergone a transformation and contains an indescribable power. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Is there anything else, Alliance Master Lu? Elder Nuhua asked, clearly in a bad mood. Lu Yin exchanged a few polite words, and the two ended the call. Actually, Lu Yin wanted to meet that rabbit again, and it would be best if he could use his dye to borrow its lightning innate gift. Even Elder Nuhua had praised it, so its lightning was probably very powerful. It could deal with powerhouses with power levels of 300,000 at the very least. Elder Nuhua's being stomped on by the rabbit could only be considered an anecdote, so Lu Yin did not dwell on it. On the other side, Wei Rong contacted Zi Xianxian. Wei Rong, Enya, and Wang Wen were Lu Yin's military advisors for expanding his territory. He would inform the three of them whenever he had someone he could use so that they could make use of him. And now, Wei Rong's attention was on Zifang. Lu Yin's promise to Zifang that he would ensure that he would become the family head was not enticing, as Zifang was the only direct descendant of the Zi family. He would definitely become the family head in the future, so he did not care about Lu Yin's promise at all. However, Lu Yin needed top-secret information on the Amethyst Trading Company, so he could only leave this matter to Wei Rong since he was an expert in scheming. Wei Rong did not disappoint Lu Yin, and his first thought was to contact Zi Xianxian. Wei Rong had never interacted with Zi Xianxian before, so she did not know that it was Wei Rong who had contacted her. Who is this? Zi Xianxian was leisurely sitting in a courtyard and enjoying the sun. I'm Wei Rong. Zi Xianxian frowned. Wei Rong. Why are you looking for me? Does Miss Xianxian have any thoughts on becoming the family head of the Zi family? Wei Rong asked. Zi Xianxian's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Nothing. It's just that our alliance head feels that his relationship with Miss Xianxian is pretty good. If Miss Xianxian becomes the family head in the future, then it will be beneficial for him as well, so he wants me to ask, Wei Rong said. Zi Xianxian's tone was unpleasant. Tell your alliance head that he doesn't need to worry about the Zi family's matters. He's already a shareholder of the Amethyst Trading Company, and he can inspect all information on the trading company. There's no need for him to do such a despicable thing. She then hung up. She was very dissatisfied with Lu Yin. Even though Lu Yin had resolved the Zi family's crisis, it was only because the Zi family had paid a price for it. She did not want to be involved with Lu Yin at the moment. Wei Rong was satisfied and ended the call. Zi Xianxian's reaction was within his expectations, and this was enough. He did not really want to support Zi Xianxian. Within a courtyard on planet Tianmao, Zi Fang looked at his gadget and was shocked. His vigilance towards Zi Xianxian had not dissipated at all. Someone had just sent him information that the Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Yin had the intention of supporting Zi Xianxian to become the family head. This was something that he had not expected. The Zi family was no longer one of the four major corporations. Even though Lu Yin had resolved the crisis, it was unavoidable that Lu Yin would be involved in the struggle to become the family head. It would be fine if Lu Yin did not interfere, but once he did, it was uncertain whether the position of family head would land in his hands. Back on Xenia Star, Zi Xianxian had not only given Lu Yin shares of the Amethyst Trading Company's Xenia Star branch, but she had also helped him obtain quite a few pieces of information. It was not surprising that Lu Yin would support her. Zi Fang panicked, as he could not lose the position of family head. Suddenly, he recalled what Lu Yin had told him. As long as he could find the top-secret information that the Amethyst Trading Company had been searching for, Lu Yin would guarantee that he would become the family head. Zi Fang had not cared at first, but now he had to think of a way. Otherwise, if Lu Yin really supported Zi Xianxian, he would be finished. Even if this was an internal matter of the Zi family, Zi Fang had experienced Lu Yin's methods before. He could interfere whenever he wanted. Zi Fang was a very stubborn person. For the sake of becoming the family head, he could easily make things difficult for Zi Xianxian and draw a clear line between himself and Zi Rong. This proved that he was stubborn, and a stubborn person could do anything. In order to obtain Lu Yin's support, Zi Fang decided to sneak a peek into Zi Tianchuan's secret room. That was where the Zi family's most confidential information was stored, and only the family head had the right to see it. Zi Tianchuan's security of the secret room was extremely tight, and Mr. Yi was not far from it. Fortunately, too many things had happened in the Zi family recently, and the security of the secret room had been lax. Otherwise, Zi Fang definitely would not have been able to get close. Inside the secret room, Zi Fang was excited as he looked at the top-secret information recorded on the scroll. He did not dare record it and quickly left. As soon as he returned to his residence, Zi Fang could not wait to contact Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, does your previous promise still count? Zi Fang asked nervously. On the other end of the call, Lu Yin calmly asked, what promise? Zifang hurriedly replied, "You said that as long as I helped you investigate the Z family's top secret information, you would support me in becoming the family head." Lu Yin smiled. "It does. Have you investigated it?" "I have. The Z family is supported by the home of the gods in the Neoverse, and they're developing information in the Outerverse. They're not a corporation, and even the investigation of all sorts of information is just a cover-up. The home of the gods wants the Z family to investigate a ruin called rune technology." Lu Yin suddenly stood up. "Rune technology?" "Yes, it's a certain ancient civilization. I don't know the specifics, and there are no records of it in history, but it does seem to have existed for a short time. There are very few rune technology ruins in the universe, and the home of the gods has asked our Z family to investigate for countless years. Even now, we've only found 4. Where are these 4 ruins?" Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Zifang replied, "Is Alliance Master Lu interested?" "That's a pity." According to the records, these 4 ruins were directly moved to the Neoverse by the home of the gods, and they're no longer in the Outerverse. Lu Yin was disappointed, as he also had a fervent desire for the ruins of rune technology. Rune technology was a short-lived civilization founded by the rune progenitor. Although it was short-lived, it was extremely brilliant, and not even history dared to record it. Progenitor Chen's achievements were unparalleled, and his martial power was monstrous. The 6th mainland trembled at the mention of his name, and he had created the 9 clones technique. He was invincible in the universe, and he could split into 9 equal to 9 progenitors. He was an existence that the 6th mainland's history dared not record. However, the rune progenitor's existence was something that many people in the 6th mainland had never even heard of. He was an existence that did not even exist in oral legends. The rune progenitor had founded a civilization that was difficult to comprehend. Even the slightest bit of knowledge was like a secret technique, which was the most terrifying thing about it. In the Innerverse, Lu Yin's true scripture of Ian Flow had reached the spiritual realm, and he hoped to advance further. He might not be the only one in the universe who had obtained the inheritance of rune technology. The home of the gods was also searching for the ruins of rune technology, which meant that they might have also obtained the inheritance, and there might even be people who had learned the true scripture of Ian Flow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 940. Furthermore, he had obtained the true scripture of Ian Flow from the Astral Combat Academy's Sky platform. It was rumored that some of the 10 arbiters had reached the top of the Sky platform as well. Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate the 10 arbiters' innate gifts. If he could reach the spiritual realm in a short period of time in the Innerverse, then the 10 arbiters could do the same, and they might even be stronger. He was definitely not the only one searching for the rune technology inheritance in the universe. If there were any ruins in the Innerverse, then Lu Yin might not be able to compete with others. However, in the Outerverse, it had to be his. After so many years, your Z family has only found 4 ruins? Lu Yin asked. Zifang fell silent and did not speak. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "Tell me the truth, and not only can I make you the head of the Z family, but I can also make your family one of the 4 major corporations. You can even surpass them and become the only intelligence organization in the Outerverse." Zifang's eyes flickered, and he thought about it for a moment before gritting his teeth. "Actually, 100 years ago, our Z family found the location of the 5th ruin, but we did not inform the home of the gods. My father wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to get the home of the gods to support us in entering the Innerverse. Our Z family has been in the Outerverse for a long time." Lu Yin shook his head. Z Tianchuan was being too whimsical. The rune technology ruins were very important, and if they were searching for them in the Outerverse, then there would definitely be people in the home of the gods in the Innerverse searching for them as well. Your father definitely hasn't negotiated with the home of the gods yet, Lu Yin said. Zifang was puzzled. How do you know? If there were negotiations, your Zi family would have ceased to exist 100 years ago, Lu Yin said confidently. Zifang sighed. The location of the fifth ruin is our Zi family's greatest secret. Alliance Master Lu, I can tell you the exact location, but I hope that you can promise me that you will not do anything to harm me before I betray you. You must ensure that I become the only head of the Zi family. That is my condition. Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. The Zi family's greatest use to him was information. Whether it was Zifang or Zi Xianxian who became the head of the family, as long as they could provide him with information, he did not care about anything else. On the surface, it seemed like he was closer to Zi Xianxian, but that was before Zi Rong's death. Now, Zi Xianxian did not have a good impression of him. The location of the rune technology ruins was not far from Armament Weave. It was located in the middle of the two weaves. That location had unstable weather all year round, so the spacecraft would automatically choose to go around it. As of now, there was nothing for him to take care of in the Great Yu Empire or the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if he wanted to take care of something, he would not be able to do so, such as the issue of undying Yushan's life and death. It was worth mentioning that the auction house had transferred the proceeds from the auction to Lu Yin, which amounted to nearly 450,000 star essence. If this had been before the border wars and the endless weaves, this amount of money would have been an astronomical figure to Lu Yin. He rarely received so much money in one go. Even now, he had more than 2 million star essence on him, which was still an enormous sum. This was the money that the auction house had given him. The auction house itself had made a lot of money, and this money also belonged to Lu Yin. Originally, that money had been used for cash flow purposes, but Lu Yin had ordered Beijing to take it out and establish a charity in his name. It was called the Continental Charity, and Beijing had even invested tens of thousands of star essence into it. Suddenly, the Mainland's Charities Association became one of the largest charities in the outerverse. What kind of concept was tens of thousands of star essence? If converted to cosmic dollars, it would be incalculable, and it would be enough to improve the lives of countless people. 99% of the universe's money was hidden in the hands of those at the top, while the average person only had 1%. Lu Yin could casually reveal a bit of money, and that was enough to change the fates of countless people. This was just a small matter, as his cultivation was the most important thing. In order to avoid being ambushed during his search for the tinder, Lu Yin immediately donned his universal armor and was prepared to take out his walnut at any moment. He did not believe that with his current equipment, even if Zifang dared to join forces with the Neo-Human Alliance to ambush him, he would still be able to escape unscathed. This time, Lu Yin was overthinking things. After the incident with Zi Rong, the Hall of Honor had investigated the Zi family thoroughly. If Zifang had really been in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance, he would have been exposed long ago. The ruins were real, and Lu Yin was certain of this when he saw the unstable astronomical phenomenon in the distance. It was not an unstable astronomical phenomenon at all, but rather a rune that wandered through the void. It was very similar to the astronomical phenomenon that had enveloped the entire innerverse, and it covered an entire region of space. Lu Yin did not know if this astronomical phenomenon was suppressing something, but to be cautious, he took off his universal armor and suppressed his power level to around 10,000 before slowly entering the area covered by the astronomical phenomenon. It was fine, and he continued to raise his power level. At the same time, he nervously observed the astronomical phenomenon. There were no abnormalities, and it continued to wander through space in a very unstable manner. Lu Yin relaxed, as this was his first time coming into contact with the rune technology ruins, and he really did not understand what the runes were used for. It was fine as long as they did not directly erase his existence. The rune technology ruins were too mystical, and even if Lu Yin had the walnut, he did not dare to say that he would be able to escape unscathed from the power of the rune technology ruins. The rune technology ruins were a city that had been built in space. There was no land, and there was nothing to support it. It was an abandoned city that simply floated in space. Lu Yin slowly stepped into the city, and as he looked around, he saw that everything was in ruins. He was not stepping on mud, or more accurately, he was not stepping on anything. Wherever he walked, runes would appear and condense under his feet, supporting him. The entire city was built on runes. From time to time, black flames would drift across the sky, and it was as if this city had been incinerated by these black flames. The city structure was simple, and the houses were made of minerals that Lu Yin had never seen before. Since they could float in space, they should be very sturdy, but perhaps because they had been here for a long time, Lu Yin could easily crush them. He was not the only one who had been here before, and Lu Yin could clearly see that many of the houses had been destroyed recently. It was not difficult to enter this place, but the difficulty lay in finding it. As long as someone passed through the astronomical phenomenon, they would be able to reach this place. However, very few people dared to do so, as the astronomical phenomenon was very frightening. According to the number of rune lines, it was roughly equivalent to a peak hunter. Any spacecraft that approached would be able to detect a power level of 190,000 or even 200,000. This was the outerverse, and no one would dare to approach such a terrifying power level. Although the city was not large, that was only in comparison to the cities that Lu Yin had seen before. If this city had been placed on Earth, it would have been the size of a country. As he walked through the abandoned city, Lu Yin saw a blade in a corner. It had been there for an unknown number of years, and its surface was full of holes. Strangely, there were no traces of rust on it. Lu Yin picked it up, and his eyes trembled. This was no ordinary blade. If he was not mistaken, this blade had been forcefully condensed from rune lines, which was why it would not rust. However, as time passed, the rune lines that had formed this blade had slowly disappeared, which was why the blade had become like this. In another few 100,000 years, this blade might completely disappear without a trace. Lu Yin frowned. If he could weaken his enemy's rune lines, then conversely, he could also condense rune lines and transform them into anything that he wished. This was no longer a battle, but rather a creation. Could rune lines really achieve the effect of creation? If so, could he directly create a person? A living being? Or even a civilization? Lu Yin could not understand, as this was beyond his understanding. In theory, in the civilization that the rune progenitor had created, everything in the universe was formed from rune lines. Thus, he could directly erase certain rune lines and deny the truth of an object's existence. This meant that he could similarly form rune lines and create the truth of an object's existence. This was rune technology. In the theory of rune technology, this was possible, but normal people knew that nothing could be created out of thin air. Otherwise, the universe would have long since fallen into chaos. Creation was not something that humans could do. Even the progenitors who were known to be at the peak of cultivation would not be able to create things out of thin air. However, what he saw in front of him was real. This blade was indeed formed from rune lines, and he could clearly see that this blade had been created out of thin air. This meant that the other things in the ruins of rune technology might also be formed from rune lines. What exactly was going on with rune technology? The spiritual overarching realm that he had reached was only the most basic realm. Lu Yin was now eager to know how the experts of rune technology fought. Could they really create things out of thin air? Monkey, how much do you know about rune technology? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, not much, but according to a powerhouse's notes, rune technology is a civilization that should not exist. There are too many inconceivable things in this civilization. Biological civilizations can be cultivation, technology, or even very primitive. However, rune technology can do everything. It seems similar to your current human civilization, where cultivation and technology are placed side by side, but rune technology is different. Their technology is not research, but creation. I'm not sure about the specifics. There's a common knowledge regarding rune technology, which is that a piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven. Lu Yin did not understand this saying. The universe sky had been covered by the rune progenitor's power. Perhaps this was what it meant, but what did this have to do with creation? Holding the blade, Lu Yin continued to wander around the city. His domain expanded, but he did not discover any other blade-like objects. Half a day later, Lu Yin leaped up and flew towards a certain corner of the city. When he had swept through the area with his domain, he had discovered a strange building in that corner. Its style was completely different from the other buildings. When he landed, he saw a building with a completely different style. There were countless architectural styles in the universe, and Lu Yin was not sure which style this building belonged to. What truly attracted him was the pair of eyes on the building's door. The pupils were actually runes. This scene was all too familiar, as this was the appearance of the pupils after reaching the spiritual overarching realm with the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. Lu Yin slowly approached the door and raised a hand to press against it. He tried to push it, but it did not budge. He tried again, but it still did not budge. His domain was isolated here, and he could not peek inside the building from the outside. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 941. Lu Yin pressed both hands against the door and pushed with all his might, but he still could not move it. He did not believe that the door would not budge even after he used 70 stacks and slammed his palms against it. This door could withstand a force that he could not reach. Since he could not open the door, Lu Yin tried to attack the surrounding walls. After so many years, he did not believe that these walls were still stable. However, reality left him helpless, as he could not open the surrounding walls either. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about how to open the door, he suddenly turned around and saw two groups of rune lines approaching. They were both hunters. Lu Yin immediately concealed himself. Two figures quickly descended and began to search the area. "Strange, I clearly sensed a power level," one of them said. The other person's tone was gloomy. "Someone must have come. That knife was taken away." The power level disappeared, and this person deliberately hid himself. "It looks like he's discovered us. Contact the family head immediately. This place cannot be exposed." As soon as he spoke, he saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then his vision went black as he collapsed to the ground. The other person was shocked and turned around, but before he could think any further, a hand grabbed his neck. "Who are you?" Lu Yin asked, hiding his appearance. The person's face turned red, and he grabbed Lu Yin's hand with both hands in an attempt to break free. Lu Yin frowned. "I'll ask you again. Who are you?" We're from the Great Eastern Alliance, and we work for Alliance Head Lu. You'll die a horrible death if you dare to attack us." The person struggled to speak as he glared fiercely at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was amused. Nowadays, the Outerverse was a place where one person could threaten others, and everyone else would say that they were from the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin did not know whether to feel honored or angry. He suddenly slammed the person onto the ground, causing him to spit out blood as he howled in pain. Lu Yin stepped on him. "This is your last chance. Tell me where you came from, or I'll kill you." "It's the same even if you ask him." His gaze then landed on the other person who had been knocked unconscious. The person was terrified. We really are Alliance Head Lu subordinates. Lu Yin raised a hand and slapped down. I'll talk. The person hurriedly said, we're from the Amethyst Trading Company, and we've been ordered to guard this place and kill anyone who enters. Lu Yin's palm was less than a centimeter from the person's forehead, and his eyes flashed as he pulled his hand back. Just as he had guessed, since Si Tianchuan had discovered this place, how could he not be prepared? Although there were not many people who could find this place, there was no lack of adventurers in the universe, as well as people who were hiding from their enemies. Those people were enough to expose this place. Just the two of you? Lu Yin asked. That person was terrified. Yes, there were 5 of them, and they were all hunters. It had to be known that during Undying Yushan's reign, there had been no more than 5 hunters in the Great Yu Empire, including Undying Yushan himself. This was already considered the strongest power in Frostwave Weave, and the other weave's leading powers did not have many hunters. Si Tianchuan had sent 5 hunters to guard this place, which was enough to show how much importance he attached to this place. Now that he thought about it, Heavenly Lush Planet wasn't far from here and was ready to provide support at any time. In the Outerverse, this power was considered infallible. Lu Yin knocked the man unconscious and then searched through the small city. He found the other 3 hunters, knocked them all out, and tied them up. He was not a cold-blooded person, and there was no need for him to kill anyone. However, tying them up was a must. After dealing with the people of the Z family, Lu Yin returned to the front of the building and felt a headache coming on. He could not enter, and he guessed that all the secrets of this small city were inside. He tried a few more times, but he still could not enter. After some thought, he wondered if he should borrow Master Yuan's power. Inexplicably, he looked at the door and saw a pair of eyes on it. After staring at it for a while, an idea flashed through his mind. His pupils transformed into runes, and he stared at the eyes on the door. In that instant, time seemed to flow in reverse. The door was still the same door, but everything around him had changed. The building seemed to return to normal, until one day, 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the sky. Lu Yin could not see clearly, and he only saw one person laughing maniacally. He opened his hand, and a blade gradually formed in the void. The figure on the other side suddenly charged forward, and their battle was so intense that it was rarely seen in the world. Everything in sight was cut down. The scene of their battle was blurry, but Lu Yin could vaguely see one of them creating a blade several times. As the sky cleared up, the small city completely changed. The scenery was vibrant, and everyone was living in an orderly manner. Time seemed to flow in reverse. The scene suddenly changed, and Lu Yin's body swayed. Everything that he had seen before disappeared, and the door slowly opened in front of him. At this moment, Lu Yin's eyes were sore. He rubbed them with all his might, but they were still sore. Regardless, he slowly walked into the building. Everything that he saw left him disappointed. He had originally thought that there were some secrets regarding the rune technology hidden here, such as battle techniques or the cultivation of the true scripture of Eon evolution. However, this was clearly a place where the citizens prayed. There was a statue at the very front, but half of its body was gone. Only the lower half remained standing. Lu Yin slowly walked over and passed by a tall chair. When he turned around, his pupils shrank. The chairs were all filled with skeletons, and they were all in prayer positions. He quickened his pace and looked around. Then, he flew up into the air and looked down. The entire building was filled with skeletons. There were adults, children, and even infants. All of them were in prayer positions. It was impossible to tell how long they had been in that position, but in the end, they had all died. Lu Yin could not imagine how much willpower was required to accomplish such a feat. How could these people not run when they knew that they were about to die? He looked at the statue. How could a mere statue be so powerful that these people would rather die than pray? Lu Yin descended and slowly approached the statue. Who was this statue? The owner of this city? Or, the rune progenitor? To the rune technology, the rune progenitor was the common god of the entire civilization, and this statue was very likely the rune progenitor. Only the rune progenitor, who could be considered a god, could make these people pray until they died. Lu Yin stood in front of the statue and silently looked at it. The more brilliant a person's life was, the more complicated the historical records would be. History did not dare to record the rune progenitor, as his existence had been denied by time. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had cultivated the true scripture of Eon evolution, he would not have been able to imagine that such a person had appeared in history. This person could create things out of thin air, cause an entire era to disappear, and make people pray until they died. Such a person should not exist. Lu Yin stood there silently for a long time, his thoughts complicated, and he did not know what he was thinking. He shook his head and sighed. There was no need to think too much about it. This person was a historical figure, and his remaining spirit had been scattered by the sixth mainland's martial progenitor. Lu Yin was destined to never meet this person, but the true scripture of Eon evolution that this person had left behind had helped Lu Yin immensely. He could be considered half a teacher to Lu Yin. Regardless of whether this person was the rune progenitor or not, Lu Yin would just treat him as the rune progenitor. As he thought about it, Lu Yin took a few steps back and slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior. As soon as Lu Yin finished speaking, the door to the building slammed shut. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked up. The void distorted as the skeletons within the building were turned to dust by an invisible gale. The dust gradually swirled around in the void and transformed into various scenes. At times, it was a leisurely life in the city, and at other times, it was a shocking battle. Suddenly, there was a maniacal laughter. Sixth mainland, sixth mainland. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots. You've all been deceived. Deceived. Those monsters deceived you. A bunch of idiots. Ha 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 ha. The dust quickly dissipated, and everything in front of Lu Yin returned to normal. The door in the distance slowly opened, and Lu Yin did not know if it was just his imagination, but he felt like the interior of the building was slightly brighter and less sinister. Lu Yin turned to look at the statue again, but he discovered that it had also turned to dust and no longer existed. Was this an obsession left behind by a predecessor? Lu Yin was not sure. He swept through the building with his domain, but there was nothing else inside. Perhaps this building had preserved that sentence. The sixth mainland had been deceived, and there were also monsters. Lu Yin walked out of the building and closed the door. At this moment, his sore eyes returned to normal. He turned back and suddenly thought of something. He scanned his surroundings, and his eyes lit up. He pressed a hand against the door and pushed with all his strength, but it was no use. The door would not budge. He transformed his pupils into runes again and looked into his eyes. The previous scene did not repeat itself, but the door still opened. After entering the building, Lu Yin realized that he could open the door from the inside. He tried it a few more times and was overjoyed. The heavens were helping him. Great Eastern Alliance, Barred Weave, Even Ground Palace. In a pavilion beneath a waterfall, Munikhang, the palace master of Even Ground Palace, propped up her chin and looked at the distant waterfall in boredom. She had been stuck at the peak of the Hunter realm for a very long time, and she did not know when she would be able to break through to the Enlighter realm. There were too few Enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance, and once she broke through, she would have the right to speak. Lu Yin would be in control of the Great Eastern Alliance, and anyone who was not an Enlighter would not have the right to speak. At this moment, Doro arrived. "Master, what are you thinking about? She had become an explorer a year ago, and her power had soared. Mu Nikhang glanced at her. Nothing. The two girls often sat in the pavilion in a daze. One was thinking of ways to remove her position as palace master, while the other was thinking of ways to not accept it. If outsiders were to find out, they would definitely think that there was something wrong with their brains. Suddenly, Elder Maya walked over quickly, and the two girls immediately straightened up. Palace Master, we've received news that the Guyu ruins have appeared, Elder Maya shouted anxiously. Mu Nikhang and Doro were confused. What Guyu? Elder Maya immediately activated her gadget, and an introduction of Guyu appeared on her screen. The introduction was not very detailed, as not many people knew Guyu's name. However, it did point out that this person was the person who had the highest chance of becoming a progenitor, and it also mentioned Yu Xingqian. The heavens were filled with moons and stars, and if one looked back, they would only see the mortal world. Yu Xingqian was a battle technique that had shocked an entire era. There were as many battle techniques in the universe as there were stars in the sky, but there were very few that could truly shock an entire era. Most of those battle techniques had been lost in the long river of time, such as Night's End, Daybreak. To date, only Shua Day Knight of the Day Knight clan had successfully cultivated it, and she had been hiding it all this time. The Day Knight clan had produced an absolute genius like Night King Jinwu, but even he had not been able to cultivate Night's End, Daybreak. This showed just how difficult it was to cultivate a battle technique that could shock an entire era. The harder it was to cultivate, the more powerful it would be after successfully cultivating it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 942. Yu Xingqian's introduction was very detailed, and Mu Nikhang was stunned. Doro's eyes burned with passion. Elder, is this true? Elder Maya replied, Guyu's name is indeed recorded in history, and Yu Xingqian's battle technique truly shocked an entire era. No one dared to raise their heads, but we can't be sure if these ruins have anything to do with Guyu. Mu Nichang's expression turned serious. Who posted the news of the Guyu ruins on the network? Elder Maya shook her head. I don't know. Master, do you suspect that it's fake? Doro asked. Mu Nichang's eyes flickered. Regardless, we still have to go. This news has definitely spread throughout the Outerverse, and countless experts will head there. Even if it's fake, we'll just be fooled. No one would want to capture all the experts in the Outerverse in one fell swoop. Even if they had the ability, they wouldn't do something like that. Elder Maya agreed. That's right. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, we still have to go. If we can obtain Yu Xingqian's battle technique, then our even ground palace will be completely different. Mu Nikhang glanced at Elder Maya, but she wasn't that optimistic. Even if she could obtain Yu Xingqian's battle technique, it might not even be hers. There was still Lu Yin, and she was only going to see if there were any other battle techniques. Guyu was someone who had left his mark in history, and his power level might have exceeded 1 million. He was an unimaginable powerhouse, and any random item he obtained would allow his power to soar. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Many people are definitely already on their way. In the Suna Weave, in the Moke Sword sect, Kuyun stood up and tore through the void to enter a spacecraft. He was also heading to the Guyu ruins. No one was stupid, and they knew that this news was most likely fake. However, even if it was fake, they still had to go. As long as there was a connection to a peerless figure like Guyu, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they had to fight for it. The Phantom Sword sect's Gue Wuzong, the Umbral Butterfly Tribe's elders, Jade Mountain Sea, Bamboo Knot, and many others, all of whom were confident in their own strength, went. On planet Heavenly Lush, Zi Tianchuan stared blankly at the screen. Wasn't the Guyu ruins the fifth rune technology site discovered by the Zi family? That was clearly the rune technology ruins. How did it become the ancient moon ruins? And who found that place? Lu Yin did not believe that someone would be able to discover this place so coincidentally. Even if it was a coincidence, he had sent a total of 5 hunters to stand guard. Even if an enlighter had gone, the 5 of them would at least be able to send a message back. It was unlikely that there would be no news at all, unless the other party had made preparations beforehand. Zi Tianchuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly went to the secret room. Just as he approached the secret room, his eyes were fixed on the ground. Ordinary people could not see anything unusual, but he could see that someone had entered the secret room. Zi Tianchuan clenched his fists, and many people flashed through his mind. In the end, he opened his gadget. Zi Fang, come to the ancestral home. Not long after, Zi Fang arrived. When he saw the gloomy face of Zi Tianchuan, his heart trembled. He pretended to be calm and bowed. "Father, you called for me." Zi Tianchuan glared at Zi Fang, his eyes filled with boundless fury. "Why did you go to the secret room?" Zi Fang was puzzled. "What secret chamber?" Zi Tianchuan was furious. He smashed the table into pieces with his palm. "You still dare to quibble? Why did you go to the secret room? Who told you to go? Who did you tell? Tell me." Zi Fang did not dare to admit it even if he was beaten to death. He still wanted to quibble, but Zi Tianchuan's next sentence sent him into the abyss. "If you don't admit it, I'll strike your name off the family tree. Do you really think that I, Zi Tianchuan, only have you as my only son?" Zi Fang felt a chill run down his spine. "Father, why are you saying that it was me?" Zi Tianchuan shook his head. "I have my own ways. I only called you here because I want to know why you went to the secret room and who did you tell about that place. Don't tell me that you don't know about the Guyu ruins that have appeared on the network." Zi Fang's eyes were filled with struggle. He lowered his head, thinking about many things in an instant. Zi Tianchuan sighed. The secret room is the Zi family's greatest secret. If an outsider finds out about it, it'll be a disaster for the family. "The home of the gods isn't the Neo-Human Alliance," Zi Fang whispered. Zi Tianchuan was furious. "But it's still a colossus that can compete with the Hall of Honor. The Innerverse and Outerverse are controlled by the Hall of Honor. If you tell them, you'll be pushing the Zi family to the opposite side." "I didn't tell the Hall of Honor. I only told Lu Yin." Zi Fang immediately quibbled, but then his heart sank. Zi Tianchuan closed his eyes. So it was Lu Yin. Zi Fang's face paled. He had not wanted to say anything, but Zi Tianchuan had already made it clear that he would not be allowed to become the family head. Zi Fang's only hope was Lu Yin, but now, he did not know how to explain things to Lu Yin. Zi Tianchuan felt weak all over. Aside from Lu Yin, who else can make you so obedient? What did he promise you? Zi Fang lowered his head and did not speak. Zi Tianchuan sneered. "He'll let you be the head of the Zi family." Zi Fang remained silent. Zi Tianchuan looked outside with a complicated expression. He could guess what Lu Yin had promised, and he wanted to mock him. He was certain that Lu Yin did not have the right to say anything, but he could not bring himself to say anything. In the current Outerverse, as long as Lu Yin wanted to, was there anything that he could not do? Even if he managed to get Seniorly to help, Lu Yin still had the entire Hall of Honor behind him. Zi Tianchuan could threaten to expose the Zi family's secrets, and even if the Hall of Honor did not deal with them like they had with the Neo-Human Alliance, they would still have a hard time. Zi Tianchuan had to admit that Zi Fang had found a good backer. Lu Yin was definitely qualified to interfere in the competition for the position of the Z family head. You may leave. Zi Tianchuan was very tired, and he waved his hand tiredly. Zi Fang slowly left. He was now focused on how to get Lu Yin's full support, and he did not care about what Zi Tianchuan thought. The Z family was one of the 4 major corporations of the Outerverse. Even if it had declined, its enormous foundation still existed, and the competition for power was even more brutal than that of the imperial family. This generation was still alright, as only Zi Fang and Zi Xianxian were left. Zi Tianchuan's generation had more than 10 direct descendants fighting for power, and Zi Tianchuan's rise to the position was not glorious. The larger the family, the more serious the competition for power. Zi Fang was already used to it, and Zi Tianchuan was even more indifferent. Zi Tianchuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the introduction of the Guyu ruins on the screen. Why had Lu Yin purposely spread the news that these ruins were the Guyu ruins? What was he trying to do? The Guyu ruins were enough to attract the attention of most of the Outerverse experts. Was Lu Yin trying to do something shocking? Zi Tianchuan thought about it and immediately called Zi Fang back. He forbade him from saying anything else and from leaving the Zi family's ancestral home. He also confiscated Zi Fang's gadget. No matter what Lu Yin was trying to do, Zi Tianchuan did not want to interfere. At worst, he would just stay out of it. Otherwise, he might end up in trouble. The Zi family would just pretend that nothing had happened. The Outerverse was in an uproar, and countless people were discussing the Guyu ruins. Guyu's name instantly became the most discussed name in the entire Outerverse. However, this only lasted for half a day, and before long, the news about the Guyu ruins was removed from the network. Although the news was gone, in reality, countless spacecraft were heading towards the ruins. Countless people from the Great Eastern Alliance, the Central Weaves, the Western Weaves, and even the border regions all requested to leave. Master Yuan had also received the news, and he had a complicated expression. Guyu was not far from his generation, and he could be considered a senior. Master Yuan was extremely respectful towards this person, and he respected his innate talent as well as his morals. No one knew how this person had died, and it was a mystery in the universe. Now, his ruins had actually appeared. Master Yuan, there's a group of people requesting to leave the border and head towards the Guyu ruins, Elder Big Drum reported. Master Yuan replied, let them go. Elder Big Drum hesitated. Master Yuan looked at him. You want to go as well? Elder Big Drum bowed deeply. If I can learn Moonstar, then I will be able to better serve the Hall of Honor. Master Yuan replied, if you want to go, then go. Elder Big Drum was delighted. Thank you, Master Yuan. Perhaps even Lu Yin himself had not expected that the Guyu ruins would attract so many people. However, this was exactly what he wanted. The more people there were, the better. The more people there were, the higher his chances of success. Lu Yin did not dare to reveal the truth about the ruins. If the truth about the rune technology ruins was exposed, then even a powerhouse like Master Yuan might be attracted. Lan Si also received the news and left the planet for the ruins. No one would not care about Moonstar, especially someone like Lan Si. Even if he could not cultivate it, he would not allow others to, especially Lu Yin, to cultivate it. With Lu Yin's influence that controlled a third of the Outerverse, if Moonstar really did appear, then it was very likely that Lu Yin would obtain it. Lan Si would not allow such a thing to happen. If they wanted to explore the ruins and search for battle skills, countless people would think of Lu Yin as their competitor. As such, when the news of the Guyu ruins spread, the first thing many people looked for was Guyu, and the second thing they looked for was Lu Yin. Fortunately, news spread from the Great Yu Empire that Lu Yin was in seclusion and would not come out for a month. No one dared to disturb him, which reassured everyone. The ruins became lively as the first batch of people arrived. The ones closest to the ruins were naturally the experts from Armament Weave and the surrounding regions, including the Wei family. Spacecraft after spacecraft docked in the distant heavens, and figures streaked through space and appeared in the city. Soon after, the sounds of fighting could be heard. With so many people, conflicts naturally arose. The ruins of the city had not been so lively in a very long time, and even the eerie atmosphere had disappeared. In just a single day, hundreds of people had arrived in the city, and even more were still arriving. Lu Yin was currently hiding within the building, and the door had changed slightly. Some parts of the door had clearly been burned, but the flames were unable to harm it. Lu Yin purposely rubbed some burn marks on the door and stuck the Heaven Fire Stone into the door. There was only one reason why so many people had been attracted to the ruins. He wanted to use the various great powers of the Outerverse to supply him with Heaven Fire Stones so that he could use them to cultivate. It would be difficult to rely on the Great Eastern Alliance to find high-temperature flames, and even if someone within the Great Eastern Alliance possessed such flames, they might not be willing to share them. This was his only option. Lu Yin had a clear understanding of himself. Above authority was cultivation, and this was the current state of the universe. If he did not have strength as a foundation, then he would be a second Wei Rong, and he would be eliminated sooner or later. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network Go. No advertisement. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 943. He slowly closed his eyes. The bustle of the small city had just begun. It would take a while for more people to arrive. 10 days later, the small city could no longer be considered a ruin, but rather a real city. More than 10,000 people had gathered here, and most of them were experts from the various great powers of the Outerverse. This gathering was comparable to the forced conscription that had taken place at the border warfront. Xianjiu also came, holding up a large banner to swindle people, telling everyone he met that person was a Guyu inheritor, causing quite a few people to chase and beat him up. He also felt very wronged, clearly saying good things, but he didn't know who ruined his reputation, saying that what he calculated was the opposite, that it was all a rumor. Shi Qi had also arrived. She had been roaming the Outerverse during this period of time, searching for and unlocking source boxes. She had been doing quite well. Whenever a ruin appeared, there was a chance that a source box would appear, so she was looking forward to it. Above his head, the fish looked around in disdain, raising its fins and mocking everyone it saw. Another dozen or so days went by. During these days, the experts from the Great Eastern Alliance that had arrived at the ruins of the small city had clashed several times with the experts from the Central Weave's allied army. Mu Nikhang, Meng Tianlong, and the others had all taken action. If it weren't for Yu Mavis and the others stopping them, their battle might have affected the entire small city. Although they had temporarily stopped fighting, the two sides were clearly separated. Many people found it strange that no one from the Great Yu Empire had come, but they didn't think too much of it. They assumed that it was because Lu Yin was in seclusion, and no one dared to make a move. Lan Si had been watching from the sidelines this entire time. Someone had asked him to help the Central Weave's allied forces deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, but he had refused. He had competed with Lu Yin for the position of honorary sorcerer, and he did not hold any grudges against Lu Yin. Besides, they had only been able to escape from the inner verse thanks to Lu Yin, so he still felt a little guilty towards Lu Yin. Unfortunately, cultivation was heartless, and the universe was just like that. The glory method was not something that Lu Yin could afford. The Jade Mountain Sea didn't interfere either. This was a whirlpool, and once one entered, it would be very difficult to get out. Elder Big Drum's arrival, along with a group of border experts, had intimidated everyone. Master Yuan's presence had strengthened the Hall of Honor's prestige to the point that it was even stronger than before the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. Experts arrived at the Guyu ruins one after another, and they were all busy searching for the ruins. Among them, there were more than 5 enlighters, and some even saw Elder Nuohua appear. These were just what they saw. Facing the Guyu ruins, even if an emissary-level powerhouse appeared, it wouldn't be surprising. The 5 hunters who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin finally regained consciousness. They had been tossed onto another planet, and they had immediately notified Zi Tianchuan after waking up. Zi Tianchuan had ordered that they were not allowed to appear in public, and they were not allowed to interact with anyone else. If anyone found out that the Zi family had sent 5 hunters to guard the ruins, then the Zi family would be in deep trouble. Zi Tianchuan did not know what Lu Yin was planning to do, but he was afraid that this debt would be placed on his head in the future. The small city had long been explored. In the end, only the building with a different style was left. Everyone gathered and tried their best to break down the door. The Jade Mountain Sea tried to open it, but it couldn't. Lan Si tried, but he couldn't open it. Elder Daegu also failed to open it. Even Moonlight Mavis had tried, but she was still unable to open it. The door was extremely sturdy, abnormally sturdy. In the end, Yu Mu was unable to open the door. Even with the combined efforts of everyone else, the door still could not be opened. Everyone knew that the door could not be opened unless an emissary-level elite appeared. But once such an elite appeared, what could they do? Countless gazes were fixed on the door. The Guyu inheritance was definitely inside. Get out of the way. Let Lord Fish try. The fish on Shi-Chi's head was very arrogant. This thing needs to be unlocked. If it doesn't listen, then it needs to be unlocked. Shi-Chi braced herself and walked forward under everyone's gazes. She mumbled, "I've never seen a sourcebox that looks like a door. Is this really a sourcebox?" The fish raised its fins and was very confident. Listen to Lord Fish. There's nothing wrong with it. Shi-Chi tried, but she was stunned. The door was still the same door, and there was no solid energy at all. How could she unlock it without solid energy? Where should she unlock it? She could not find the right direction. The fish continuously slapped Shi-Chi with its fins. Stupid, you're the only one who's stupid. How can you really unlock it? Lord Fish is just thinking of a way to let you walk in front. If any idiot opens the door, you'll be the first to rush in and snatch it. So stupid. The crowd was furious. This dead fish's mouth was too cheap. Steam, steam, steam. Someone in the crowd shouted. Add some chili powder. The fish suddenly turned around, and its eyes widened. It's that bastard. That Ku fellow still dares to appear in front of Lord Fish. Shi-Chi felt wronged, and her head turned red from the slaps. She looked pitifully at the crowd. Stop talking. She then quickly slipped away. Ku Wei had arrived. How could he not come when he heard about the Guyu ruins? He saw the despicable fish the moment he arrived, and he could not help but speak up. Shi-Chi left, and Xianjiu stepped forward. Ahem, I have a way to open the door, but it's too valuable. Opening it will only bring disaster and not fortune, if dash. Before he could finish, the crowd was furious. Get out, you liar. Liar. Get out. Xianjiu was furious. A bunch of idiots. I'm the successor of the mysterious sky mirror. What do you know? Get out. Scram, liar. You blind fool. Xianjiu cursed, when have I ever been blind? Don't spread rumors. In the distance, Moonlight Mavis felt a headache coming on. She did not know where this group of people had come from. At that moment, Yumu walked over. Do you think it's really the Guyu ruins? Moonlight Mavis shook her head. Judging from the style, it doesn't look like it. I don't think so either. This architectural style is even older than the Guyu era, Yumu said. Moonlight Mavis looked at the large door of the building, especially the pair of rune-like pupils. Her eyes flickered. As a Mavis, she knew many secrets that others did not, including the rune technology civilization. She was very sure that this was the rune technology civilization's ruins, but she did not know why it had been called the Guyu ruins. The rune technology civilization was considered a taboo even in the Mavis family's historical records. It was an incomparably brilliant and mysterious civilization that had only appeared briefly. Countless people were curious about this civilization, and Moonlight Mavis was no exception. She also wanted to know what existed here. Many people had gathered in the city, both openly and secretly. Almost everyone from the Outerverse was gathered here, such as the black-masked assassin and the old woman from the Nalan family. Everyone was waiting for the door to open, but only a portion of the experts would show themselves. Lon Si was at the very back of the crowd, and Elder Iron was beside him. I'll send those people away, Elder Iron said. Lon Si waved a hand. It doesn't matter. He was still most concerned about Lu Yin. Could he really go into seclusion peacefully after the Guyu ruins appeared? Lon Si did not believe it. After a long commotion, someone suddenly cried out, "Look, has this door been burned?" Everyone looked over seriously. It's not burned. It's left behind by the attacks of those powerhouses. No, those attacks didn't do it. Even a strong cultivator couldn't leave any traces behind. It was obviously burned. We'll know if it's true after we try. Behind the door, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He'd heard it, someone had finally discovered it. He had been thinking that if no one else had discovered it, he would set the door on fire himself. Very quickly, several experts took action, igniting the door with star energy. However, the door did not respond. More and more experts took action, and soon, there were over 100 of them, including those with innate gifts of fire. Finally, the door moved and opened just a sliver. It was just a sliver, and ordinary people would not be able to notice it. However, all of the powerful cultivators present could sense it. Meng Tianlong, Munich Heng, Gue Wuzong, Ke Yun, and a group of other experts tore through the void and appeared in front of the crowd. They stared at the door with heated gazes. It's fire. Only fire can open the door. Burn it. Ke Yun barked and was the first to act. At this moment, all of their grudges were set aside, and their priority was to open the door. However, they had also secretly made preparations to deal a fatal blow at any moment. Lu Yin relaxed behind the door, as everything had fallen into his rhythm. Let's begin, fire. Man-made flames were not enough to fill the heaven flame stone, even with an enlighter like Ke Yun. Following that, Yumu, Elder Big Drum, Mavis, and the other experts all took action. High-temperature flames instantly filled the entire city, forcing the crowd to retreat as they could not withstand the heat. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as the heaven flame stone was filled with flames, but it was not enough. It was far from enough. The flames burned for a few days, and the door finally opened a sliver. Everyone saw hope and bravely stepped forward to ignite the flames, but the door only opened a sliver. The flames aren't hot enough. We need to find something hotter, someone said. Many people threw out all sorts of things that could ignite the flames, and some even threw a pile of firewood. Throw that fish up there. I'm hungry, Ku Wei suggested. Needless to say, many people were tempted. Shi Qi was startled, and she quickly ran off. And that stupid flag. Someone pointed at Xianzhou. Xianzhou glared at that person and then ran off as well. Everyone was trying to think of a way to ignite the flames, but the door only opened a sliver. Not even an insect could enter, let alone a person. Elder Big Drum stopped, and a conflicted look appeared in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "Everyone, I once obtained a fire seed when I was young. It's extremely hot and can be used, but I'll say this first. Once the door opens, I'll be the first to enter. Anyone who dares to snatch it from me will become an enemy of the Hall of Honor." Yu Mu frowned. "Elder Big Drum, are you trying to use the Hall of Honor to pressure us?" Elder Big Drum answered seriously, "I've already paid the price, so it's only natural for me to reap the rewards." Yu Mu said, "I can also provide extreme heat." At this point, someone else spoke up one after another, clearly stating that they could provide extreme heat as well. In the end, no one knew what everyone had discussed, but as a wave of scorching heat spread out, the sky of the small city changed. Many of the experts who had gathered in front of the buildings could feel the heat wave in their faces, and they could not help but retreat. Those who were too slow were almost roasted dry. No one reminded them that they had to pay a price if they wanted to fight for the inheritance, and they deserved to die. This was what cultivation was all about. Behind the door, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the right effect, and this was the effect that he had wanted. He thought about it and hurriedly opened the door a sliver more, but it was still just a sliver. He wanted to squeeze these people dry, and there was definitely someone who had something good that they had not taken out yet. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com Wonderful Book House. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 944. The heat within the Heaven Flame stones was constantly being replenished, and Elder Big Drum and the others took out all sorts of treasures to increase the temperature. The temperature in the city continued to rise, and the cultivators who had not reached the space-exploring realm could no longer withstand it, so they all retreated. The city's original walls had also been touched by others, and many of them had already disappeared. Very few people noticed that the walls that had disappeared had not been reduced to ashes, but had simply disappeared. The Heaven Flame stones were the source of the Fire Dragon's power, and the Fire Dragon could slow down Red Madam's attacks. It also cooperated with the Heaven Flame Path Master to deal with the powerful imprinter, so the amount of heat it could generate was unimaginable. Lu Yin could only open the door bit by bit to tempt them. If he had not thought of this method, he would not even have been able to find the heat. Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikheng, and the experts of the Great Eastern Alliance all took out items that could increase the temperature. Everyone knew that the Great Eastern Alliance had been searching for an ancient flame seed, but they had not exposed themselves. Lu Yin did not blame them, as they were not his subordinates. They were just working together to obtain what they needed. Furthermore, the alliance was not completely voluntary, so it was normal for them to not cooperate with him. More than 10 days later, the door was still only slightly open. Although the gap was very small, it still gave everyone hope. This is the door to an ancient inheritance, and it must be Senior Gu Yu's test. The heat that we're looking for is not enough. If you have more, then don't keep it to yourselves, Elder Big Drum shouted. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Novak appeared. He had actually been here for a long time, but he had not shown himself. Elder Big Drum was not surprised to see him, as they were all elders who were not valued by the Hall of Honor. Although they all had power levels of more than 300,000, they were actually considered the weakest amongst those in the same realm. Otherwise, they would not have been in the Outerverse. If they wanted to return to the Neoverse, they would need to increase their strength. Elder Nuohua raised his hand, and there was a white powder-like object in his palm. He casually waved it, and what gushed out was a white, blazing heat. In an instant it suppressed the extreme heat of the others, causing the void of the small city to distort. This heat was something that even powerhouses with power levels of 400,000 feared. Not too far away, Mavis walked out and pulled out an incomplete sourcebox from her cosmic ring. She then tossed it at the door, causing a strong gale to sweep through the area and shatter the sourcebox's surface. A torrential heatwave surged out from the sourcebox like a reverse waterfall, incinerating space itself. Everyone who was watching from afar trembled in fear, and even Elder Big Drum and the others who were closest to the sourcebox were forced to continuously retreat. A high temperature that's enough to threaten an envoy-level powerhouse. The Mavis family is indeed rich, Yumu praised. Yuehua Mavis looked at him. Shamrock Enterprises isn't weak either. Yumu smiled and took out a fiery red fruit. The fruit looked ordinary, but there was a flame brand on the surface. It was a strange fruit that Shamrock Enterprises had found on a planet. It was so hot that even Yumu didn't dare to eat it. He had originally planned to research and create a medicine, but right now, there was nothing more important than Guyu's inheritance. Jasper Mountain Sea took action, throwing out more than 10 treasures that were related to high-temperature flames. There were even exotic treasures among them, causing quite a few people to be stupefied. Everyone said that the Million City was rich, and now they had seen it for themselves. Behind the door, Luin was ecstatic. The temperature outside suddenly rose, and this time, the door was truly roasted red. The Heavenfire stone glowed brightly. Luin knew that this was the constant replenishment of the high temperature, but the people outside thought that it was a sign that the door was about to open. "Hurry up, we're almost there," Elder Big Drum said anxiously. Lon Si walked out and took out 2 round stones. They collided with each other, producing lightning that transformed into flames in the void. The temperature was even higher than the powder that Elder Novak had provided, and it was extremely close to the fruit that Yumu had taken out. Xianjiu also came over. No one knew how someone who hadn't even reached the explorer realm could approach such high temperatures. It had to be said that his attire was quite intimidating, and he gave off the feeling of an otherworldly expert who was playing around. Even Elder Big Drum was intimidated, and everyone looked at him. Xianjiu stared at the door for a while before shaking his head and muttering something to himself. He then turned around and left. Right after Xianjiu left, the black undying bird swooped down from the sky towards the door. The Dark Phoenix people also appeared. They were experts at playing with fire, and their addition greatly boosted the confidence of many. Someone sighed. If the Dark Phoenix ancestor isn't dead, then this door should be able to open. This sentence caused the faces of the Dark Phoenix experts to darken. The Dark Phoenix clan was one of the 3 great powers in the outer verse that could not be provoked. They had fought their way out of the inner verse because of the Dark Phoenix ancestors' fame, and they were fearless. However, after the battle at the border, their ancestor had died, and they had become much more low-key. Their way of doing things had completely changed, and this was a source of pain for them. They hoped more than anyone that the Dark Phoenix ancestor was still alive and not remembered by others. As time passed, another group of experts arrived one after another, and all sorts of high-temperature flames were thrown towards the door as if they were worshipping the ancestor. 20 days later, Luin moved his arms. It was time to cultivate. The door was opened slightly, and he could barely see it with his naked eye. He didn't care about what happened next. It would be best if these people had high-temperature flames, but if they didn't, then he would wait until he was done with his cultivation. As he thought about it, he waved his hand and threw a pile of star essence onto the ground. Luin touched the Heaven Flame stone with one hand and felt an intense burning pain in his palm. The high temperature spread through his body through the Heaven Flame stone, and his gaze became resolute as he began to absorb the star energy. There weren't many people in the entire universe who possessed such a cheat-like method of absorbing star energy, but once one mastered it, they would not be able to quit. Who would be willing to slowly absorb star energy? The last time he had used the Heaven Flame Stone, he had completed 4 cycles. This time, he wanted to completely break through to the cruiser realm. As long as the people outside supported him, he might even be able to reach an even higher realm. No one would have thought that more than half of the Outerverse experts would go to great lengths to provide Lu Yin with all of their high-temperature treasures for his cultivation. Perhaps none of them would have known about this in their entire lives. The Explorer realm was above the Explorer realm. After 4 cycles of star energy in one's body, one would reach the peak of the Explorer realm, and after 5 cycles, one would become a cruiser. 4 cycles and 5 cycles did not seem like much of a difference, and the only difference was the amount of star energy contained. However, the human body had its limits, and every cycle would expand the limits of one's body. In the ancient handbook, a powerhouse had described the human body as a balloon. If it was filled to the brim in one go, then it would explode. It had to be filled to the brim, and then the balloon had to be strengthened to increase its toughness before it could be filled again. This was the so-called star energy cycle. It allowed one to adapt to the universe, resist exhaustion, and increase one's strength. The star energy cycle was the most precious cultivation method that had been passed down since ancient times, and it was unique to humans. Astral beasts were different. Their potential was enough to allow them to reach a certain level, and they did not need to slowly rotate their planets to complete the cycle. The human body was very mysterious. 4 cycles would slowly strengthen one's body, and once the 5th cycle was completed, there would be a subtle sublimation. Regardless of whether it was one's physical strength, reaction time, 5 senses, or even one's comprehension, everything would increase. This was the reason why the cruisers were differentiated from each other. There were indeed differences between explorers and cruisers, and the difference lay in the sublimation after 5 cycles. Otherwise, there would be no need to differentiate between cruisers if they both cycled star energy. Based on each person's differences, the amount of improvement after 5 cycles would be different. Some people would improve very little, and their strength would be limited. Others would improve greatly, and their strength might even double. This naturally included an increase in comprehension, as well as an increase in their comprehension of battle techniques and innate gifts. Lu Yin was currently on his way to completing 5 cycles. The amount of star energy he needed to cycle each cycle was 200 times that of a normal person's, which meant that his limit was also 200 times that of a normal person's. This was also why he could jump realms to fight against powerhouses. His physical body was different from a normal person's. He could be considered a different kind of life form, and even the 10 arbiters were much stronger than normal people. A month later, Lu Yin was still cultivating and did not have the time to bother with the door. The crack in the door was exactly the same as it had been a month ago. This made the people outside anxious, as they had already squandered too many treasures. If they could not open the door, then it would be a huge loss. Don't you guys feel that the closer we get to the door, the more abundant the star energy is? An enlighter asked in surprise. Only then did the others realize that their attention had been drawn to the door, and no one had paid attention to the star energy. When this person said this, the crowd realized something. Quick, increase the temperature. There's definitely something good behind the door, someone said excitedly. Everyone else was excited, as the abundance of star energy meant that there were definitely treasures behind the door. Even Lan Si was looking forward to it, as the mystery behind the door was too attractive. Lu Yin had used a Heaven Flame Stone to burn star essence, which produced an abundance of star energy that flowed out through the crack in the door. This caused the people outside to misunderstand. Even if the door did not continue to open, did they still have some motivation? Immediately, quite a few people threw in high-temperature items in an attempt to open the door. Elder, he had been here before. As an emissary in the Outerverse who was second only to Master Yuan, no one had noticed his arrival. After observing for a while, he determined that this was not some Guyu inheritance, as the architectural style was too different from the era that Guyu had lived in. Although the universe was grand and there were many strange architectural styles, he recognized this architectural style. It was the rune technology civilization. He recognized the pupils that had turned into runes on the door at first glance. After recognizing that this was the rune technology civilization ruins, Elder he left without a second thought. His understanding of the rune technology civilization was one of the reasons why he had to leave. It was a brilliant and terrifying civilization, and anyone who came into contact with that civilization might vanish at any time. Even an emissary like him did not want to come into contact with that civilization. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, countless people had come and gone. Soon, another month passed. The crowd had been burning outside the door for a full 2 months, but it still did not open. Many people's hearts sank, as they had really tried their best. They had even taken out a high-temperature flamed seed that could attract the attention of an emissary, but they still could not open the door. Although they were disheartened, their expectations for what was behind the door grew. The harder it was to open, the more it proved that there was something behind it. This was common knowledge. If the crowd had been 90% suspicious of the Guyu ruins 2 months ago, they were only 40% suspicious now. Only a powerhouse like the Guyu could have built such a powerful door, and even the door was so difficult to enter. This showed just how precious the inheritance was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 945. That was the psychology of humans. The more unobtainable something was, the more precious it was. Lan Si was no exception. He'd been waiting outside for 2 months and had even delayed his training. This was a pleasant surprise for Lu Yin. At this moment, Elder Iron came to Lan Si's side and shook his head. I still won't see him. Lan Si's expression was ugly. He had asked Elder Tai to look for Elder Daegu. He wanted to see Master Yuan again because he had a request, but Master Yuan refused to see him. The 10 arbiters had very high statuses, but that was only relative to the younger generation. At most, their influence extended to enlighters with power levels of over 200,000. Master Yuan, on the other hand, was a powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million. If not for the fact that Lu Yin's status had been recorded in the Hall of Honor, then it would have been impossible for him to request to see Master Yuan so many times. Did you say that I'm not here because of what happened last time? Lan Si said in a low voice. He was in a bad mood. The last time he had sought an audience with Master Yuan, it had been for the position of honorary Dharma child. Unfortunately, Master Yuan had bestowed that position upon Lu Yin, which was why he had challenged Lu Yin to a duel. This time, however, he had other matters to attend to. Elder Iron replied, I did, but Master Yuan refuses to see anyone. Lan Si felt helpless, as he had actually wanted to ask Master Yuan about his futon. All of the 10 arbiters had one, and it allowed them to enter the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect ruins and search for ancient inheritances. This was one of the 10 arbiters' advantages, and it was similar to the Neoverse Star Tower. They needed to compete for the Star Tower, and they also needed to compete with the 6th mainland for the Daosaur sect's ruins. But he had lost his futon. Lan Si felt a chill run down his spine when he mentioned this matter. His futon was his most important treasure, and it was also a legacy item that the 10 arbiters had passed down to the next 10 arbiters. Now, it had been lost just like that. Lan Si had practically flipped through his cosmic ring to look for it, but he had not been able to find it. He really didn't know when he had lost it. It had been a few years and he had never dared to tell anyone about it. He suspected that an absolute powerhouse had knocked him out and then used his blood to steal his futon. Otherwise, how could it have been lost in his cosmic ring? Who could steal something from a cosmic ring? That was impossible. There were only 10 photons in the entire universe, and Lu Yin did not believe that. He wanted to see if Master Yuan, a powerhouse who had always been overseeing the outerverse, would have any extra photons. Even if he had to borrow them, it would be fine. Lu Yin wanted to take advantage of the Innerverse Great War and head to the Daosor sect's ruins to search for the inheritance. But now, he couldn't even see Master Yuan's face. Speaking of which, how did he lose his futon? It was simply an unsolved mystery. In the distance, behind the door, the pile of star essence on the ground had almost been completely depleted. If Lu Yin wanted to complete 5 cycles, he would need about 300,000 star essence. Just now, he had tossed out nearly 400,000 star essence on the ground, and a portion of it had leaked out due to the fire. The rest would be enough to complete his 5th cycle. When the star essence on the ground completely disappeared, a cracking sound could be heard from Lu Yin's body. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled, causing his hot breath to distort the void. After 5 cycles, he finally broke through to the cruiser realm. He slowly raised his hand. His physical body had undergone a sublimation. Although it was not as exaggerated as the sublimation in the space of the Golden Sea, it had still improved a lot. His 5 senses had also improved. Before he had broken through to the cruiser realm, he had been able to fight against a peak hunter, and by relying on his secret technique and the Aeon evolution scripture, he had been able to fight against an enlighter with a power level of around 200,000. Now, however, he was confident that he could fight against an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. The current me should have already surpassed Aiden and Kai Jinqiang, he thought to himself. Aiden's defense was unparalleled, and his Thunder Mountain technique combined with his 9-line battle force allowed him to fight against an enlighter. Kai Jinqiang's attacks were ferocious, and he had beaten his peers into silence. However, that was only in his era, as there had been no 10 arbiters back then. Kai Jinqiang had been considered the strongest person in the Innerverse during his time, and his status had been equivalent to the current 10 arbiters. However, that era was different. Zirong had also been an absolute expert in his generation, but he had still been defeated by the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were terrifying, and Lu Yin had broken their records. In terms of innate talent, he was on the same level as the 10 arbiters, and the 10 arbiters could easily defeat enlighters. They were complete monsters. The 10 arbiters were synonymous with epic making, and Lu Yin was slowly approaching them. He knew that the gap between him and Lan Si was shrinking, but it was not the right time. He still did not have the confidence to defeat Lan Si. He could improve, but so could Lan Si. The other 10 arbiters had also improved greatly, and Lu Yin still needed to improve. Right, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that he had been cultivating for 10 years. There should be someone in the 10 arbiters who was almost 40 years old. Once they reached 40 years of age, they would no longer be part of the younger generation, and they would have to step down. Lu Yin did not know how old Lan Si was. However, he did not like to wait for others to step down. He preferred to be expelled, especially since the person who had caused the death of 72 people with the surname Lu had to be eliminated. He no longer felt anything from the high temperature that had spread across his body. No matter how high the temperature was, it would quickly cool down with the passage of time. After such a long time, all of the high-temperature fire seeds that could be found in the outerverse had probably been used up. Lu Yin felt that it was time to leave. There was no other way, as the outerverse resources were limited. If he had been in the innerverse, there would have been several envoys. That kind of fire would have been enough for him to cultivate for a year, and he might even be able to reach the hunter realm. Of course, it was not good to cultivate too quickly. His body needed to gradually adapt to the star energy circulation, which required time. The cruiser realm was just a small threshold that could not be considered a realm increase. Only when he broke through to the hunter realm would he be able to do so. At that time, he would need to use his formcast model. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as he had been suppressed before. He stood up and moved, causing his body to creak. Lu Yin looked at the door. There were so many people outside, and if he did not open it, these people would guard the door until the end of time. He did not want to be seen by these people when he opened the door, or else he would not be able to use this method in the future. Lu Yin raised his hand and decided to roll his die. He would give them something good so that their efforts would not have been in vain. Lu Yin placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped his die. It slowly spun before finally coming to a stop at 5 pips, which meant that he could borrow his innate gift. Lu Yin felt helpless. There were indeed many people in front of him, including Lan Si of the 10 Arbiters, but he could not leave. Hold on, he suddenly remembered something important. Did Lan Si have an innate gift? Innate gifts were innate, and once one started cultivating, they would be able to determine whether or not they had an innate gift. Lu Yin had always seen Lan Si fight using overlaying stacks, including his battle with Bai Ling on the Greyweed continent. He had never seen Lan Si use an innate gift. Did Lan Si not have an innate gift? Lu Yin did not know, but he did not believe that one of the 10 Arbiters did not have an innate gift. It was possible, but not very likely. If Lan Si had an innate gift, then what was it? Lu Yin had been thinking about the information that Zi Xianxian and the Zi family had given him. Lan Si was cultivating a battle technique, and his attention had been drawn to it. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had neglected an innate gift. The importance of an innate gift was self-evident. Without the die's innate gift, Lu Yin would not have been able to reach where he was today. Countless experts in the universe had relied on their innate gifts to reach where they were now, and that was their true trump card. Lu Yin sighed, as he had almost forgotten that this was a fatal blow. Lan Si had kept a low profile and had never taken the initiative to reveal his innate gift, but that did not mean that Lu Yin did not have one. He could not be arrogant, as he was completely unaware of the 10 Arbiters' trump cards. Had White Knight completely revealed her innate gift during her battle with Blood Luni? Lu Yin was not sure either. Perhaps she had, and perhaps she had not. He felt that it would be better to delay his battle with Lan Si for a while longer. However, if Lan Si was willing to let him use external items, then Lu Yin could beat Lan Si until he cried. He did not believe that anyone could compete with him in terms of external items. The walnuts that Master Yuan had given him were enough to instantly kill an envoy. Lu Yin continued to roll his die. The second time, he rolled pips, time stop space. Lu Yin grabbed his cosmic ring and entered. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin raised his hand to add 6 months to his time limit. However, he had spent more than 400 star essence. He had to adapt to his current physical strength in half a year's time, consolidate his battle techniques, and memorize the Stonewall scriptures. There were many things that he needed to do. Lu Yin's vision flashed, and he returned to that building. It had only been a second in the real world, but he had already been in the time-stop space for half a year. He would not be able to make any progress if he stayed any longer, so he might as well come out. He continued to roll his die. This time, he rolled pips, 3. In reality, it did not matter if he did not roll it, as he could just leave something behind. However, those people outside had been lucky to roll it. The first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was his cosmic ring. Back on Xenia Star, he had wanted to try upgrading his cosmic ring, but he had obtained that ball of paper. He did not know if that ball of paper was his own memory, but it had made him homesick, which had delayed him until now. He tossed his cosmic ring onto the upper screen, but there was no response. Luin took out the items from his cosmic ring and tossed them onto the upper screen, but there was still no response. He thought about it for a moment, and decided that it might have something to do with space. Space could not be created out of thin air, and upgrading a cosmic ring meant that its internal space had to increase. But where would this increase come from? It could not have appeared out of thin air. It was a pity that he could not upgrade his cosmic ring, as it would have been another profitable business. Since he could not upgrade his cosmic ring, Luin flipped through the items in his cosmic ring and decided to upgrade some ancient pills. He had a total of 12 ancient pills, and he had upgraded 3 of them at a cost of 20,000 star essence per pill. After using one, he still had 2 left. Luin upgraded the remaining 9 pills at a cost of 180,000 star essence, and he upgraded another 3 pills to 300,000 power levels. In other words, he had enough rune lines to heal the injuries of 300,000 enlighters. He placed one of the pills where the statue had been, and that would be considered a reward for the enlighters. He did not want to give any more than that. That ancient pill had cost him 50,000 star essence, which was not a small amount. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be too monotonous to leave just one pill. He took out a drop of spring water from the exquisite lake and placed it beside the pill. He was about to leave when he thought about it again and decided that he could not be too stingy. Otherwise, those people would not be so excited the next time they came across the ruins. Luin gritted his teeth and took out 10,000 star essence and casually scattered them on the ground. He was quite reluctant to part with them. How many people could casually throw away 10,000 star essence like Luin had? Even if the Mavis Bank was casually throwing away money, it would still be in cosmic dollars. 10,000 star essence was equivalent to 1 billion star crystals, so how much would that be in cosmic dollars? He could not even count it. He was being too generous. Thanks. Big Brother AI Shing. Thank you, brother. Cool breeze. Thank you for your support. Thank you, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 946. Luin turned around and looked at the 2 screens of enhance on his die. He thought about it and decided that it would be too much of a waste to store it away. He looked at the other items in his cosmic ring and finally took out a formcast model. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had been using formcast models. This was the path that any cultivator with the right conditions would take. Those who did not use formcast models were known as wandering soldiers. A typical formcast model could form a body 3 times and allow one to reach the Melder realm. The better ones could form a body 4 times and allow one to reach the Lamiter realm. Only a few heirs of great powers could use a 5-stage formcast model. An explorer's formcast model far surpassed his peers, and such people were few and far between. A 6-stage formcast model was a legendary one, and even the heirs of great powers might not be able to obtain one. In order to obtain a 6-stage formcast model, one had to be an envoy-level powerhouse, and how many such powerhouses were there in the universe? Luin currently had a 6-stage formcast model that he had upgraded in Iron Blood Weave. It had cost him more than 8,000 star essence to upgrade it, which was too cheap for his current wealth. Now, he wanted to see if he could upgrade it to a 7-stage one. He had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model before. He tossed the formcast model onto the upper screen and then threw in more than 10,000 star essence. Luin watched expectantly as the formcast model lowered a bit. Luin was excited, as lowering it meant that it could be upgraded. The formcast model could really be upgraded to a 7-stage one. He had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model before, but it really could be done. The effects of using a formcast model to upgrade one's strength were different from those of not using one. Before formcast models had appeared, the heirs of great powers had also used a similar method to upgrade their strength, which was known as empowerment. However, there were too few people who could use this method, and only the heirs of great powers could enjoy it. A formcast model was equivalent to empowerment. If a 6-stage formcast model was equivalent to an envoy-level powerhouse's empowerment, then what about a 7-stage formcast model? Hai Chi-Chi had once said that she had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model, and even the Sea King could not create one with his strength. Could it be that only world imprinters or cosmic imprinters could create one? Regardless of that, Lu Yin could already see hope for a 7-stage formcast model. If a 6-stage formcast model was prepared for a hunter, then a 7-stage formcast model would be prepared for an enlighter. However, this was a bit of a headache, as he had spent more than 10,000 star essence just to lower the formcast model by a tiny bit. If he wanted to upgrade it completely, he would need at least 1,000,000 star essence. He had enough money, but he could not upgrade it now. He was still quite a distance away from becoming a hunter, so he would have to wait until he broke through. Lu Yin's money. It was time to let those people in. Outside the door, the flames were still burning, but they were much colder than before. Many of the tinders had already finished burning, and everyone's hearts sank. They had not been able to open the door, and now that the temperature had dropped, it was even more impossible. Yuehua Mavis and the others felt that it was a pity, as the price they had paid was not small. It seemed that they would have to wait for the inner verse and outer verse to reconnect if they wanted to open the door. Just as everyone was feeling disheartened, the door quietly opened. Everyone stared blankly as the door slowly opened, and the hot flames surged in. Yumu and the others immediately reacted and subconsciously swept out their flames to prevent the items inside from being burned. In the shadows, the black-masked assassin and the other experts rushed towards the door, but before they could enter, a towering tree rose from the ground and blocked their path. Yuehua Mavis had made a move. Everyone, please follow our previous agreement. Otherwise, I don't mind making those who broke the rules disappear. The black-masked assassin stopped. Yuehua Mavis' full strength was enough to contend against an imprinter from the 6th mainland. Imprinters were emissaries, and they were not existences that the black-masked assassins could compare to. Yuehua Mavis' deterrence was equivalent to an emissary's. Following Yuehua Mavis' words, Yumu, Elder Nuahua, Elder Big Drum, and Lan Si were the first to enter. Lu Yin held on to the aura-concealing stone and hid within the building. The first to enter was Moonlight Mavis, and Yumu followed closely behind. The Dark Phoenix clan's Hu Phineas, Cheong Shanhai, and the rest all entered one after another, but no one discovered Lu Yin. He did not care about what would happen next. The crowd gradually entered, and he retreated. Lu Yin had originally planned to leave, but he had accidentally overheard a group's conversation. His gaze turned cold, and he quickly hid himself. Aside from the items that Lu Yin had left behind, there was nothing else in the building. Many people had entered with high hopes, but they had left with disappointment, and the building had almost been torn down. Especially Yumu and the others. In order to open the door, they had used up a lot of precious things, but now they had nothing. Those pellets and crystal marrow were no different from having nothing. They had a lot of anger in their hearts, and they couldn't vent it even if they wanted to. They could only leave gloomily. There were still quite a few smart people in the crowd, and they had actually discovered traces of Lu Yin's movements. This revealed that someone else had already entered this place, which left Elder Big Drum and the others helpless. Yuehua Mavis left, as there was nothing she wanted here. She had only wanted to know more about the rune technology civilization, but there had been no records of it. The others also left one after another. Ku Wei was not satisfied, as he had heard of Gu Yu's name. This person had made a name for himself in the Neoverse, and he had been looking forward to learning more about the Moonstar technique. However, there had been nothing. In the end, he still left. Xianjiu walked around the building and then left with a strange expression. Shiqi also walked around. There's nothing. Let's go. Above her head, the fish was puzzled. What a familiar scent. I've definitely smelled it before. Where is it? Let Lord Fish think. Lan Si was not disappointed, as he had never planned on cultivating the Moonstar technique in the first place. It was fine as long as no one else could obtain it. Mu Nikhang, Meng Tianlong, and the others helplessly left. They all headed in the same direction since they were all in the east. Not long after they left the ruins, they were surrounded by a group of experts, including the Ghost Shadow Sword Sect, the Yak family, and other powerful organizations from the Central Weaves. Even Kuyun from the Moke Sword Sect had hidden his identity and attacked them. The Great Eastern Alliance and the Central Weaves allied forces were enemies, not friends. Lu Yin had killed more than 300 generals in a single night, which had shaken the Outerverse and caused the Central Weaves allied forces to both hate and fear the Great Eastern Alliance. This was a rare opportunity for Lu Yin to enter seclusion, so the Central Weaves allied forces decided to act and eliminate Meng Tianlong and the others to deal a blow to the Great Eastern Alliance. They were not afraid that Lu Yin would find out, as they had long since become mortal enemies. The Great Eastern Alliance's experts included Gong Cho from Taima Palace, Lu Ran from Green Peak Gorge, and the others. They were unable to withstand the premeditated attack from the Central Weaves allied forces, especially since there were 2 Enlighters in the Central Weaves allied forces. Meng Tianlong had been heavily injured the moment he had attacked, and Mu Nikhang had been injured as well. The ambush had taken place in the east of the ruins, and most of the experts who had headed to the ruins had headed west after leaving. Even if there were some scattered experts who saw the ambushed Great Eastern Alliance members, they could only pretend that they had not seen them. This ambush would end in a few minutes at most. Mu Nikhang and the others were on the verge of despair, and Lu Ran had already shouted that he was surrendering. Kuyun had beheaded Lu Ran with a single slash. He had been threatened by the Great Eastern Alliance because of Lan, and he had been forced to invite her back to the sect. He had viewed this matter as a humiliation, and he had participated in this ambush as revenge. Meng Tianlong struck out with both palms, and the great desolate palm flew out and covered the heavens. However, Gue Wuzong pierced through the palms, and his sword pierced through Meng Tianlong's shoulder. Great Eastern Alliance. The moment you join us is the moment you die. Not too far away, an arrow shot over, but Gue Wuzong sneered and casually swatted it away. His cold gaze swept over Gong Cho. Brat, you're courting death. Even further away, Mu Nikhang was having a hard time dealing with Kuyun's attacks. Although the Moke Sword Sect sword techniques were not as elusive as the Ghost Shadow Sword Sects, they were still filled with dignity and righteousness, which made it impossible for anyone to resist. Kuyun's sword vibrated, and he dispersed Mu Nichang's star energy. He then slashed down from above. Mu Nikhang gritted her teeth and raised her hand, causing dozens of wooden golems to appear and trap Kuyun within. These wooden golems were Even Ground Palace's most valuable treasures, and there were a total of 99 of them. It was rumored that they could even trap an Enlighter when used together. Kuyun was indeed trapped, and he could not fight his way out, but he would not be trapped for long. Mu Nikhang was unlucky, as the movement of the wooden golems had caused too much of a commotion, and it had attracted the attention of another Enlighter from the Central Weaves allied forces. She was an old woman, and she raised a withered hand to grab Mu Nikhang. Little girl, you're quite pretty. Show me your face. Mu Nichang's pupils shrank. It was over. Even further away, Doro despaired. Suddenly, a figure flickered past Doro and appeared in front of Mu Nikhang. The figure raised a palm and slapped out, colliding with the old woman's withered hand. An indescribably ferocious force exploded forth, creating shockwaves that tore through the void and sent Mu Nikhang flying. The old enlighter's withered hand was instantly shattered into pieces. The old woman howled as her body was bombarded by an invisible force. Her skin cracked, and she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The sudden appearance of the figure that had injured the old woman with a single palm attracted everyone's attention. Within the wooden golem, Kuyun was shocked. Was he one of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si? No one had expected Lan Si's appearance, and he had not left in this direction. Furthermore, Lan Si and Lu Yin had fought, and they were not on friendly terms. No one had expected Lan Si to appear. Mu Nikhang stared at Lan Si's back in shock. He was so tall and imposing, and this person had saved her. Lan Si looked down at the crowd, and just by standing in outer space, he exuded an invincible aura. He casually waved his hand, and a strong wind stirred up. Everyone felt like they were being pushed back by an invisible force, and they could feel the 10 arbiters' strength. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 947. The names of the 10 arbiters had spread throughout the innerverse and outerverse, and everyone knew about them. However, no one knew exactly how powerful the 10 arbiters were. Kuyun and the others had originally believed that the 10 arbiters could intimidate the younger generation, but not them. Now, they clearly understood that the 10 arbiters' power level was truly heaven-defying. A hunter was enough to render enlighters like them powerless. The old woman was a good example. She had exchanged blows with Lan Si and was easily injured. However, she did not dare to make a move. She was afraid because she had felt Lan Si's invincible strength. Why is Lan Si of the 10 arbiters helping the Great Eastern Alliance? Ghost Wuzong could not help but ask. Lan Si's gaze swept across the crowd. I owe Lu Yin a favor, and now, I'm returning it to him. Gue Wuzong barked, you and Lu Yin are enemies, not friends. Now that you've dealt with the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin is like a rootless duckweed that you can do whatever you want to him. Lan Si was cold and arrogant. The view of an ant. Gue Wuzong was furious, but he dared not say anything else. Kuyun stared at Lan Si vigilantly, as this kid was too powerful. Even if Lan Si could defeat the old woman, he would not be able to do so in a short amount of time. After all, they were both enlighters, and in terms of power level, Kuyun was tens of thousands of times weaker than the old woman. However, Lan Si had been able to heavily injure the old woman with a single palm strike. His strength was unfathomable. Lan Si looked back at Mu Nikhang. Tell Lu Yin that I've repaid the favor I owe him. Mu Nikhang and the others were still staring at him blankly when a voice rang out. You want to return it? It won't be that easy. Mu Nikhang, Meng Tianlong, and the rest were ecstatic, but Gue Wuzong and the rest were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. This was Lu Yin's voice. Lu Yin had arrived a long time ago, but he had sensed Lan Si's presence. He didn't know what Lan Si was up to, so he hadn't made a move. Lan Si and the others had been able to escape to the outerverse because they owed him a favor. Lu Yin had assumed that Lan Si would not care about this favor, but he had never expected that one of the 10 arbiters would remember it. He must have heard about the Central Weaves Alliance's plot and hurried over to return the favor. Lu Yin's battle with Lance was merely a battle between a glory child and one of the 10 arbiters. There was no grudge between the two of them. Friendship was friendship, and competition was competition. However, he couldn't return the favor so easily. Lan Si looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, as he hadn't even noticed that this person had arrived. It was rare for someone to be able to conceal their aura to such an extent. Lu Yin didn't care about the others and calmly looked at Lan Si. What, do you want to return the favor so easily? Lan Si calmly replied, I can return it. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he glanced at Gue Wuzong and the others. You want to steal my kill? Lan Si's eyes narrowed. If you snatch it, it'll be mine. Of the 403 people in the Great Mountain Dojo, I'll return 403 people to you. There are more than 400 enemies here. You can try. There were close to 1,000 people from the Great Eastern Alliance and the Central Weave's allied forces present, and they could all tell that Lan Si wanted to capture 403 people from the Central Weave's allied forces to repay Lu Yin's favor. They were the so-called heads. Gue Wuzong and the others felt humiliated, but they were also filled with fear. Run! As soon as the order was given, the allied forces from the Central Weaves fled in all directions. Among them, there were about 30 space-exploring powerhouses, while the rest were in their spacecraft, which was ready to fly away. Lan Si's eyes went wide, and his figure disappeared in a flash. He then pierced through a spacecraft and caused it to malfunction. He stopped in space, but his body did not slow down at all as he reached out to grab an explorer. Lu Yin focused on the old woman who had been heavily injured by Lan Si. She wanted to escape, and although she was heavily injured, she was an enlighter, so her speed was extremely fast. However, Lu Yin was even faster. His physical body was terrifyingly powerful, and he immediately caught up to the old woman and slapped her with a palm. The old woman was furious. Even if she could not defeat the 10 arbiters, she could not defeat Lu Yin. She raised her other hand, which was even more shriveled, and viciously slapped at Lu Yin. Die, you brat! Lan Si grabbed the explorer and turned around to look at her. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin lashed out with a palm. After breaking through to the cruiser realm, his overlaying stacks had smoothly reached 100 stacks, and the same thing happened again. The old woman's palm shattered, and blood splattered across space. The overlaying stack's formless strength flowed through her arm and into her body, causing the cracks on her skin to widen. She spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This time, she was seriously injured, and she did not even have the strength to escape. Everyone gasped. That was an enlighter. Not every weave in the Outerverse 72 weaves had an almighty enlighter, but she had been heavily injured by a single palm strike. The 10 arbiters' fame was too great, and they could understand that. Furthermore, Lan Si was a hunter, so it was not too much of an exaggeration. But what about Lu Yin? Wasn't it said that he had relied on external items to defeat enlighters? What external items? Lan Si's pupils shrank, as Lu Yin's palm strike was not much weaker than his own. This brat's physical strength was terrifying. Lu Yin was excited, as he had finally defeated an enlighter with his own strength. He roared at the sky, and his physical strength erupted with even greater speed as he fought with Lan Si for the kill. After breaking through to the cruiser realm, Lan Si did not have much of an advantage over Lu Yin. Lu Yin had originally guessed that he would be able to compete with the 10 arbiters once he became a cruiser, and this guess was close to being accurate. However, it was still only a competition. Lu Yin's fear of Lan Si had gradually deepened over time, especially when he thought about that unknown battle technique and innate gift. He could compete with Lan Si for kills, but if he really fought with Lan Si now, it would be impossible for him to win. Lan Si would not reveal his full strength in a situation like this. Lu Yin knew this, but others did not. In their eyes, Lu Yin was currently on par with the 10 arbiters' divine fist, and they stood on the same level. Meng Tianlong's heart was filled with shock. How long had Lu Yin been cultivating? It had only been 10 years, but he had already caught up to the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin had entered the Astral Combat Academy at the same time as his son, Meng Yu. Meng Yu was at most an explorer, but Lu Yin was already comparable to the 10 arbiters. This innate gift was too terrifying, and no one had ever achieved it before. Gue Wuzong fled for his life, but there were people in both directions. One was Lan Si, and the other was Lu Yin. He was the last person aside from Ke Yun, and this caused both Lan Si and Lu Yin to fight over him. Gue Wuzong's heart crumbled, and he fully displayed the phantom ghost sword, but he could not hide from the two. His movements were as clear as day, and his so-called elusiveness was nothing more than a joke. Lu Yin and Lan Si caught up to Gue Wuzong at the same time, and they did not dodge or evade the phantom ghost sword. Instead, they attacked at the same time, and with a bang, their long swords shattered. Both of their hands grabbed onto Gue Wuzong's arms, and the same 100 stacks flowed through his arms, using Gue Wuzong's body as a battlefield. Gue Wuzong howled in agony as the meridians in his arms shattered. Shockwaves spread out from his body as the two stacked stacks did not give way to each other. Lu Yin and Lan Si simultaneously felt each other's ferocious strength and experienced each other's strength. Lu Yin suddenly retreated, as Gue Wuzong would definitely die if they fought one more time. Lan Si did not care, but Lu Yin could not ignore it, as he still needed Gue Wuzong to be useful. Lan Si grabbed Gue Wuzong. "I'll return your 300 heads." He then tossed Gue Wuzong over to Lu Yin, as he had captured exactly 300 people. Lu Yin had 100 fewer people than Lan Si, and that was all because of one spacecraft. In reality, both of their attack speeds were about the same, but unfortunately, Lu Yin had only destroyed a few people on his spacecraft, which was 100 fewer people than Lan Si. In the end, both of them looked at Ke Yun, who was still trapped by the wooden figurine. Ke Yun's face paled, as he was done for. Although he was an enlighter, how could he possibly resist these two freaks? Gue Wuzong's miserable state sent a chill down his spine, and he decided not to attack. Instead, he reverted back to his original appearance. "Alliance Master Lu, it's been a long time." Lu Yin knew that this person was Ke Yun, and he wanted to hide his identity to take revenge on the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin could understand this, as it was normal for the sect master of a large sect to want revenge after being threatened. However, since he wanted to take revenge, he had to be prepared to bear the consequences. Lan Si lost interest and turned to leave. "Lu Yin, remember our agreement. I hope to fight as soon as possible." Lu Yin's eyes flashed quickly. It seemed like Lan Si was getting anxious. Lu Yin's improvement had been too great, and even the arrogant 10 arbiters were afraid of him. "Right, how old are you?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Lan Si stopped and did not even turn around. Meaningless question. Do you think that anyone who's older than 40 will really abdicate? Lu Yin shrugged. "I'm not expecting anyone to abdicate. I'm just asking." Lan Si left, leaving the crowd gasping in shock. Mu Nikhang looked at Lu Yin's departing figure with a strange glint in her eyes. The Central Weave's allied forces had attacked the Great Eastern Alliance, and some of them had died. Most of them had been captured, and the ones who had suffered the most were Gue Wuzong and the old and lighter woman. Now, only Ke Yun was left. Lu Yin walked over to the wooden figurine and calmly looked at Ke Yun. "Leader Ku, do you have anything to say now that things have reached this point?" Ke Yun bitterly replied, "I'm just a loser, and I have nothing to say. I'm at Alliance Leader Lu's disposal." Lu Yin sighed. "Actually, everyone knows what I'm thinking. The Outerverse has been weak for too many years, and its territory far surpasses the Innerverse. There are also many resources, but it's all because the 72 weaves are scattered. If these resources were gathered together, we would be able to nurture an expert comparable to the Innerverse. But now, the borders are in trouble, and the sixth mainland could attack again at any time. Under these circumstances, don't you think that a unified Outerverse would be much easier to protect itself than a scattered Outerverse?" Kuyun shook his head. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need to say such things. Your plan to unify the Outerverse began before the 6th mainland attacked, and I was already a prisoner. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need to say more. Lon has returned to the Moke Sword sect, and once I die, he will definitely be the next leader. No one will be able to compete with him, and the Moke Sword sect is already in your hands. Since that's the case, why would leader Ku make such a pointless sacrifice? Lu Yin asked. Kuyun was astonished. Alliance leader Lu, are you willing to give me a way out? Lu Yin raised his head. I've said it before. Gathering the Outerverse resources and experts is still a resource. If you can stay, then stay. In the future, you'll be able to deal with the 6th mainland strength. As for the Moke Sword sect, as long as they're willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance, I naturally won't make things difficult for them. I'm still magnanimous. Kuyun was grateful, and he nodded. If that's the case, then thank you, Alliance leader Lu. The Moke Sword sect is willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Kuyun was a smart person, or else he would not have been threatened by Wei Rong. This time, he had concealed his identity and ambushed the Great Eastern Alliance, which meant that he was not an upright and plain-spoken gentleman. He also had a hypocritical side. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 948. Lu Yin liked hypocrites, and such people were tactful. He had ways to deal with upright people, but it was even simpler to deal with hypocrites. They were afraid of death. After dealing with the Moke Sword School, the Phantom Sword sect would be much easier to deal with. If the Phantom Sword sect didn't agree, then Lu Yin could simply make the Phantom Sword sect disappear from the universe. Right now, Gue Wuzong's greatest wish was to heal the Phantom Sword sect, and he had no other thoughts. Those who had been captured quickly agreed. Almost all of these people were the leaders of the Central Weaves factions. After all, it was a competition for the Guyu inheritance, so naturally, those who had come were all top figures. Once these people surrendered, they would bring the factions of the Central Weave to submit to them. At the end of the day, a person only had one life, and there were very few people who would rather die than surrender. Furthermore, this was only an alliance, and they hadn't truly submitted to Lu Yin. The reason they had opposed the alliance was because they didn't want to have someone above them ordering them around. But now that they were about to die, why would they care about such things? The wooden figurine was put away, and Kuyun very consciously bowed to Lu Yin. The old enlighter also surrendered. She was actually an independent cultivator, and the fact that she had been able to cultivate to the enlighter realm as an independent cultivator showed that her innate gift was exceptionally high. This time, she had been hired by the Central Weave's allied forces, and she was just like the 3 enlighters who had tried to assassinate Lu Yin. She did not care about the Great Eastern Alliance or the Central Weave's allied forces, and she did not take a side at all. The assassination attempt slowly came to an end. Under the control of Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and Enya, this assassination attempt brought news that shook the entire Outerverse. Half a month later, the 9 Central Weaves announced that they would join the Great Eastern Alliance and work together to create a peaceful environment in the universe. When this news spread, countless people were shocked, and their scalps went numb. No one could figure out why the Great Eastern Alliance had suddenly joined 9 Weaves. Moreover, these Weaves were the ones that had been the most fiercely opposed to the Great Eastern Alliance, such as Saintio Weave and Umbral Butterfly Weave. No matter what other people thought, after the Great Eastern Alliance had merged with the 9 Weaves in the Central region, the total number of Weaves that the Outerverse had reached 31. The Outerverse had a total of 72 Weaves, and 31 Weaves were almost half of it. It was also at this moment that Lu Yin received a new nickname, Half-King Lu, which meant that he was half a king of the outerverse. The outerverse seemed vast and boundless, and every weave had countless powers of various sizes. Each of these weaves had a powerful leader, and it was very difficult to subdue them. However, as long as there was a way, it would not be difficult to subdue them. It was just like doing business. Some people did business by looking at the product, but the most successful people did business by looking at the people. Business was done by people. As long as you got the people, anything could be discussed. Wang Wen and Wei Rong were both experts at manipulating people's hearts. In addition to Aegis, Amethyst Trading Company, and Qian Yan's information, as well as Lu Yin's influence in the Hall of Honor's background, it was not strange for him to be able to pull this off. Back when Lu Yin had unified a third of the outerverse, he had caused the rest of the outerverse to feel apprehensive, which had led to the formation of the Central Weave's allied army. Even the Western Weave's experts had helped him in secret, providing him with money, manpower. Now that Lu Yin had unified half of the outerverse, the remaining half of the outerverse was in a complete panic. Lu Yin had never concealed his determination to unify the outerverse, and it could be said that everyone knew about it. Now, he had already accomplished half of his goal, but that did not mean that he had conquered half of the outerverse. Although it was only half of the outerverse territory, his chances of success had already risen to 90%. The Southern Weave's borders had become unstable because of Lu Yin, and many of the Western Weave's experts wanted to leave. Elder Big Drum felt a headache coming on, as he had finally experienced Lu Yin's might. Even without a battle, Lu Yin still had the ability to make everyone feel helpless. Many experts from the Western territories at the border have found him. Elder Big Drum requested that the Hall of Honor restrain Lu Yin's actions. The leader of the Dark Phoenix tribe, Tano Phoenix, also sought out Elder Big Drum and requested that the Hall of Honor step in, as they could not allow Lu Yin to unify the outerverse. The Dark Phoenix tribe had fought their way out of the innerverse, and although they had been in the outerverse for many years, they still felt superior to the outerverse. This was especially true as they were one of the three great powers that could not be provoked. They were arrogant in front of anyone in the outerverse, so how could they accept being ruled by Lu Yin? The Southern Weave's borders were not just filled with experts from the Western Weaves who were opposed to Lu Yin, but there were also many who supported Lu Yin. Their weaves had all joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so they naturally stood on Lu Yin's side. A conflict broke out in the Southern Weaves, but it was quickly suppressed by the Hall of Honor. Elder Big Drum helplessly sought out Master Yuan and explained the situation to him. Master Yuan opened his eyes. Although he was old and his gaze was somewhat cloudy, it was still very bright, and his eyes were filled with admiration. The outerverse has 72 weaves, and it's vast. The people and resources are scattered all over the place, and these are all old problems. Back then, someone proposed to take over the Adventurers Guild because of the new sea routes that the Adventurers Guild controlled. They wanted to use the new sea routes to cover the entire outerverse and reduce the distance that the outerverse could travel, but the Adventurers Guild rejected them. Now, Lu Yin can unify the outerverse and establish a military express route, which is the same as shortening the distance between people in the outerverse. Very good. The explosive power of a unified outerverse is immeasurable. Big Drum, you need to help him out a bit more and give the Adventurers Guild a bit of a push. Those new sea routes will be very helpful in the construction of the outerverse. Elder Big Drum was speechless. He knew that Master Yuan was biased towards Lu Yin, but this was too obvious. He had come to ask if Master Yuan wanted to restrain Lu Yin, but Master Yuan had ordered him to help Lu Yin. This was too unreasonable, and if the people outside knew about this, they would probably fall into despair. Yes, Master Yuan. Elder Big Drum bowed deeply. He had no other choice, as his status was far too inferior to Master Yuan's. A single word from Master Yuan was enough to make him commit suicide, let alone help Lu Yin. In any case, this was Master Yuan's order, and he could only follow it. The Adventurers Guild. They had long since changed their name to Endless Borders. Elder Big Drum did not bring any good news to the remaining half of the Outerverse. Not only would the Hall of Honor not interfere, but he had even urged the others to support Lu Yin. No one was a fool, and in their eyes, Lu Yin's background had always been the Hall of Honor. Now that Elder Big Drum had shown such an attitude, these people's hearts turned cold, and they decided not to seek help from the Hall of Honor anymore. This time, the Western Weaves no longer supported Lu Yin in secret but instead openly supported him. On one hand, they contacted Enya in an attempt to probe Lu Yin's bottom line. On the other hand, they actively allied with him, just like the Central Weaves' allied forces. At the same time, they also recruited assassins, intelligence organizations, and so on. Anything that could resist the Great Eastern Alliance was accepted by them. The remaining half of the Outerverse was determined to resist Lu Yin to the end. Nobody wanted another person above them to order them around. Although this was only an alliance and not a true subjugation, they still could not accept it. Lu Yin knew that it was unlikely for him to act against the remaining half of the Outerverse in the short term. These people were very smart, and they knew that he had subjugated the Saint Lesser Weaves and the other Central Weaves. They would not make the same mistake, and even if Lu Yin was heavily injured, these people would probably not take the initiative to attack him. They were determined not to provoke the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had originally harbored the ambition to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance, but that ambition had now completely vanished. Lu Yin did not plan on continuing to act against them either. Half of the Outerverse had been unified, and it would take some time. Breaking in, establishing a military express route, integrating resources, adjusting the military forces, and so on would take some time to deal with these matters. However, he did not need to personally take action, as Wang Wen, Enya, Wei Rong, and Huan Sha could handle these matters. What he needed to do now was cultivate. No matter what, cultivation was his top priority, and he would not forget that the universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Several months passed, and it was time for Lu Yin to enter the Daosaur sect's ruins once again. The outside world was buzzing with activity, and the entire Outerverse was in an uproar. Lu Yin calmly returned to King Zishan's palace, took out his futon, and sat on it. The scenery in front of him changed, and he once again arrived at the Futon Plaza in the Daosaur sect's ruins. There were more people than the last time, but compared to the Daosaur sect's ruins, this place was still deserted. Lu Yin passed through First Divine Gate and arrived at the budding terrace. He then headed straight for the Nine Cauldron space. As soon as he entered, Lu Yin was surprised to find that there were two groups of people confronting each other, and his appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. "Which region are you from?" someone asked loudly. Lu Yin subconsciously answered, "The Bloodburn Realm." "Over here," someone else spoke up, sounding pleased with himself. Lu Yin blinked, and then he walked over to that person and stood in the middle of the group. "You guys don't really think that Mo Jiangshao can do anything, do you? He's a descendant of a world imprinter family with a dead ancestor, and he's facing off against two descendants of a cosmic imprinter family. Even a fool knows what the outcome will be," someone from the opposing group spoke up with a mocking tone. Someone from Lu Yin's group spoke up as well. "Di Luo will be here soon. Not only is he a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, but he's also the younger brother of Realmling DFA. So what? Can he face off against both Tong Zhan and Xiao Bai at the same time? Mo Jiangshao isn't weak either. He doesn't even have an imprint anymore." Lu Yin poked the person beside him. "Bro, what's going on?" That person became impatient. "Tong Zhan and Xiao Bai have sealed off the Nine Cauldron space, and they're not allowing anyone else to enter. We're currently negotiating." "Who's Xiao Bai?" Lu Yin subconsciously asked. At the same time, he also found it strange. Wasn't Tong Zhan in the Starfall Sea? Where would he find the time to enter the Daosaur sect's ruins? That person was flabbergasted, and he looked at Lu Yin strangely. You don't know about Xiao Bai? Lu Yin laughed dryly. I just came out of seclusion, and it's been a while. That person suddenly understood. It looks like you've been sealed in ice for a while, and you've just been unsealed. Xiao Bai is a descendant of the Black Blood Realm's Eyeless clan. You should know about the Eyeless clan, which is a cosmic imprinter family. Lu Yin grunted. Oh, so you're from the Eyeless clan. That person no longer paid any attention to Lu Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Yin looked towards the interior of the 9 cauldron space. The first cauldron had shattered, so Tong Zhan, Xiao Bai, and Mo Jiangshao should be in the second cauldron. This was troublesome, as it seemed that he would have to wait for a while before he could absorb the cauldron qi again. Lu Yin wanted to leave, but he was also curious as to why Tong Zhan would come to the Daosaur sect's ruins at this time. As he pondered this, he decided to stay behind. Not long after the two sides faced off, a fierce battle broke out in the second cauldron, which attracted everyone's attention. Soon after, Mo Jiangshao was beaten out of the cauldron. Scram! If you harass me again, I'll kill you without mercy. Mo Jiangshao's entire body was thrown out of the cauldron and smashed into the ground. He stumbled back more than 10 steps, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was sinister. Tong Zhan, don't think that my blood-burn realm is easy to bully. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 949. Tong Zhan laughed maniacally when he heard Mo Jiangshao's words. How dare a loser who attacked the Outerverse be so arrogant? So many of your blood-burn realm's experts have died, including Ancestor Mo Jiang. What a pity, it would be great if Ancestor D died as well. Ha 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 ha. Many people's expressions turned ugly when they heard this. At that moment, someone coincidentally entered the cauldron and leapt up. Tong Zhan, come out and die. It's Di Luo. He's finally here. The person beside Lu Yin was excited. Di Luo. Lu Yin looked over and frowned. He had never seen this person during the Bloodburn Realm's invasion of the Outerverse. Either he had not participated in that battle, or he had been attacking other rocky regions. This person should be on the same level as Autumn Frost Qing, but he was a cosmic imprinter while Autumn Frost Qing was a universe imprinter. There was a slight difference. Di Luo's appearance drew out Tong Zhan and Xiao Bai. The two stood atop the cauldron, one with an arrogant gaze while the other had no eyes. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked at the person beside Tong Zhan. This person really had no eyes, not that he was blind, but rather that he did not even have eyes. The sides of his nose were completely flat. What the hell was this? Right, that person had mentioned the Eyeless clan, and according to the literal meaning, they were indeed eyeless. Could this be a bloodline? Tong Zhan, how dare you insult Ancestor D? Die! Di Luo transformed into a pair of bird wings that shot towards Tong Zhan. Ancestor D's projection appeared behind him, and a boundless might descended. It swept across the crowd, causing them to feel an immense pressure. Tong Zhan was cold and arrogant, and the Tong family's ancestor behind him leapt up and fearlessly faced Di Luo. A huge battle immediately erupted between the two. Both were descendants of cosmic imprinters, and they enjoyed similar resources. However, one was an expert from the Blood Progenitor realm, while the other was an expert from the Progenitor of Martial realm. Both sides had different battle styles, but their strength was similar. The Blood Progenitor realm had bloodlines, while the Progenitor of Martial realm had martial seals. The battle between the two left everyone dumbfounded. Aside from the Realmlings, no one else could suppress these two. On the cauldron, Xiao Bai had no eyes, but he was facing the direction of Tong Zhan and Di Luo's battle. On the other side, Mo Jiangshao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly charged towards the second cauldron. Xiao Bai's brows furrowed slightly. She shifted her body sideways and stood in front of Mo Jiangshao. Retreat! Mo Jiangshao roared in anger. Behind him was an imprint of an elder. Old ancestor Mo Jiang had died, so Mo Jiangshao searched for an imprint of an expert. However, it wasn't a world imprint, it was merely an imprint. Mo Jiangshao's spear swept out. Get out of the way. Xiao Bai Silkworm raised his hand and easily grabbed the spear. He exerted force with his palm, and the spear's body cracked before exploding. Xiao Bai Silkworm crushed the spear's fragments with a single palm and struck Mo Jiangshao's abdomen, sending him flying again. In the distance, Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This person's strength was so strong that it far surpassed Autumn Frost Qing's. They were not even on the same level. In Lu Yin's opinion, that attack just now had surpassed even Tong Zhan and Di Luo's, and it was already very close to the level of a realmling. Xiao Bai, a master of the Eyeless clan. He needed to know more about the Eyeless clan. Tong Zhan and Di Luo fought for more than an hour but still couldn't come to a conclusion. Both of them were exhausted and were still glaring at each other. The little white silkworm jumped down and stood beside Tong Zhan. Di Luo's eyes narrowed. 2 against 1. Come, let me see how powerful the legendary Eyeless clan's master, Xiao Bai Silkworm, is. Xiao Bai Silkworm faced Di Luo. I've heard that there's an expert from the fifth mainland in the Outerverse known as Master Yuan who once fought with Ancestor Di to a standstill. Is that true? Di Luo frowned. Why are you asking? Xiao Bai Silkworm replied, my Eyeless clan is about to join forces with the Tong family to open a path to the fifth mainland's astral river and attack the Outerverse. I want to know more. In the distance, Lu Yin was shocked when he heard this, and his pupils shrank. How was this possible? The Innerverse was suppressed by the celestial phenomenon, and even a cosmic imprinter could not display a power level of more than 200,000. It was impossible for such a power level to open a path to the astral river. Di Luo was shocked. There are indeed such rumors in the outside world. Are you really going to join forces to attack the fifth mainland's outerverse? Tong Zhan sneered. We can do what your blood-burn realm can't. Di Luo clenched his fists. You've already attacked the fifth mainland's innerverse, and now you want to annex the outerverse. Your appetite is too big. The Blood Homage Realm and Stone Realm attacked the fifth mainland's astral beast domain, while the War Martial Realm, Grand Martial Realm, and Black Blood Realm attacked the fifth mainland's innerverse. My Bloodburn Realm attacked the fifth mainland's outerverse before. Don't forget that the Eastern Realm, Brahman Realm, and Martial Immortal Realm did not make a move. You don't have to worry about that. You haven't answered my question, Xiao Bai Silkworm said apathetically. Di Luo arrogantly retorted, why should I answer? Xiao Bai Silkworm frowned. To the side, Tong Zhan was about to attack, but Xiao Bai Silkworm pressed down on his shoulder and took a step forward. His body suddenly vanished and then reappeared in front of Di Luo. Di Luo shouted, good. Feathers spread out from his body. His bloodline was that of a migratory bird, and his Di ancestral imprint appeared behind him. He reached out with both hands to grab Xiao Bai Silkworm. Xiao Bai Silkworm could not easily crush Di Luo like he had against Mo Jiangshao. Otherwise, he would have become a realmling. However, defeating Di Luo would not take long. After all, Di Luo had just fought with Tong Zhan, and his strength had not recovered yet. He could only barely parry Xiao Bai Silkworm's attacks. Mo Jiangshao lay in the distance, unwilling to give up. Even further away, the two opposing sides suddenly attacked, and a great battle began within the Nine Cauldron space. Lu Yin dodged the attack and then charged towards Tong Zhan. Tong Zhan was resting when he saw Xiao Bai Silkworm suppressing Di Luo. With his strength, he had thought that no one would dare to provoke him, but when he saw Lu Yin, his eyes trembled. How bold! He had actually dared to attack him. Tong Zhan raised a hand, and his martial seal enlarged several times before pressing down on Lu Yin. With his strength, even Mo Jiangshao would have to dodge this martial seal suppression, but Lu Yin had actually disappeared. His speed was so fast that Tong Zhan did not even have time to react. Tong Zhan was shocked. This was an expert. Before he could even react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Lu Yin had appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach, almost knocking out his organs. Tong Zhan tried to resist, but in front of Lu Yin's freakish body, which was strong enough to fight against Lan Si, Tong Zhan's resistance was as weak as that of an infant's. Lu Yin's strength was slightly higher than Autumn Frost Qing's. Back when the Bloodburn realm had invaded the Outerverse, Lu Yin's strength had been enough to defeat Autumn Frost Qing. Now, not only had he broken through to the Cruiser realm, but his strength had also greatly increased. He had also grasped the overlaying stacks path, the true scripture of Eon evolution, and so on. Although Lu Yin was not confident that he could fight against the 10 arbiters, he could easily suppress someone at Tong Zhan's level. In the ruins of the Daosaur sect, Tong Zhan had never experienced such a feeling before. Aside from the Realmlings and the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, he could not think of anyone else who could easily suppress him. He had long since avoided those people, and it was impossible for him to fight them. Who was this person? The 10 arbiters. Although Tong Zhan knew of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, he had never seen all of them before. Lu Yin grabbed Tong Zhan and rushed out of the Nine Cauldron space. Xiao Bai Silkworm and Di Luo were still fighting, and the others were also fighting to the death. Only Mo Jiangshao had seen Lu Yin grab Tong Zhan, and he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could Tong Zhan be captured so easily? Lu Yin grabbed Tong Zhan and left the Nine Cauldron space, heading towards an unknown location. Tong Zhan was dragged along by Lu Yin, and there were cultivators along the way who saw them. Lu Yin casually knocked them out, but he had disguised himself before attacking, so no one would recognize him. After all, he was the one who had killed Tong Tong, and if he hadn't disguised himself, Tong Zhan would have recognized him long ago. After running for a short while, they arrived at the foot of an unfamiliar mountain. Lu Yin viciously slammed Tong Zhan into the ground, and Tong Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. I captured you because I wanted to know one thing. How are the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless planning to connect to the astral river under the suppression of the celestial phenomenon? When are they planning to do so, and where are they planning to do so? Lu Yin asked. Tong Zhan stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin stomped down and broke Tong Zhan's arm. I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. Tong Zhan gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. You're one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, aren't you? Lu Yin was astonished. You're quite stubborn. Tong Zhan sneered. I was able to cultivate to my current level not only because of my family's resources, but also because of my willpower. A piece of trash without willpower is not worthy of inheriting a family. If you want to force information out of me, don't say that I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Just give up. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as people like Tong Zhan were the most troublesome. It was impossible to rely solely on one's family's resources to cultivate. A large family like the Tong family would definitely have many successors, and this person had not only relied on his status to become the heir. Sometimes, the struggles of a successor were even more brutal than the battles in the outside world. Tong Zhan had willpower and determination, and he was not afraid of death. It wasn't easy for you to become the Tong family's heir, and you might even be able to inherit the Tong family's ancestors' position in the future and become one of the Daosor sect's 10 elders. Do you not value your own life? Lu Yin still wanted to persuade Tong Zhan. Tong Zhan raised his head. If I lower my head at this moment, I will never be able to reach the ancestors' position in the future. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Just because you don't say anything doesn't mean that the rest of the Tong family won't. Tong Zhan sneered. Even I don't know, let alone the others. Let's make a deal. You tell me, and I'll let you go. How about it? Tong Zhan looked at Lu Yin mockingly. Even if I tell you now, will you really believe me? Lu Yin was stumped. Tong Zhan was right, as he had no way of verifying whether or not Tong Zhan was telling the truth. When he saw Tong Zhan's fearless expression, Lu Yin grew angry and immediately attacked. He did not kill Tong Zhan, as he did not like killing people who could not resist. Instead, he crippled Tong Zhan so that he could no longer cultivate. Tong Zhan was quite stubborn, and he did not even beg for mercy. Even Lu Yin admired him. I hope that your time is up before your enemies discover you. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. He then turned to leave. Wait, who are you? Tong Zhan shouted, his eyes filled with hatred. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Take a guess. He then left. He was not stupid, and although Tong Zhan had lost his ability to fight, no one knew what would happen in the future. Lu Yin did not want to leave behind any trouble for himself, and it would be easy to find out if he made up a random name. Besides, he was the one who had killed Tong Tong. If the Tong family found out that he was the one who had crippled Tong Zhan, he would definitely become the Tong family's mortal enemy. Tong Zhan clenched his teeth so hard that they started bleeding. I swear that I will find you and kill you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 950. The battle within the Nine Cauldron space quickly ended. Di Luo had been severely injured by Xiao Bai, but he discovered that Tong Zhan had disappeared. He searched everywhere and finally found Tong Zhan. When he saw Tong Zhan's miserable state, Xiao Bai coldly asked, "Who did this?" In the distance, the Tong family's cultivators were furious. I don't know, but it should be one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters. He wants to know when and where the two ancestors tore through the astral river, but I didn't tell him. Xiao Bai coldly replied, it doesn't matter if you tell him. The Outerverse can't stop them, and they only have one Master Yuan. It's useless. Tong Zhan snapped, I'll definitely find him and take revenge. Xiao Bai placed a hand on Tong Zhan's body and muttered to himself, there are traces of the overlaying stack's path. Although this person did not use it, they were unable to completely cover up the traces. This person should be proficient in the overlaying stack's path. Tong Zhan's eyes went wide. Overlaying stack's path. One of the 10 arbiters? I know who it is. It's Lan Si. You were in the Starfall Sea, so you didn't know Lan Si. He changed his appearance. He's probably worried that the Daosor's 3 skies will appear. It has to be him. Aside from Lan Si, no one else can suppress me that easily. Tong Zhan was furious. Xiao Bai did not say anything else. Whether or not it was Lan Si, they were still enemies, so there was no point in asking. Elsewhere, Lu Yin once again found someone to lead him to the initiation platform. Aside from the Nine Cauldron space, this was the only place in the Daosor sect's ruins that had attracted him. He was looking forward to meeting Axian Nu again this time. He quite liked interacting with Axian Nu. This girl did not speak much, but she gave him a very comfortable feeling. It was different from the feeling Ming Yen gave him. The feeling Axian Nu gave him was more like caring and giving. It was very strange, but he could understand this feeling. However, Axian Nu did not appear this time, and Lu Yin relied on his increased strength to break through the white mist and ascend to the initiation platform. Every time he broke through the white mist, he was worried that there would already be someone on the initiation platform. Only Realmlings could break through the white mist and ascend to the initiation platform, and it would be troublesome if he ran into one. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and then began reciting the Stonewall scriptures. There were still 20 days, and he could only leave when the time limit, so there was no point in thinking about anything else. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a secret room within King Zishan's palace. During this trip to the beginning unlock platform, he had absorbed 2 strands of gray mist, and his lock-breaking ability had improved by quite a bit. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach Boundless Advanced. After leaving the secret room, Lu Yin immediately contacted Elder Big Drum and requested an audience with Master Yuan. Elder Big Drum had purposely said a few words, implying that Lu Yin should try his best not to start a war. However, he had not mentioned anything about restraining himself. This gave Lu Yin some confidence that the Hall of Honor did not care about his desire to unify the Outerverse, and they might even support him. Elder, this junior's request to see Master Yuan has nothing to do with the unification of the Outerverse, Lu Yin said. Master Yuan sure had a gadget, but he basically didn't use it. Sometimes, he couldn't even send out a signal, so Lu Yin couldn't contact him and could only contact Elder Big Drum. Elder Big Drum nodded and immediately headed towards Master Yuan's location. He was one of the few people who knew that Lu Yin could enter the Daosaur Sect's ruins, and he knew that Lu Yin might have some important matters to discuss. Soon, Master Yuan's image appeared on the screen. Lu Yin's expression changed. He then told Master Yuan about the conversation that happened in the space of the 9 cauldrons. Master Yuan's gaze turned cold. If 2 cosmic imprinters were to use their full strength, then they would indeed be able to tear apart the astral river. As for the suppression of astronomical phenomena, the astral river is not part of that suppression. Are you saying that they can directly enter the astral river? Lu Yin was astonished. Master Yuan did not answer, as this was the only possibility. Lu Yin thought about it and realized that Master Yuan was right. Just because the astral river's energy had increased dramatically did not mean that it could not be traversed. The Innerverse tributaries had increased dramatically in energy, and they had separated the various major flow zones, which had also been torn apart. With the cosmic imprinter's strength, they could definitely enter the depths of the astral river and tear it apart. Do you know the exact location? Master Yuan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. I didn't manage to find out. However, I didn't kill Tong Zhan because I wanted him to inform the Tong family's ancestor that our Outerverse is aware of this matter. To the 6th mainland, they would rather destroy all of the Outerverse resistance forces in one fell swoop than create a situation where resistance forces are everywhere like the Innerverse, as that wouldn't be beneficial to them. Their goal is to seize resources and destroy cultures, and our existence is an obstacle. Since both sides know about this matter, I believe that they will choose a place that both sides know about to attack. For example, the astral graveyard. Master Yuan looked up and muttered to himself, there is no war at the borders of the technocracy, but a war has broken out in the astral river. How long will this war last? Lu Yin could not answer, as there was only one answer, but it was too cruel. To the 6th mainland, destroying all of the 5th mainland's resistance forces would mean the end of the war. They had not done anything to the commoners, and the 2 sides simply had different standpoints, not different races. Once these resistance forces were destroyed, the innerverse and outerverse would return to peace, and the innerverse would become a resource field for the sixth mainland. They would forever be suppressed by the sixth mainland, and the innerverse might change again, just like before the Sea King had broken through the three upper gates. It was impossible to defeat the sixth mainland in their current situation, so Liu Yin's only hope was the Neoverse that he had never heard of before. The Yu family's elders had mentioned that the fifth mainland was not as simple as it seemed, and this not simple most likely referred to the Neoverse. Pass down my orders. Gather all of the outerverse living forces and station them at the astral cemetery. Prepare for the upcoming war, Master Yuan ordered. Regardless of whether Liu Yin's information was true or not, Master Yuan still needed to be prepared. Furthermore, he believed that Liu Yin would not have the guts to lie to him. Now, Master Yuan could only hope that the two cosmic imprinter families would not attack the outerverse because of other matters. Otherwise, Master Yuan really did not have the confidence to face off against the two cosmic imprinters. Master Yuan's orders represented the Hall of Honor's orders, and the outerverse was once again being forcefully conscripted. Regardless of whether it was powerful cultivators or spaceships, all of the weapons with offensive power were to gather at the astral cemetery. 4 of the Great Yu Empire's 13 imperial squadrons captains had gone, and the leaders of the Great Eastern Alliance's various powers, such as Meng Tianlong and Mu Nikhang, had all gone. Not a single enlighter was able to escape, and anyone who had shown their faces had been forcefully conscripted. For example, Endless Borders Windflower Team, Stone Team, Aegis Black Masked Assassin, the Childlike Assassin, and so on. Similarly, the Sea King's Dome, the Elders, and the others had also been forcefully conscripted. Even Level Mountain Dojo's Elder Iron, Lon Si, and the others had been forcefully conscripted as well. They were all required to gather at the astral cemetery. The entire Great Eastern Alliance's Express Response Force had been forcefully conscripted as well. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had expanded to cover half of the outerverse, the Express Response Force's numbers had increased exponentially. For the time being, there were 12 hunters and 40 cruisers. However, there were now 800 explorers, and this force, in addition to Liu Yin and the enlighter called Yigui, was enough to rival the group from Level Mountain Dojo. Furthermore, this was just the Great Eastern Alliance's Rapid Response Force. The Great Eastern Alliance had 6 hunters, more than 500,000 sentinels, and 9 million ordinary seekers. They also had 1,500 warships, which was a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Fortunately, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied army had not been forcefully conscripted, as there had been an even more unlucky group, which had been the Central Weave's allied army. In order to resist the Great Eastern Alliance, the Central Weave's allied army had sent over 10,000 warships. Even though the Saintja Weave, the Umbral Butterfly Tribe, Source Peak Weave, and other regions had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, causing the Central Weave's allied army's strength to plummet, the Western Weave's allied army had been able to maintain this force, and it had even grown stronger. Now, there were close to 12,000 warships, and there were more than 25 hunters, which had shaken the outerverse. This force had originally been used to intimidate Liu Yin so that he would not casually interfere. However, it had attracted the attention of the Hall of Honor, and the entire allied army had been forcefully conscripted. Many people from the Central Weave's allied army, as well as those from the Western Weaves, sought out Elder Big Drum, hoping to retain this force, but they were all firmly rejected. In Elder Big Drum's words, the outerverse had already been destroyed, so there was no point in keeping this force. However, in order to appease the Western Weaves, Elder Big Drum still issued a forceful conscription order for the Great Eastern Alliance's allied army to head to the astral graveyard. The people from the Great Eastern Alliance were helpless. Liu Yin did not mind. When he had first wanted to unify the outerverse, he had indeed wanted to join forces to resist foreign enemies. Regardless of whether it was the Sixth Mainland, the Astral Beast Domain, or the Technocracy, they were all foreign enemies. Now, they could join forces to resist the Outerverse, which was in line with his original intentions. Compared to resisting foreign enemies, internal struggles were not that important. This was Liu Yin's bottom line. He did not know when the two cosmic imprinters from the Sixth Mainland would make their move, but the Hall of Honor forcefully conscripted the Allied army to head to the astral graveyard as quickly as possible. The warships were not radiant great auroras, so they could not travel that quickly. The Outerverse Allied army could not all ride on auroras either. Even though they had gathered as quickly as possible, it still took them more than a month to reach the astral graveyard, and this was even after they had used the military express route. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Liu Yin that the Western Weaves and the Central Weaves had been secretly constructing military express routes. Otherwise, it would have taken them twice as long to gather. The Great Eastern Alliance's Allied army was the furthest away from the astral graveyard, but they had taken about the same amount of time to reach the astral graveyard. This was because the Great Eastern Alliance's military express route was more complete, and the Great Eastern Alliance had also borrowed the military express routes from the Central Weaves and the Western Weaves under the Hall of Honor's orders. This had caused the various major powers in the Central Weaves and the Western Weaves to be wary of each other. Doing so would be tantamount to exposing their military plans. However, they could not refuse, and they could only decide to tear down the original military express route and rebuild it once the threat had been dealt with. This was equivalent to spending too much money. Someone suggested that they ask Liu Yin for reimbursement, but this suggestion was laughable, and it was immediately rejected by the rest. Liu Yin had finally witnessed how powerful the Outerverse combined forces were. He looked at the warships that filled the starry sky, countless space-exploring powerhouses, and all sorts of weapons. A single volley of attacks was enough to cover the entire region of space that could be seen with the naked eye, and it was enough to shatter an entire region of space. Although the attack power was not very strong, this kind of might was still acceptable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 951. These were just ordinary attacks. The Temple of Tai Mo, the Dark Phoenix Clan, Wan Qianqing, and the Hall of Honor all had their own methods. With the addition of the Sea King's Dome's elders and the others, the Outerverse strength did not seem weak. Liu Yin had arrived at the astral graveyard half a month ago, and he was under a lot of pressure. Everyone else had only guessed that they would be attacked, and Master Yuan was the same. Only Liu Yin was certain that war would come. The Tong family had attacked the Starfall Sea, and now that the Starfall Sea was under their control, they no longer had a target to attack. It was normal for them to shift their target to the Outerverse, as there was no room for them to meddle in other places in the Innerverse. As for the Eyeless clan, he was not sure. Perhaps they were in a similar situation as the Tong clan, or perhaps they were invited by the Tong clan's patriarch. No matter what, the Tong family would definitely attack the Outerverse. Otherwise, Madame Red would not have allowed Mr. E and Mr. First to cross the Astral River. This subconscious order was enough to confirm that they had the qualifications to attack the Outerverse. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know how the two misters were doing, and he missed Mr. E. There was a saying that went, "Whatever you think of comes to you." Just as Liu Yin thought of Mr. E, Mr. Yi's rune lines appeared. Liu Yin stared blankly at Mr. E, who was standing proudly in the distance. He blinked, raised a hand, and contacted Elder Big Drum. "Elder, did Mr. E surrender?" Liu Yin asked. Elder Big Drum replied, "Not really. He can use his strength to resist, but he won't take the initiative to attack the Sixth Mainland's people." Liu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and closed the call before flying towards Mr. E. He wanted to understand Mr. Yi's feelings, as this person gave him a special feeling. This was the person who had led Lu Yin to the peak of his life. This was an imprinter with a power level of over 600,000. If Master Yuan didn't appear, no one would be able to compete with him, but Lu Yin had forced him to retreat several times. No one would believe him if he told them about it. Lu Yin missed that feeling of being invincible, and his hands itched at the thought of it. He had the urge to take out the stench. Mr. Yi had noticed Lu Yin a long time ago, but he pretended that he hadn't seen him. Mr. Yi. Lu Yin called out tentatively. Mr. Yi looked at him coldly and snorted before looking elsewhere. Lu Yin leaned over. Long time no see. How are you doing, sir? Mr. Yi frowned and glared at Lu Yin. Get lost. Mr. Yi, I'd like to ask you something. Before you rushed into the astral river, what happened to the Sea King? Mr. Yi sneered, dead. Lu Yin was stunned. Dead? It can't be that fast. Mr. Yi looked away and did not reply. Instead, a terrifying aura emanated from his body and sent Lu Yin flying. Against a powerhouse whose power level was close to 700,000, Lu Yin did not even have the chance to resist before he was thrown far away. Fortunately, Mr. Yi was wary of Master Yuan and did not do anything to Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would have been instantly killed even if he had put on his universal armor. Lu Yin was furious and wanted to take out the stinky object, but after some thought, he decided against it. In the inner verse, Lu Yin had only been able to use the stench to deal with Mr. Yi because both of their power levels were below 200,000. Lu Yin could use his secret technique to endlessly disgust Mr. Yi, but now that Mr. Yi was no longer suppressed, the stench could not even get close to him. Just as he was about to take a tour of the Central Weave's allied forces since they were now allies, his gadget suddenly beeped. It was Elder Big Drum. Lu Yin accepted the call, and Elder Big Drum's voice came through. Alliance Master Lu, may I ask if you still have any of the poison from back then? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I do. How much does Elder need? How much do you have? Elder Big Drum asked. This was a very generous request, and Lu Yin calculated his own wealth. Elder Wu's poison had cost 600,000 star essence to upgrade each bottle, and he only had enough to upgrade 4 bottles at most. I still have 4 bottles left. Elder Big Drum replied, I'll buy all of them. There were not many poisons that could threaten powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. At least, there were very few in the Outerverse, and they could be used to strike fear into the enemy. Elder Big Drum was willing to pay any price for anything that could increase one's power level. Lu Yin was excited, and he agreed on a delivery date. After some calculations, he realized that this transaction had increased his net worth to over 4 million star essence. He was too rich. Not long after Elder Big Drum contacted him, Gong Ling from the Temple of Tai Mo also contacted him to ask about the arrows. Back then, the mainland's auction house had auctioned off Lu Yin's upgraded arrows, which had greatly attracted the Temple of Tai Mo. Now that they were about to face a war, Gong Ling wanted to increase the temple's strength as well. It was said that the Temple of Tai Mo's Arrow Mountain was almost empty. The cruelty of the border war had shaken the Temple of Tai Mo, and any disciple who could afford it would head to the mountain to pick some arrows to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. Lu Yin really wanted to do business with the Temple of Tai Mo, but this was not the right time to do so. It would be too easy for others to see through him, so he could only helplessly decline. The Outerverse power was concentrated here, and it was only natural that there would be conflicts. There were too many internal and external conflicts in the various weaves, and fights broke out on a daily basis. The Hall of Honor sent many people to deal with them, and they barely managed to stabilize the army. Mobilizing an army consumed a lot of resources, especially when these resources had to be shouldered separately. This was a bit too much for many organizations, and there were people asking Elder Big Drum every day about when the war would begin and who had provided the information. Elder Big Drum did not dare to answer, as he definitely did not want the war to break out. As for who had provided the information, if he told others that it was Lu Yin and the war did not break out, then it would definitely incite public anger. Lu Yin was not afraid, and he was eager to find an excuse to attack the West. However, Elder Big Drum did not want to become the fuse that ignited the war. Elder Big Drum was currently in seclusion, and he used Master Yuan as an excuse for many things, so no one dared to say anything. Countless people from the outerverse were gathered in the astral graveyard, and it would become very troublesome over time. There were conflicts, but there were also some eccentrics. For example, Zhu San had steeled her heart to let loose, and she no longer cared about what others thought of her. She had always dressed as a woman and chased after Chongxier. This had caused many people to think that women could be brought into the army, which had caused many incidents. Chongxier herself was not a good person, and she spent her days flirting with her maids. Elder Big Drum had forcefully ordered Chongxier to stay in Myriad City before the war began, and only then had the two eccentrics been dealt with. Wei Rong had also been conscripted. His suggestion for the border war in the Endless Weaves had been accepted, and his battle achievements had ranked very high, which had attracted Elder Big Drum's attention. Furthermore, Lu Yin's war with Armament Weave had allowed Elder Big Drum to gain some understanding of Wei Rong. This time, Elder Big Drum had allowed Wei Rong to come to the astral graveyard, and he had even given Wei Rong special privileges. However, Wei Rong's attitude was very proper, and he only reported everything to Lu Yin. Angie had come to look for Wei Rong once, but no one knew what the two had discussed. All Lu Yin knew was that Angie's expression was very ugly when she left. More and more spacecraft were gathered in the astral graveyard. Lu Yin stared at the astral river every day, and no one knew whether he hoped that the other side would attack or not. He had specially visited the Central Weave's allied army, and he had attracted the attention of the entire army. The Central Weave's allied army had been formed because of him, and he was the enemy of the entire army. However, no one dared to obstruct him. Elsewhere, Wei Rong had been blocked by Elder Iron. Back then, Lu Yin had plotted to have the people from the Great Mountain Dojo cause trouble for Wei Rong in order to subdue him. However, because of Wang Wen, his plan had not been carried out to the end, and he had not been able to completely resolve the conflict between Wei Rong and the Great Mountain Dojo. Now that they had finally met with Wei Rong, Elder Iron and the rest would not let him off. Ever since Wei Rong had submitted to the Great Yu Empire, he had remained on Xenu Star, and Elder Iron had not dared to cause trouble for him. Now, he could finally resolve this matter. Wei Rong calmly looked at Elder Iron and his group. "You guys are really persistent." Elder Iron's gaze turned cold. "I'll give Lu Yin some face. Come with me to meet the young master. Kowtow and apologize, and this matter will be considered over." Before Wei Rong could say anything, Aiden and Kai Jinxiang stepped forward to face Elder Iron. The two of them, along with Huaqing Shan and the Blind Monk, were the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons who had been forcibly recruited. Hunters also stepped forward from behind Elder Iron. In terms of the number of hunters, unless the Great Eastern Alliance's Special Response Force was called over, they would not be able to compare to the Great Mountain Dojo. However, the people from the Great Mountain Dojo were from the Innerverse, and they had an indescribable arrogance towards the Outerverse. Elder Iron coldly looked at Aiden and Kai Jinxiang. "Do you want to become enemies with my Great Mountain Dojo? What arrogance! This is the Outerverse, not the Starfall Sea," Kai Jinxiang coldly replied. Elder Iron's eyes narrowed. "Since that's the case, don't say that I didn't give Lu Yin any face. Capture them and take them away." At this moment, Gong Cho from the Temple of Taimo's group passed by, and they immediately stepped forward to stand beside Aiden and the others. Gongcho was not particularly close to the Great Yu Empire, as they were now part of the Great Eastern Alliance. If they did nothing while their own people were being bullied, they would be the ones losing face. Soon after, many experts from the Great Eastern Alliance arrived to confront Elder Iron and the others. Just as Elder Iron was about to personally take action, a cold murderous intent locked onto him from the black-masked assassin. At the same time, the old woman who was worshipped by the Nalan family also walked out. Mr. E from Amethyst Trading Company and Captain Feng Hua from Endless Borders also appeared. The astral cemetery was not large, and as in Lighters, it was easy for them to find out what had happened here. Elder Iron's scalp went numb. He did not care about one or two Enlighters, but he could not ignore the presence of so many powerhouses. Furthermore, there were even powerhouses with power levels above 300,000, and all of them were helping Wei Rong. Elder Big Drum also arrived. Too many experts had been drawn out, and he had to show his face. What's going on? Elder Big Drum's expression turned ugly. Wei Rong bowed respectfully. It's just a small misunderstanding. I apologize for troubling Elder Big Drum. Elder Big Drum looked at Elder Iron. Is there anything else? Before Elder Iron could speak, Lu Yin arrived. He glanced around and nodded at the black-masked assassin, Mr. E, and the others. He then looked at Elder Iron. You're still harping on what happened back then. Elder Iron frowned. Alliance Master Lu, this matter concerns Young Master's reputation. Young Master is one of the 10 Arbiters, and a mere Outerverse explorer dared to use one of the 10 Arbiters. If it were you, you wouldn't let him off so easily either. What if I say that it's fake? Lu Yin arrogantly retorted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 952. Elder Iron and the rest were confused. What's fake? Just as Lu Yin was about to explain, Wei Rong stepped forward. I did not consider this matter thoroughly, and I hope that Elder Iron can apologize to the 10 Arbiters on my behalf. Lu Yin looked at Wei Rong. Wei Rong shook his head. Lu Yin looked away, as he did not care whether or not he had offended Lan Si. Even though they had only interacted a few times, he could tell that Lan Si was not a narrow-minded person. That kind of person would not be able to become one of the 10 Arbiters. A person's breadth of mind determined their height. Although Lan Si had reached his current height due to his cultivation and background, it was even more due to his own boldness. Without enough boldness, no matter how talented one was, they would not be able to cultivate to this level. However, Wei Rong had his own way of thinking, and Lu Yin respected him, so he did not say anything else. With Lu Yin and many other experts present, and Wei Rong still being willing to apologize, Elder Iron's expression softened, and he nodded. All right, I've received your apology. Let's go. Wei Rong smiled. Many thanks. After Elder Iron and the rest left, the black-masked assassin and the rest also left. Elder Big Drum glanced at Lu Yin. This person's influence in the Outerverse was too great. His subordinates had been in danger, and many experts had been drawn out. He had truly underestimated this person. Your Highness, there's no need to make enemies for no reason. You can ignore what Lan Si thinks, but you can't ignore what the other 10 Arbiters think, Wei Rong said. Lu Yin nodded. You did the right thing. We don't know when the Innerverse and Outerverse will reconnect, but once that happens, the 10 Arbiters will definitely descend into chaos. Actually, Lan Si isn't a bad person. At least he knows how to repay kindness, and he clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. There's no need to make an enemy out of him. Another month quickly passed, and more than 5 years had passed since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. During these 5 years, the innerverse had undergone great changes, and the outerverse had also undergone great changes. Back then, a junior who had only made a name for himself amongst the younger generation had now become an important figure who could determine the structure of the outerverse. If Lu Yin wanted to truly subdue the various weeds, then forget 5 years, even 500 years would not be enough. However, Lu Yin's move to form an alliance was the right one. In Iron Blood Weave, Wang Wen was beginning to make his next move. If he succeeded, then it would only be a matter of time before Lu Yin unified the entire outerverse. As time passed, the conflict in the Starry Sky Graveyard grew bigger and bigger. Many people could no longer hold themselves back and wanted to leave. Staying here for one more day would consume an astronomical amount of resources. One had to know that the people gathered here were all cultivators. Other than the necessary military expenses, cultivation resources were also indispensable. All of these added together were enough to drag down the major forces. Under such circumstances, a change occurred in the Milky Way. The astral river that bordered the astral graveyard began to boil, and the energy that separated the innerverse and outerverse was torn apart by a terrifying force. Mr. E moved and easily pushed the strange fish away. However, the moment he came into contact with the strange fish, the clothes on his arms were shredded. 2 irresistible forces entered his body through the strange fish and tore his body into pieces. Master Yuan took a step forward and waved his hand, throwing the strange fish into the distance. Everyone was dumbfounded. An elite with a combat power of over 600,000 died just like that. Lu Yin was stunned. The strange fish's body was filled with 2 terrifying rune lines mixed together. That was because of the power of the cosmic imprinter. Mr. Yi's combat power was only around 600,000. If he tried to take on the power of the cosmic imprinter, of course he would be torn to pieces. It was a pity that such a powerhouse had died. Mr. Yi's death was just the beginning. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the Milky Way that had been torn apart. The 2 mighty forces formed a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye. Master Yuan shouted and raised a hand to tear the shockwave apart. 2 figures walked out from the Milky Way with unparalleled might, just like the D ancestor. They were the 2 cosmic imprinters, the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless. Behind them were countless experts from the Tong family and the Eyeless clan. There were 3 cosmic imprinters among them, and they all charged towards the outerverse. This was an unparalleled power, and just the aura that they emitted caused the heavens to tremble. Without wasting any time, Master Yuan charged towards the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless. Behind him, the countless outerverse cultivators experienced a brief moment of shock. Then, a group of experts roared, dispelling their fear and boosting their confidence as they charged towards the Milky Way. This battle might be even more tragic than the border war from before. Just as the people from the 6th mainland thought that the 2 sides would clash, Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan acted at the same time. They activated the Yu's secret art and moved the pyrolite to the side of the Milky Way. Master Yuan was the only cosmic imprinter in the outerverse, so he would always be monitored by the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless. His every move would be magnified countless times, making it impossible for him to succeed in a sneak attack. However, Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan were different. They were merely cruisers, so no one paid any attention to them. More importantly, they had used a secret technique that did not cause too much of a disturbance. This pyrolite ore had been mined recently and had not been used up yet. There were about 100 grams in total, and this was all of the pyrolite ore that had been mined so far. Even the 8 grams of pyrolite that Lu Yin had stashed away had been included in the explosion. The Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless had not expected to come across such a strange ore like pyrolite. Just as they were about to move to block the explosion, Master Yuan acted and attacked both of them at the same time, forcefully restraining them for a second. It was during that second that the pyrolite ore exploded, and an explosion with a power level of 1,000,000 swept across both sides of the Milky Way. Although the explosion had occurred far away from the Outerverse people, it had still been within range. After all, it had a power level of 1,000,000. Fortunately, the Hall of Honor had been prepared and had used all of their defensive measures. Master Yuan had even tossed his own power vessel over to block the explosion's power. The sixth mainland situation was not bad either. 3 imprinters had acted at the same time, and although they could not completely block the explosion with a power level of 1,000,000, they had still managed to block most of it. The rest had been blocked by the Enlighters with power levels of 300,000 to 400,000. The explosion with a power level of 1,000,000 was only nominal, but as long as they were prepared, it would not cause too much damage. If the blood-colored bell had still been present, then combined with the pyrolite explosion, the 3 imprinters would have been killed in one go. However, the pyrolite explosion had not been their true goal. They had only detonated the pyrolite ore to provide cover for the Hall of Taimo. Following the aftermath of the pyrolite explosion, the Hall of Taimo fired countless arrows towards the Astral River and towards the 6th Mainland's group. Elder He, Astral Nine's headmaster, and Myriad City's 3 waves of attacks that surpassed the envoy's power level shot towards the 3 imprinters, forcing them to be unable to block the arrows. However, the 3 imprinters did not plan on blocking the attacks, as the power of these arrows was not enough to threaten them. Among the 6 Mainland's group, more than 10 Enlighters acted and easily blocked the arrows. However, they had underestimated the power of this wave of arrows. The pyrolite ore had been used to provide cover for the arrows, as these arrows carried poison. Elder Big Drum had not only purchased poison from Luin, but the Hall of Honor had also gathered the most potent poisons in the entire Outerverse. Along with the Hall of Taimo's arrows, an endless amount of poisonous gas spread out. Countless faces from the 6th Mainland changed. Despicable. Despicable 5th Mainland. Despicable natives. Within the crowd, Xiao Bai immediately swallowed a pill and retreated. This poisonous gas contained a poison that could even kill an Enlighter, and it was very terrifying. Elder Yuan from the Tong family shouted and tried to divert the poisonous gas away, but he felt a murderous intent descend upon him. It was the black-masked assassin. At the same time, the powerhouses that had not been affected by the poisonous gas were attacked by the Outerverse powerhouses. Yumu, Astral 9 Star Master, the old woman from the Nalan family, Mavis, and other powerhouses all attacked. At the Astral River's border, the most intense battle in history occurred in the Astral Graveyard. Above, there was a battle between Master Yuan and 2 cosmic imprinters, and below, there was a battle between the envoys and the imprinters. After that, there was a battle between the 5th Mainland's allied forces and the 6th Mainland's 2 great families. The entire region of space was instantly torn apart. The attack that the Outerverse had been preparing for so long had caused great damage to the 6th Mainland's 2 great families. Countless people had died from the poisonous gas, including several Enlighters. However, it did not matter to the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless. When they had found out that Tong Zhan had been forced by the 5th Mainland's experts to reveal the location of the tear in the Astral River, they had known that there would be an ambush. However, they had not chosen any other location and had instead chosen to tear the Astral River here. Their goal was to capture all of the 5th Mainland's Outerverse experts in one fell swoop. If they did not take care of the resistance forces, how could they truly rule the Outerverse? When the 3 filaments had attacked the Innerverse, they had not been able to immediately take care of the resistance forces, which had led to a stalemate in the Innerverse. They did not want the same thing to happen in the Outerverse. They would rather be ambushed and make some sacrifices in order to capture all of the Outerverse experts and get rid of them. This was especially true of the only cosmic imprinter, who had to be killed. With the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Isla's strength, any one of them could match Master Yuan, and the other could easily wipe out everyone in the Outerverse. However, they did not do so, as they were afraid that Master Yuan would escape. If he did, then it would be a disaster for the two great families. A single cosmic imprinter who did not care about his own life was enough to overwhelm the two great families, and he could kill countless people with a wave of his hand. They would rather work together to eliminate this person and prevent future troubles. As for the remaining natives of the fifth mainland, there was no rush. As long as they could eliminate this person, the rest of them would be nothing more than ants. The battlefield between Master Yuan and the two cosmic imprinters was in a place that no one could see. Perhaps this was the true universe that Master Yuan had mentioned before. Lu Yin was not in the mood to think about this at the moment. He put on his universal armor and focused his attention on one of the eyeless clans and lighters whose power level exceeded 300,000. That person had originally wanted to ignore Lu Yin, as he was just a mere cruiser. However, when Lu Yin had reflected one of his attacks, the Enlighter knew that this kid was definitely not ordinary. If a cruiser could use an external object that could directly resist his power level, then this kid definitely had an extremely high status in the Outerverse. The Enlighter decided to capture Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw that the Enlighter was planning to kill his way towards the Great Eastern Alliance's rapid response team, and he was worried that the Enlighter would be slaughtered. That was why Lu Yin had taken the initiative to tangle with the Enlighter, who had a power level of 300,000. Lu Yin could not defeat this Enlighter with a power level of 300,000, but the Enlighter could not harm Lu Yin either. The two continued to tangle with each other. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 953. In the distance, Xiao Bai had locked onto Lan Si. Xiao Bai recognized Lan Si, and the two of them fought while the others avoided them. Xiao Bai had a special status, and even imprinters did not want to get in his way. However, he was still a realm lower than the 10 arbiters, and he was quickly injured by Lan Si. Still, no one paid any attention to him. The Eyeless clan's experts respected Xiao Bai, but they also seemed to not care about his life or death. Lan Si could not understand, and his attacks became even fiercer. Behind them, more than 10,000 warships lined up in a row fired a volley of attacks. The beams covered half of the battlefield and shot towards the rear of the sixth mainland, where the experts from the two great families were gathered. There were not many cultivators from the two families who had come to attack. The ones at the front were space-exploring powerhouses, while the ones at the rear were in strange flying objects that resembled spaceships. They did not attack, as they did not have the strength to fight against space-exploring powerhouses. Although these people had not reached the space-exploring realm, that did not mean that they were cannon fodder. Many of them had extraordinary innate gifts, and they were the future hope of the two families. Thus, when the countless beams of light pressed down on them, two Enlighters with power levels over 400,000 stepped forward and easily tore apart the beams, protecting those people. These people were not afraid, and they stayed on the flying objects as they excitedly looked at the Outerverse sky. This place would soon be theirs. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the Outerverse to win. Two cosmic imprinters had joined forces with 3 other imprinters and more than 10 Enlighters, which was not something that the Outerverse could resist. The sixth mainland's cultivators were much stronger than the Outerverse, and with their imprints, bloodlines, and martial seals, they could easily crush the Outerverse powerhouses of the same level. However, this was only in theory. With Lu Yin in the Outerverse, there were many possibilities, such as Super Flash. Tear bombs were not very effective against powerhouses, but they were surprisingly effective on the battlefield. Bright lights would occasionally erupt in outer space, and a single super flash would be used. Tear bombs could sometimes change the tide of a battle. Half a month ago, Lu Yin had used his die to upgrade Elder Wu's 4 vials of poison, and when he had given them to Elder Big Drum, he had also upgraded many super flash. The tear bombs also contained countless pills, and the reason given to outsiders was that they had discovered a powerful sect hidden in a parallel space and had obtained countless natural treasures and pills. This reason barely made sense. Not only did it explain the origin of these pills, but it also explained the origin of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been sold at the Continental Auction House. Throughout the astral battlefield, outerverse cultivators who couldn't defeat their opponents were constantly popping pills. Even though the outerverse cultivators could not defeat the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses at the same level, they could still continuously consume pills. These pills had all been raised by Lu Yin to a level that was close to that of an enlighter, and the effects were so good that it made people's hair stand on end. The difference in power level between the two sides had been forcibly evened out, and this caused the Sixth Mainland's cultivators to cough up blood. These were just ordinary pills that Lu Yin had upgraded to the level of an enlighter. Each pill consumed more than 10,000 star essence, and the money he had earned from selling the poison and the remaining 3 million star essence he had on him had almost been used up for this final battle. Increased the number of pills by 400 and more than 200 super flash pills. The tear bombs were a display of his attitude towards this final battle. At that time, Elder Big Drum had been moved when he had received the items that Lu Yin had provided. He had stated that if there was no war, not only would these items be returned, but the Hall of Honor would also reward him with 1,000,000 star essence. If there was a war and they survived, the Hall of Honor would not only reward him with a large number of star essence, but they would also reward him with a large number of battle contributions. Lu Yin had not only expressed his determination to defend the outerverse to the death, but he had also made Elder Big Drum realize that war would truly come. Thus, he had not hesitated to distribute the pills and super flash pills. The tear bombs and poisons were distributed, which was the most important reason why the outerverse had been so prepared for this battle. It could be said that without Lu Yin's attitude, the outerverse would not have been so prepared. Although there were only 400 pills, there were less than 100 outerverse experts who were qualified to distribute them. These people were all hunters at the very least, so a few pills were enough for each of them. For example, Aiden had carried a giant thunder shield and forcefully withstood an enlighter's attacks. He had been beaten to the point where he spat out blood, but he had quickly recovered and continued to endure. This made the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses sullen. Another example was Kai Jincheng, who was attacking without regard for his own life. His opponent was also an enlighter. Even further away was Gong Ling, who was directly facing an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Night Queen Choyu swallowed a pill and then charged towards the Sixth Mainland. Top Mist hid himself and secretly assassinated the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses. The enlighters from Iron Blood Weave had all been pulled over. This was the most well-prepared the entire outerverse had ever been. The Sixth Mainland's crushing defeat that they had expected did not happen at all, and they had been beaten senseless. Actually, their preparations had been quite adequate, as they had already known that the Bloodburn Realm's invasion of the outerverse had failed. They had thought that the cosmic imprinters would be able to destroy the majority of the outerverse forces, but who would have thought that Mr. E would be the one to ruin their plans? 2 cosmic imprinters had only managed to kill one Mr. E, and that Mr. E was even from the Tong family. Although the outerverse had managed to hold on for the time being, the battle between the imprinters had fallen into a crisis. After all, Wan Qianqing was only a battle fort, and he was not a true emissary. His attacks could be easily dodged, and even with Moonlight Mavis, he could not stop a single imprinter. Elder He only had a power level of 510,000, and he was considered the weakest emissary. He could not stop the Tong family's sly granny at all. Only Astral Nine's Dean was able to stop an imprinter from the Eyeless clan, but it was impossible for him to win in a short amount of time. After another imprinter from the Eyeless clan repelled Moonlight Mavis, the balance of the battle tilted in the Sixth Mainland's favor. Even if the rest of the Outerverse joined forces, they could not stop a single imprinter. This was not the suppression of the Innerverse astronomical phenomenon, but rather a true imprinter. His might was unparalleled, and as he attacked, Wan Qianqing began to crack. The unlucky Hu Phineas and elder Nuo's disciple, Og, were instantly killed without any chance of escaping. After the imprinter attacked a second time, Astral Nine's mentor coughed up blood, and his body collapsed as he died. Soon after, the imprinter attacked a third time. Moonlight Mavis's face went pale, and she swallowed a pill. However, the pill's power was only close to that of an enlighter, so it was not of much help to her. Within Wan Qianqing, Cheong Shanhai's body trembled. Beside him, Cheong Shi-er's face went pale as she watched the imprinter attack. An arrow tore through the void and shot towards the imprinter. The imprinter was shocked, and he pointed out with a finger. The arrow froze in the void, but a trace of blood appeared on his fingertip. He had been injured. In the distance, Gong Ling panted heavily with a look of despair on his face. He had shot out an inheritance arrow, but he was just an enlighter. Even if he had shot out an inheritance arrow, its power would not have been enough to injure the imprinter. The Eyeless tribe's imprinter reached out to grab the arrow, but it suddenly disappeared. The Eyeless tribe's imprinter abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. There, Lu Yin was holding on to an arrow and withstanding a palm strike from the enlighter he was fighting. The imprinter smiled. A mere cruiser actually has a secret technique. Little brat, come with me. He then took a step forward, and even the heavens could not withstand his strength. He instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes turned sinister as he looked behind the imprinter. Elder, he was in a sorry state as he coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Granny Sly smiled cruelly, and when she saw Lu Yin, she rushed over as well. Little brat, so you're here. Although Lu Yin had disguised himself in the Innerverse, it was not difficult for a powerhouse like Granny Sly to recognize him. Lu Yin tossed the arrow at her. Old witch, this is for you. The Eyeless imprinter frowned and raised his hand to catch the arrow. Behind him, Granny Sly's gaze turned cold, and she was about to speak when Lu Yin suddenly smiled. Goodbye. He then took out a walnut and aimed it at Granny Sly and the imprinter before firing it. This walnut power vessel had been created by Master Yuan, and it contained an attack with a power level of 700,000. As long as it was fired straight ahead, it would not affect the user. After the border war, Master Yuan had given it to Lu Yin as compensation for the blood-colored bell that he had damaged. Even for someone like him, it was not easy to create such a power vessel. At this moment, the power vessel exploded. Although the power level of 700,000 was not as powerful as the explosion of pyrolite ore, it had been created by Master Yuan, and the power it contained was not something that could be compared to. The universe was split in two, or at least the starry sky that was visible to the naked eye. Nothing was left in front of the walnut's energenic treasure. All that was left was a spatial crack in the void. The two imprinters had also disappeared, and their rune lines had completely vanished. Their power levels did not exceed 600,000 at most, so it would be a miracle for them to survive Master Yuan's attack with a power level of 700,000. With Master Yuan's strength, it was unlikely that the two imprinters would survive a direct attack with a power level of 500,000. This was the strength of a cosmic imprinter, let alone one with a power level of 700,000. The battlefield fell silent as everyone stared at Lu Yin in shock. He had killed two imprinters with a single attack. Countless people's hearts sank, not just the sixth mainland's cultivators, but also those from the outerverse. They only had one thought: Lu Yin had evolved. When Lu Yin had been a Lamiter, he had relied on external items to kill Enlighters, earning him the title of Enlighter Killer. Now that he had evolved, he could rely on external items to kill imprinters with the strength of a cruiser. He was becoming more and more abnormal. No one could understand Lu Yin's heartache. That was a power vessel that Master Yuan had given to him as compensation for the blood-colored bell, and it contained a power level of 700,000. With this power vessel, he could go anywhere he wanted, and he could easily take it out to intimidate black-masked assassins with foresight. Now, it was gone. He couldn't help but look behind him. The Hall of Honor had to record this achievement, and if possible, he wanted to obtain another one. The arrow had disappeared. It might have disappeared along with the spatial crack, or it might have been turned to dust by the 700,000 power level attack. The Hall of Taimo had inherited 3 arrows. One had been taken by Yan Qing during the Border War, and its whereabouts were unknown. Now, only one was left, and it was in Lu Yin's possession. In the distance, Gong Ling sighed. He knew that he would not be able to retrieve the arrow the moment he had shot it out, but he still had to do what he had to do. No one had expected Lu Yin to kill 2 imprinters and change the situation of the battle. Not only was Astral Nine's Dean not at a disadvantage against the other imprinter of the Eyeless tribe, but he was actually slightly stronger. This battle could be won. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network Go. No advertisement. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 954. With Lu Yin's attack, countless people in the Outerverse were excited. Even the Central Weave's allied army and the Western Weave's experts, who viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, were indescribably excited as they fought against the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The confidence of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had crumbled after that attack. Xiao Bai looked at Lu Yin. This person was just a cruiser, but he had such an external item. His identity was definitely not simple. At this moment, the most sullen and fortunate person was the Eyeless clan's Enlighter with a power level of 300,000, who had been tangling with Lu Yin all this time. He was very glad that he hadn't forced Lu Yin to a certain extent, or else he would have been finished by that attack. At this point, he didn't want to fight Lu Yin anymore. Who knew what other external items this guy still had? Lu Yin turned to look at the Enlighter with a meaningful gaze. The Eyeless clan expert was terrified, and he turned to leave. "Seventh bro, you're scaring him." The monkey laughed. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up into space. The most important battlefield was not here, but rather the battle between Master Yuan and the 2 cosmic imprinters. If they lost, then neither of them would be able to survive. Lu Yin hoped that the item that he had given Master Yuan would be of use. Otherwise, he touched his cosmic ring, he would have to ask Mr. Mu for help. Mr. Mu was definitely stronger than the 2 cosmic imprinters. Di Zhu had personally experienced Mr. Mu's strength before. When Mr. Mu had moved the border, Di Zhu hadn't even had time to react. It was impossible for the Tong family's ancestor and the Eyeless clan's ancestor to not know about it. Even so, they still dared to attack the Outerverse. Did they have the confidence to contend against Mr. Mu? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and he hoped that he was overthinking things. On the other side, Wendy Yushan was in danger. Dozens of Outerverse cultivators, including her, had been attacked by Elder Yuan of the Tong family. In the end, she was the only one who had survived using the Yu's secret art. Everyone else had died, including the 2 hunters. Elder Yuan looked at Wendy Yushan in astonishment, as this secret technique seemed familiar to him. "Little girl, what secret technique is that?" Wendy Yushan hurriedly ate a pill and stared at Elder Yuan warily. Elder Yuan laughed. All your resistance is useless in front of me. He then reached out to grab Wendy Yushan. It was just a basic attack, but with a power level of 400,000, it was like heaven to Wendy Yushan. Her used secret art wasn't able to divert this attack. It was as if the surrounding space had been frozen, and she couldn't move at all. At this moment, a blue spear pierced through the void and pierced toward Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan flicked his finger and shifted the direction of the spear. He looked to the other side and saw a young man who resembled the Sea King standing in the starry sky, staring at him. This person was the Sea King's eldest son, Hai Feng, an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Hai Dashao walked out from behind Hai Feng and came to Wendy Yushan's side. He asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Wendy Yushan frowned and looked past Hai Dashao to look at Hai Feng. "He's my big brother, and he's very strong. Even if he faces that old fellow, he won't lose." Hai Dashao had blind confidence in Hai Feng. Wendy Yushan coldly said, "Let's go." She did not want to distract Hai Feng. Elder Yuan snorted coldly, trying to run. His figure dissipated as he tore through the void and appeared in front of Wendy Yushan. At that moment, Hai Feng disappeared as well. When he reappeared, he was already at Elder Yuan's side, his spear descending. Elder Yuan was furious. "You're courting death." He grabbed the spear, and his star energy transformed into a ring that wrapped around Hai Feng's body. At the same time, he reached out to grab Wendy Yushan. He also had a ring. Hai Dashao's weapon was also a spear, and he had subconsciously tried to block the attack as he was facing an enlighter. Hai Dashao could already foresee his tragic end, but in the next moment, the spear pierced through Elder Yuan's palm and continued down his arm into his shoulder. Blood dripped down the tip of the spear. Hai Feng's pupils shrank, but then he became ecstatic. Father wasn't dead. Hai Dashao had also realized that the weapon in his hand was the Sea King's trident, which contained the Sea King's power. Now that the astral river had been torn apart, he had received the Sea King's power and injured Elder Yuan. Father wasn't dead. Elder Yuan's right arm had been pierced through by the Sea King's trident, but he endured the pain and used all of his strength to snatch the Sea King's trident away from Hai Dashao. His star energy transformed into a ring of wind blades that shot towards Hai Dashao. Wendy Yushan subconsciously used the Yu secret art, but she was unable to redirect the attack. The Sea King's shield appeared around Hai Dashao's body and blocked the ring's attack. However, the Sea King's power that had been left behind in the shield was too weak, and the shield shattered under the attack. However, this split second gave Hai Feng enough time to break free from the ring and thrust his spear at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan put away the Sea King's trident and released his star energy, which transformed into a giant ring that bound Hai Feng from below. Hai Feng had the strength to face Elder Yuan head-on, so he wouldn't be defeated so easily. However, Elder Yuan was using star energy that surpassed his power level by 100,000 to forcefully bind him, and Hai Feng could do nothing about it. "Brat, you're courting death." Elder Yuan's right arm dripped with blood as he raised his left hand and shot the ring at Hai Dashao once more. Hai Dashao's expression changed, as he had nothing left to block the attack. Fortunately, Elder Tong appeared at that moment and blocked Elder Yuan. Wendy Yushan turned around to look for Lu Yin. At that moment, the space above everyone's heads cracked open, and a figure fell out in a sorry state. The trajectory of his fall tore through the void, as if even the heavens could not withstand his weight. Everyone stared blankly at the figure, and they saw that it was the Tong family's ancestor. Lu Yin was excited. He had succeeded. However, a moment later, another person fell out of the void. It was Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan's face was pale, and he was panting heavily. The blood at the corner of his mouth was exceptionally glaring. The battle at the pinnacle had already been decided. Lu Yin stared at Elder Yuan's right hand, where the item that he had given to Elder Yuan was, Progenitor Wushang's hide. Back then, Lu Yin had relied on Progenitor Wushang's hide to kill an enlighter with his spear. Progenitor Wushang's hide was not only useful to enlighters, but also to anyone who had not reached the progenitor realm. This was because it was Progenitor Wushang's hide, and Progenitor Wushang was a progenitor. Since Lu Yin knew that the Sixth Mainland would send out 2 cosmic imprinters, how could he believe that Elder Yuan alone could stop them? He naturally had to think of other methods, and Progenitor Wushang's hide was one such method. Aside from that, Lu Yin could not think of anything else that he had that could affect the cosmic imprinters. Elder Yuan's clothes were stained with blood, but it was unclear whether it was his own, the Tong family's ancestor, or Elder Ilis' blood. The heavens were torn open again, and Elder Ilis walked out. The Sixth Mainland's people had thought that since he had forced Elder Yuan to retreat, he would definitely win. However, Elder Ilis' appearance caused their hearts to sink, as he had also been injured. At this moment, the Tong family's ancestor finally managed to stabilize himself. He stood in outer space and stared at Progenitor Wushang's hide. "Where did you get so many progenitor items?" Lu Yin was astonished. It was only then that he noticed Elder Ilis' hand. There was a broken gray bone, and in Elder Yuan's other hand, there was an irregularly shaped stone. Could they both be progenitor items? The irregularly shaped stone in Elder Yuan's hand suddenly cracked and then turned to dust. Similarly, the gray bone in Elder Ilis' hand also cracked and finally dissipated. The situation was similar to the previous battle at the border. In a clash of power vessels, the first things that could not withstand the attacks were the power vessels. However, from the looks of it, both sides might have used progenitor items this time. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Yin's Progenitor Wushang's hide was the most powerful. Even my Sixth Mainland does not have many progenitor items, and they are all kept in the Daosaur sect. However, the Fifth Mainland should have more because this place is the graveyard of the 5 mainlands, and far too many progenitors have been born here. Aside from Progenitor Qin, who history does not dare to record, and the symbol Progenitor, who is unwilling to acknowledge, there is also Progenitor Hui, who created technology, Progenitor Wushang, who created the astral beast origin, and even the more ancient Progenitor Su, the netherworld progenitor, and so on. If I'm not wrong, the item in your hand should be Progenitor Wushang's hide, Elder Ilis said in a low voice, revealing an ancient secret that many had never heard of before. Countless people were confused, as they could not understand what he was saying. Only a few understood. Generally speaking, those who had not reached the space-exploring realm had not even heard of the progenitor realm, and they were not even aware of the existence of progenitors. Lu Yin was astonished. Progenitor Hui, Progenitor Su, and the Netherworld Progenitor were all names that he had never heard of before. Could the technocracy be Progenitor Hui's inheritance? Then the astral beast domain was Progenitor Wushang's inheritance. Progenitor Su family. The 7 courts. Could it be that the Su family was Progenitor Su's inheritance? That was right, as secret techniques could only be created by progenitors. The Su family had the Su secret technique, so it was normal for them to be a family with a progenitor's inheritance. If the 7 courts also had secret techniques, then didn't that mean that they were also a family with a progenitor's inheritance? Could the netherworld progenitor be the Yu family? Lu Yin had a deep impression of the Yu family's secret techniques. Master Yuan gripped Progenitor Wushang's hide tightly. With me here today, you will not be able to enter the outerverse. Ancestor Wu Mu did not respond. The Tong family's patriarch stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Even if you have Progenitor Wushang's item, you still won't be able to stop the 2 of us." Master Yuan stared at the Tong family's patriarch. But I can definitely drag one of you down with me. Which one of you wants to die with me? The Tong family's patriarch raised an eyebrow, and there was a look of apprehension in his eyes. Progenitor Wushang's hide was too difficult to deal with, and the Tong family's patriarch could lose consciousness at any time. Although it would only be a momentary lapse of consciousness, in a battle between powerhouses of their level, that momentary lapse of consciousness could be fatal. Ancestor Wu Mu did not have eyes, but he was still restricted by progenitor Wushang's hide. Master Yuan was not Lu Yin, and he could only rely on others to stun his opponents. He naturally had ways to use progenitor Wushang's hide in his hands. This was troublesome. The Tong family's patriarch and ancestor Wu Mu were both apprehensive, and Master Yuan was even more so. Progenitor Wushang's hide alone was not enough to deal with the two of them, and it would depend on luck to drag one of them down with him. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and sent a message to Master Yuan. Master Yuan was delighted. It's useful. Leave it to me. Lu Yin took out the small arrow that Peach had given him and activated the Yu's secret art with a wave of his hand. The arrow suddenly appeared in Master Yuan's left hand, which had originally been holding an irregular stone. Now, he was holding an arrow. My apologies, but I've decided to keep the two of you here because I suddenly obtained a progenitor's item, Master Yuan said slowly, his tone becoming sinister and pleased. Calm. Wonderful book house. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 955. On the other side, the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Eyeless were speechless. How could a progenitor's item be so easily obtained? Where had it come from? The Temple of Tama's inherited arrow had come from the 6th mainland's arrow progenitor. Although it wasn't a complete progenitor's item, it had still been used by the arrow progenitor. If Ancestor Arrow Mountain had not used it, and Master Yuan had not been willing to reveal his strength against a world imprinter, that arrow would not have been so weak. Back then, in order to hide his strength, Master Yuan could only watch as the arrow was snatched away by the 6th mainland. Now, another arrow had fallen into his hands, and he could use it again. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. If he had thought of this earlier, he would have definitely given Gong Ling's arrow to Master Yuan. That way, Gong Ling would not have wasted it. They could not display the power of a progenitor's item. Gong Ling, an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000, had been able to injure an imprinter with an arrow. In Master Yuan's hands, the arrow would only display greater power. In the blink of an eye, the 3 cosmic imprinters disappeared. Kill, someone shouted, startling quite a few people. After that, the battle continued. Countless beams of light from the warship streaked across space and shot towards the edge of the astral river. Explorers, cruisers, hunters, and enlighters were all fighting. People were dying at every moment. Lu Yin targeted an enlighter and killed him with a flying owl arrow. Aegis Child Assassin had almost killed an enlighter from the 6th mainland, but he had been ambushed by another enlighter and died with his heart crushed. Moore was dead, and Lu Yin had seen him beheaded by a youth from the 6th mainland. As a West San Dios counselor and ranked 12th on the top 100 rankings, Moore had also died tragically against a young genius from the Eyeless clan. Stop! Stop! A mournful cry rang out. In the distance, Granny Chan had been killed by an expert from the Tong family. An expert was dying every minute. Lu Yin's domain was constantly released, and when he saw Granny Chan's death, it was like a candle being extinguished. Their grudges had been cancelled out. On the battlefield, many people had not come willingly, but had been forcibly conscripted. For example, it was impossible for the assassins from Aegis to sacrifice their lives for the Outerverse, and Granny Chan was even more so. They had looked down on the Outerverse, so how could they sacrifice their lives for it? But regardless of whether they were willing or not, their names would be engraved on the battlefield for the Outerverse. In the distance, the wooden statues trapped an expert from the eyeless race. However, not long after, the wooden statues all collapsed. Mu Nishang could only watch as the expert from the eyeless race descended. Coincidentally, at this moment, a ferocious overlaying stack swept past and sent the expert from the eyeless race flying. It was Lan Si. He had saved Mu Nishang once again. Mu Nishang's eyes were watering. No matter how desperate the battle was, the final outcome would still be decided by the three cosmic imprinter. With a bang, one of Lu Yin's external objects completely shattered. He had upgraded it while he was upgrading everlasting poison. After all, it was a power vessel, and it had a limit to what it could withstand. Now, it had completely shattered. Lu Yin sighed. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sky full of rune lines charge towards the rear. It was an enlighter from the Eyeless clan with a power level of over 400,000. Instead of dealing with the Outerverse enlighters, he had decided to destroy the battleships behind them. Besides the warship, there were also many cultivators who had yet to become explorers, such as Wei Rong and the others, who were all aboard the warship. The Outerverse had fewer enlighters than the Sixth Mainland to begin with, but when faced with such a powerhouse's attack, none of the enlighters were able to step out and defend themselves. Lu Yin grew anxious and chased after the attacker. Behind them, the warships were lined up in a row and laid out in space. When the eyeless race expert approached, all of the ship's systems malfunctioned. The eyeless ancestor behind the eyeless race expert waved his hand, and his star energy transformed into a giant slash that swept out. This attack was enough to destroy all of the warships, including the transport ships behind them. Even outer space could not withstand such an attack. Protecting the warships were Yi Crafty, Top Mist, and Lu Qiuyu. Against the giant slash, Yi Crafty and Top Mist were helpless. They were just enlighters whose power levels had just surpassed 200,000, and they were also adept at sneak attacks. Only Lu Qiuyu stepped forward with a solemn expression. As the previous head of the Sword Sex Lu family, he had voluntarily stepped down with a power level of 290,000. He could be considered the weakest of the previous heads of the Lu family, but he had never wanted to become the head of the family. He would rather oversee Ironblood Weave's Season's fort and guard the borders for the humans. Faced with a slash with a power level of 300,000, Lu Qiuyu took a deep breath and slowly raised his sword before slashing out. He had not inherited the 13 swords, but this slash was not any weaker than the first 3 swords. He was just like Lu Xiaoyun. Even if he could not inherit the 13 swords, he still wanted to create a sword intent that could rival the 13 swords. This slash was the result of countless years of tempering in Ironblood Weave, and it had reached great success. This slash seemed to carry the will of iron and blood, and it was completely different from the other sword intents of the sword sect. This was a sword intent that had been tempered on the battlefield. This slash had severed the eyeless race expert's attack. The eyeless race expert was shocked, as he could sense that this person was not as strong as he was. However, that slash had been enough to shock him. In the distance, Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost been too late, but at the same time, he was shocked by Lu Qiuyu's slash. The might of that slash had completely surpassed the rune lines with a power level of 300,000. It felt like the 13 swords, but it was different from the mysterious and ethereal sword intent of the 13 swords. This slash was even more murderous. However, no matter how much shock Lu Qiuyu's slash caused, the eyeless race expert's next attack descended. This attack was not something that Lu Qiuyu could block, as the expert's vision was very accurate. Lu Qiuyu had allowed the eyeless race expert to clearly see the limits of what Lu Qiuyu could endure. This attack had completely surpassed that limit. Lu Qiuyu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Regardless of whether or not he could block this attack, he would meet it head-on, even if he had to die. He had long since anticipated this day. After all, how many people could survive while guarding the borders? He slowly raised his sword and slashed down. Sword chi soared into the heavens as it clashed with the eyeless race expert's attack. The enormous slash crushed the sword chi and shattered the heavens as it headed towards Lu Qiuyu and the many battleships. Within the spacecraft, everyone despaired. At that moment, Lu Yin charged out and raised both hands. His 8-lined battle force imprint pushed out, and his 100 stacks exploded. He was not wearing the new universal armor, but rather the broken universal armor from before. Although it was broken, it could still withstand an attack with a power level of over 400,000. However, the price to pay was that the opponent's attack could easily enter his body through the cracks. There was a cracking sound as the cracks on the universal armor widened. Within the cracks, the reflection bead that had absorbed the attack also cracked open. The slash entered the universal armor through the cracks and sliced open Lu Yin's abdomen. Blood dripped down the armor and dyed his waist red. Lu Qiuyu's eyes went wide, and he charged out and slashed out once more to block the attack. At the same time, Karma and Top Mist also charged out. They attacked from afar and counteracted the power of the slash. Countless people watched as Lu Yin risked his life to block the attack, and they were all moved. Everyone in the Outerverse knew that Lu Yin had the ambition to unify the Outerverse. His methods were ruthless, and he did things swiftly and decisively, causing countless people to tremble in fear. The reason why so many people in the Central and Western Weaves viewed him as an enemy was mostly because of his ambition. Coupled with the fact that the various great powers were deliberately trying to smear his name, his reputation in the Central and Western Weaves was very bad. But at this moment, Lu Yin was risking his life to protect them, which changed everyone's impression of Lu Yin. Even if it was a battle to the death, not everyone would be able to fight as recklessly as Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not think too much about it. All he thought about was that he could do it. He wanted to protect those people, and many of them were from the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Yu Empire. Among them, there were people that he valued, people who worshipped him, and even his subordinates. Since he had brought them out, he wanted to bring them back. Besides, this attack was not enough to kill him. Lu Yin was certain that this attack would not be able to kill him because the universal armor had blocked most of the attack. However, the attack that had entered through the crack still left him in a miserable state, and nearly half of his waist had been sliced open. He swallowed the pill in his mouth and exerted his strength once more. Beside him, Lu Qiuyu slashed out again and again, and behind them, the two Enlighters, Yi Gui and Top Mist, worked together. Finally, the attack was blocked, and if it had been just a little bit later, the shockwaves would have reached the battleships. There was a crack, and the universal armor completely split apart, revealing Lu Yin within as well as the shattered rebound bead at his waist. These external items had all been subjected to a power that exceeded their limits. Not too far away, the eyeless race expert was shocked once more, as they had actually blocked the attack once more. These natives had blocked his attack twice in a row, which caused his face to darken. Block it twice. Let's see if I can block it. Third time. He then raised his hand again and viciously slashed down. This was the third attack, and it was an enormous attack that tore through the heavens. It was even more powerful and fierce than the previous two attacks. Everyone in the battleship was in despair. Who could block this attack? Even Lu Yin, who had continuously created miracles, would definitely not be able to block it. Lu Yin was helpless, and just as he was about to fuse with the pearl necklace that Master Yuan had given him to increase his power level by 300,000, a beam of light shot out from the distance and enveloped the eyeless race expert along with the attack. The eyeless race expert hurriedly dodged. His reaction was fast, but he was still a bit too slow. Half of his body was shattered by the beam of light, and his attack was also destroyed. Wan Qianqing attacked. Lu Yin destroyed 2 imprinters in a single attack, freeing up Wan Qianqing and Elder He. Half of the eyeless race expert's body was gone, and he staggered as he tried to escape. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed out and put on his new universal armor. He had lost too many things in this battle, and he urgently needed to make up for them. There was a fat sheep right in front of him. He urgently needed the cosmic ring of an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Lu Yin chased after the eyeless race expert very quickly. Although the eyeless race expert had lost half of his body, he was still an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Normal enlighters would not dare to chase after him, and only Lu Yin dared to. Lu Yin's gaze was fierce, but this injury was not enough to take his life. This was the eyeless race's advantage, and he hated this person to the core. If not for this person, the second attack would have succeeded, and the eyeless race expert would not have been distracted and suffered such a heavy injury. You're courting death. The eyeless race expert raised a hand and pointed out with a power level of over 200,000. He did not believe that this brat had so many external items that could block an enlighter's attack. After all, he was just a cruiser. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 956. No one knew exactly how many external items Lu Yin had. The eyeless expert's finger had struck Lu Yin, but it had not been able to break through his universal armor. Although this armor was not as strong as the previous one, which could withstand attacks with a power level of 400,000, it could still withstand attacks with a power level of 300,000. The eyeless expert's attack had failed, and Lu Yin grinned. My turn. He then pressed a palm against the eyeless expert's abdomen. His palm was dyed red from the eyeless expert's blood. 100 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and the eyeless expert spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Lu Yin was about to chase after him when the eyeless expert's body suddenly spun at high speed. Following that, white threads wrapped around his body. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched the eyeless expert's rune lines continuously rise. The blast from Wanqing City had caused his rune lines to fall to the same level as Karma and Topmist, but at this moment, they were rapidly rising. What was going on? The 6th mainland's Black Blood realm was the Eyeless clan. The entire clan was of the Eyeless bloodline, and this bloodline had a special characteristic: they could break out of their cocoons and be reborn. Those with extremely high innate gifts could break out of their cocoons and increase their cultivation. When they were on the brink of death, they could also break out of their cocoons and recover their power level. This was the Eyeless clan, the only cosmic imprinter clan in the Black Blood realm. Lu Yin watched as the Eyeless expert's rune lines rose without limit. Behind him, a beam of sword chi swept past and slashed at the eyeless expert, slicing apart the threads. It was Lu Qiuyu. He had also noticed that something was wrong. Countless beams of sword chi streaked across the void and slashed down. Although the eyeless clan's recovery was miraculous and they could break out of their cocoons and be reborn, they were not invincible. Lu Qiuyu's sword chi slashed down without regard for his own life, and after more than 1,000 slashes, the eyeless expert's momentum was finally stopped. When the threads completely fell off, half of the eyeless expert's body had recovered, but his power level had only recovered to around 300,000. The eyeless expert glared at Lu Qiuyu viciously before turning to leave. Right now, He only wanted to return to the rear and recover from his injuries. He had no intention of fighting with these people, and with his recovered power, these people would not dare to stop him. However, he had forgotten about Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had been shocked by the eyeless tribe's bloodline, he had not given up. With a power level of 300,000, he was willing to give it a try. As he thought about it, he took out the 5 chains and tapped out with his dream finger. One of the chains melted, and his dream finger's power level increased by 300,000. This finger caused the void to freeze and the starry sky to tremble. At the same time, Master Yuan was also blocking Ancestor Wu Mu's attack while shooting the arrow. Logically speaking, this arrow was within the expectations of the Tong clan's ancestor. Even though it could injure him, it wasn't enough to heavily injure him. Master Yuan thought so as well, but he had no choice and could only do so much. Now, it was up to Progenitor Wushang's hide to see if it would work. But at that moment, Lu Yin's finger raised his power level by 300,000, triggering the pair of clear eyes. The owner of the eyes was dissatisfied, and the door in the depths of the Starfall Sea opened a little. Boundless power rushed into the Starfall Sea through the endless void, the Innerverse, and the Astral River to arrive here. The Tong family ancestor, Progenitor Wushang, and even Master Yuan froze. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and the unimaginable power made them not dare to move. A boundless force descended, forming a jade-like finger that pointed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up, and his pupils rapidly shrank. This was the first time that he had seen that jade-like finger other than in his dreams. Boundless rage instantly spread through him, and he shouted, "How dare you!" The jade-like finger suddenly pressed down, as if it wanted to crush him into a puddle of blood. At that moment, the jade stone that Mr. Mu had given him suddenly flew out and blocked the finger. The jade stone cracked open, and the jade-like finger dissipated. Everything seemed like an illusion. The door in the depths of the Starfall Sea was tightly shut, and the pair of clear eyes were also shut. Only the Tong family ancestor held his neck as fresh blood flowed out. Just a moment ago, the jade-like finger's boundless power had descended, and none of them had been able to move. However, that arrow had been shot by Master Yuan, and it had pierced through the Tong family ancestor's neck. The arrow progenitor's power had destroyed more than half of the Tong family ancestor's life force. The Tong family ancestor was still unable to move, but at this moment, he had suffered an unimaginable injury. The stronger one was, the more they could sense that mighty power. Only the 3 cosmic imprinters on the battlefield had been able to sense that power. Even the enlighter from the eyeless race, who had been right next to them, had not been able to sense it. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Lu Yin would not have been able to sense that mighty power. That power had wanted to obliterate him. Lu Yin's entire body trembled, not because he was afraid, but because he was suppressing his anger. He did not know why he was so angry, but it was as if he could not control himself. Who had that jade-like finger belonged to? And why had it suddenly appeared? If not for Mr. Mu's jade stone, would Lu Yin have died just now? At that moment, thunder rumbled in outer space, and the eyeless ancestor appeared. He grabbed the Tong family ancestor and charged towards the astral river. Retreat. This single word represented the outcome of this battle. The 6th mainland had been defeated. On the battlefield, everyone was still in a daze when Master Yuan appeared and chased after the astral river with Progenitor Wushang's hide in one hand. In his other hand was an arrow, and the arrowhead was dyed red with blood. Lu Yin looked up. Had Master Yuan won? Chase. Destroy everyone from the 6th mainland. Master Yuan barked. Countless people in the outerverse grew excited. Kill, kill, kill. The experts from the 6th mainland's Tong family and the eyeless clan felt a chill run down their spines. Even their 2 ancestors had been defeated. Who could resist the Outerverse cosmic imprinter? They did not dare to stay behind, and they all fled towards the other side of the astral river. The warship launched an attack, and a beam of light that filled the void descended, indiscriminately attacking the Sixth Mainland's cultivators as it blasted towards the astral river. In front of Lu Yin, the eyeless clan expert who had lost half of his body was completely dead. Lu Yin's dream finger, which had increased his power level by 300,000, had killed him. His body then floated into outer space and drifted into the distance. Lu Yin let out a long breath, but he did not have time to think. He grabbed the eyeless clan expert's cosmic ring and used his blood to open it. He then poured the contents into his own cosmic ring with practiced movements. He then followed Master Yuan and charged towards the other side of the astral river. Lu Qiuyu and the rest attacked at the same time. Lan Si, Wendy Yushan, the black-masked assassin, and the others all charged towards the astral river. They had thought that this battle would not bode well for them, but they had still won. Master Yuan's strength made them fearless of the Sixth Mainland. They felt that as long as Master Yuan was here, even if two more top powerhouses from the Sixth Mainland appeared, they would not be afraid. Even Master Yuan himself was confused. Where had the boundless power that he had felt after shooting that arrow had come from? He could only think of the top powerhouse who had moved the borders of the endless weaves. Perhaps that person was the only one who could do such a thing. That person was the strongest powerhouse in the Outerverse, and he might even have reached the level of a half-progenitor. In the blink of an eye, Master Yuan passed by the Sixth Mainland's cultivators and disappeared from everyone's sight. He had chased after the eyeless clan's ancestor. At this point, Astral Nine's headmaster and the eyeless clan's final imprinter had finished their battle. Astral Nine's headmaster had won, and although the eyeless clan's imprinter had been defeated, he had not suffered any serious injuries. He had blocked the Sixth Mainland's cultivators from the Outerverse pursuit. Myriad City shot out another beam of light, passing through the crowd and shooting towards the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The eyeless clan's imprinter hurriedly tried to block the attack, but he was forced back by Astral Nine's headmaster and Elder He's simultaneous attacks. The beam of light blasted through the torn astral river without any resistance, wiping out countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. Ever since Lu Yin had destroyed two of the Sixth Mainland's imprinters, the Sixth Mainland's imprinter had only been able to rely on the Tong family's ancestor and the eyeless clan's imprinter. No matter how many enlighters there were, they could not change the outcome of the battle. However, they had still been defeated, and Master Yuan's victory had been due to a bit of luck. In the end, the two Sixth Mainland's invading clans were hunted down like stray dogs. Beneath Myriad City, Cheong Shanhai's face was pale. Every time Myriad City fired a cannon, it consumed a huge amount of resources. Even with all of Myriad City's reserves, they still could not bear the burden of this battle, and their reserves were almost depleted. Cheong Shanhai decided not to fire any more shots, as he could not afford to cripple Myriad City in one battle. In any case, the Sixth Mainland's invaders had already been defeated. There was no need for Myriad City to act again. Astral Nine's headmaster and elder were more than enough to bury the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Following closely behind the two envoys were Yumu, Yuehua Mavis, and the other enlighters, as well as Lan Si, Lu Yin, and the other experts. A huge hole had been torn in the astral river, and as the Sixth Mainland retreated, the eyeless clan's imprinter dragged out all sorts of strange creatures from the astral river to obstruct them. Although these creatures were large, most of them only had the strength of a cruiser. At most, they could obstruct the Sixth Mainland's line of sight, but they could only do so for a single second. The eyeless clan's imprinter dragged out another astral river creature. Lu Yin used the Yu's secret art to throw out a super flash. He did not know if this tear bomb would work, but he was just testing it out. In the end, it was still useless. This weapon might be useful against Enlighters, as it could temporarily blind them, but it was completely useless against imprinters, especially those from the Eyeless clan. Many people looked at Luin strangely. He was from the Eyeless clan, which meant that he did not have any eyes at all. Why was he using a super flash? A tear bomb. Wasn't that just stupid? Luin felt awkward, as he was already used to throwing these things. Soon, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had escaped to a place close to the Interverse. The Eyeless clan's imprinter was desperately defending the rear of the group, and he forcefully withstood the attacks of Astral Nine's headmaster and Elder He. He had managed to hold on, but the Enlighters behind him who had joined forces to block the envoy's attacks had not been able to hold on. They had all died, including Tong family's Elder Yuan and some of the Eyeless clan's experts. If both sides continued to fight, then the Sixth Mainland's two great families would definitely not be able to compare to the Outerverse, and they would not even have as many Enlighters. When they saw that the Sixth Mainland had suffered heavy losses, the Outerverse cultivators became even more agitated, and their battle cries shook the sky. Luin felt the same way. This was the first time that they had held such an advantage against the Sixth Mainland. If they did not destroy these two great families, then they would be letting down Master Yuan's arrow. Suddenly, Luin stopped and looked down in shock. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 957. The astral river was vast and connected the heavens to the earth. It split the universe in two, and no one knew how deep it went. At that moment, Luin saw indescribably terrifying rune lines flash past the bottom of the astral river. Those rune lines caused his entire body to turn cold, and his scalp went numb. Although he couldn't see them clearly, he was certain that those rune lines were no less shocking than the Tong family's patriarch or eyeless. In other words, a monster comparable to a cosmic imprinter had swum past the bottom of the astral river. No one knew how the astral river had been formed. It had split the universe apart, or rather, it had split the Fifth Mainland to form the Innerverse and Outerverse. The astral river's tributaries had divided the Innerverse into countless flow zones that were all connected. Every year, countless people explored the astral river, and every year, countless people died there. The simplest example was fishing on an astral river vessel. Only a cruiser had the qualifications to do so, and that was just the qualifications. Even fishing was so dangerous, which showed just how terrifying the astral river was. No one knew what exactly existed within the astral river, and perhaps only progenitors could see it clearly. At that moment, Luin saw the astral river's terrifying side. Fortunately, that creature with a power level of 1,000,000 didn't stop, and it immediately disappeared. Perhaps in its eyes, these people were just small fries in the water, and it didn't even bother to look at them. It continued to chase after the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators were about to return to the Innerverse. The distance separating the Innerverse and Outerverse from the astral river wasn't very far. Elsewhere in the Innerverse, at the border of the astral river, it should have been very peaceful, but at this moment, spacecraft after spacecraft approached from afar and gradually lined up at the border of the astral river. Even further away, there was a boundless continent that quickly floated over. It was filled with all sorts of resources, minerals, star essence, strange creatures, and all sorts of weapons. There were even buildings and people. These were the resources that the Sixth Mainland had plundered from the Innerverse. Every once in a while, the Sixth Mainland would transport a batch of resources back to the Innerverse and divide them among the three filaments. These resources were enormous, and they were all-encompassing. Minerals, star essence, and so on were the most common of them all. These buildings were the repositories of many of the Innerverse powers, and they contained secret information about battle techniques that those powers had collected over countless years. There were also countless inner-verse cultivators who had been imprisoned and sent to the sixth mainland. These people were all valuable to the sixth mainland. Some had innate gifts, some were powerful, and could be used as sparring partners. Some had strange appearances, and there were even some beautiful women who could be used as servants. The sixth mainland had gone to great lengths to attack the inner verse because the Sea King had restored the fifth mainland sky, which had led to the possibility of a progenitor being born in the fifth mainland. The sixth mainland had to destroy this possibility, so they had to destroy the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization and plunder it. Wars are all about benefits, and only benefits can drive wars. These were the benefits that the sixth mainland could see for themselves. This mainland's resources were only a drop in the ocean, but even that was an exaggeration. The war in the innerverse had lasted for more than 5 years, and the sixth mainland had transported resources many times. However, they had always been sabotaged by the innerverse powerhouses, so they rarely returned to the sixth mainland peacefully. This time, the War Marshal Realm's weaponsmithing family was responsible for escorting the resources. Compared to the Tong family and the Eyeless family, this family was different because they possessed a celestial imprint. They were the strongest family in the War Marshal Realm, and there was no other family. There was only one weaponsmithing family in the entire War Marshal Realm, and everyone in the War Marshal Realm viewed weaponsmithing as an honor. For this reason, the War Marshal Realm even had a division of power that differed from the other realms, the weaponsmiths. The celestial imprinters of the War Marshal Realm were known as weaponsmiths, and the Realmlings were known as weaponsmiths. Apart from them, all the other cultivators who had been recognized by the weaponsmithing family were known as world imprinters. They were divided into levels from level 1 to 9, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. This time, the strongest person escorting the resources back to the sixth mainland was a level 9 weaponsmithing family, and below him were level 7, level 4, and so on. The weaponsmithing Realmlings were also present. Although the entire continent was not very wide, it was very long, and it followed the Astral River towards the sixth mainland's Mara River. There were not many powerhouses guarding the side of the continent that was close to the Astral River. The reason why they had chosen to travel closer to the Astral River was because they wanted to borrow the Astral River's obstruction to free up more powerhouses to guard the other side. On the other side of the continent, countless hammers floated in the air, which represented the weaponsmithing family. With a level 9 weaponsmithing escorting the resources, as well as many experts from the weaponsmithing family, this trip should have been absolutely safe, especially since the other side was facing the Astral River. However, the Tong family and the Eyeless family had torn apart the Astral River and waged war against the Outerverse. In the end, they had been defeated and had fled to the Innerverse. Not only had they appeared, but Astral Nine's headmaster and elders had also appeared at the same time. When the two sides had chased each other out of the Astral River and started fighting in the Innerverse, the distant transport team had also appeared. Lu Yin looked to the east and blinked when he saw the continent. What was going on? Those from the Tong family were excited, and they hurriedly called for reinforcements from the transport team. On the transport team, the War Marshal Realm's Realmling stared into the distance. It's the Tong family and the Eyeless family. Has the Astral River been torn apart? The Innerverse had been suppressed by the astronomical phenomena, so the Tong family and the Eyeless family were no longer worried. They did not have as many experts as the Outerverse, but everyone had suppressed their power levels, so they could hold on. Even Ancestor Eyeless and Master Yuan had suppressed their power levels the moment they entered the Innerverse. At this moment, it was a competition of numbers. The scales tilted once again, and this time, it was pressing down on the sixth mainland. This was especially so when a group of experts from a weaponsmithing family leapt out from the transport team. Elder, he looked at Astral Nine's headmaster helplessly. Let's retreat. They're a weaponsmithing family, and they're even stronger than the Tong family and the Eyeless family. As long as we guard the other side of the astral river, Master Yuan can restore it. Astral Nine's headmaster was unwilling, but he had no choice. Retreat. When the Sixth Mainland's cultivators saw that the Outerverse cultivators wanted to retreat, how could they possibly agree? They all chased after the Outerverse cultivators in an attempt to stop them. The eyeless imprinter even risked serious injuries to block the astral river, as he could not allow the Outerverse cultivators to escape. As long as they could eliminate this group, then even if the Outerverse powerhouse who could rival the Cosmic Imprinter won, he would still have no subordinates to use, and the Outerverse resources could still be plundered. In the distance, a group of experts from a weaponsmithing family rushed out from the transport team. The orders they had received had not been to actually fight the Outerverse cultivators, but rather to scare them away. They could not afford to lose the resources they were transporting, as this was related to how the three filaments would divide the benefits when they attacked the Innerverse. Even the weaponsmithing families did not want any accidents to happen at this juncture. They only wanted to transport the resources back to the Sixth Mainland before returning to figure out the situation. However, the Realmling toolwielder wanted to capture one person, and that person was Wendy Yushan. When he had first seen Wendy Yushan in the ruins of the Daosaur sect, he had been attracted to her. He had never expected that she would be someone from the Fifth Mainland, which was even better since he could capture her and bring her back. In the void, Ancestor Eyeless appeared, still holding on to the Tong family's ancestor. At this moment, the Tong family's ancestor's injuries had recovered slightly, but he would not be able to fight for a while. What had injured him had been the arrow progenitor's item, and it had not been an ordinary method. On the other side, Master Yuan appeared with a solemn expression. In the Innerverse, the astronomical phenomenon had been suppressed, and no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to display his full strength. His advantage had been completely wiped out, and the enemy had actually sent a group of experts to reinforce him. He did not know that the weaponsmithing families were just trying to scare them away, and he wanted to retreat. On the other side, Ancestor Eyeless could tell what Master Yuan was thinking. He tossed the Tong family's ancestor onto the transport team and then joined his hands together. A formless halo gradually expanded, and in an instant, it enveloped all of the participants at the astral river's border. Ancestor Eyeless had not used his innate gift all this time, but it was not the right time. Now, it was time. Master Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately attacked Ancestor Eyeless. However, it was still too late. As the halo moved, everyone was transferred to the transport team, and they were now far away from the astral river's border. Ancestor Eyeless' innate gift allowed him to instantly transfer everyone and everything within the halo to a place that he could see. Actually, it was not very useful for someone of his level of strength, as a single step would allow him to traverse the universe. The range of his vision was too narrow, but at this moment, his innate gift was extremely useful. If the people from the Outerverse wanted to escape, they would have to rush out of the transport team. However, there were cultivators from the Sixth Mainland guarding the resources here, as well as experts from the weaponsmithing families, as well as powerhouses from the Tong family and the Eyeless clan. This was an almost impossible task, and they would all be transported to the Sixth Mainland along with this batch of resources, where they would become prisoners. The land was very small compared to the Astral River, but it could transport the resources snatched from the Innerverse, so it was still quite large. At the very least, when Lu Yin opened his eyes, he saw a boundless expanse of minerals, as well as a very wretched person who was hiding in a mine not too far away. That person had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly appear, and he turned around to look at Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin felt a sense of absurdity. Wasn't that Ling Ke? Ling Ke blinked, as if he could not believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard and focused his gaze. He gulped and raised a hand to greet Lu Yin. "How are you?" Lu Yin subconsciously nodded. "I'm all right." Oh, Ling Ke responded, but he did not say anything else. The atmosphere was a little silent. A second later, the two of them charged towards each other and stared at each other. Did you betray the universe? They asked at the same time. Nonsense, of course not, they both said at the same time. Don't copy me, they both said at the same time. They then stood a few meters away from each other and stared at each other. Lu Yin's fingers twitched. This guy was actually in the Sixth Mainland's camp. If this was not a betrayal of the universe, then what was it? Lu Yin did not believe that Ling Ke could hide from the weaponsmithing families with his strength. On the other side, Ling Ke was thinking the same thing. He also did not believe that Lu Yin could hide from the weaponsmithing families. At that moment, the sounds of battle rang out in the distance. The two of them looked over at the same time and saw the Outerverse cultivators fighting against the Sixth Mainland's transport team. Lu Yin immediately attacked Ling Ke, and Ling Ke did the same. His K's mighty slash had already been prepared, and he was about to launch a sneak attack. However, it had been 5 years since they had last met, and he clearly did not realize the difference between him and Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 958. The K's mighty slash was easily deflected by Lu Yin, and Ling Ke's entire body was under Lu Yin's control. Speak. Why are you here? Ling Ke roared, I was just about to ask you that. At that moment, the figures of Master Yuan and Ancestor Eyeless appeared in the sky. Ling Ke stared blankly. No matter how slow he was, he could sense that something was amiss. It was as if a group of people had suddenly appeared and started fighting. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. Weren't you in the Outerverse? Lu Yin held on to Ling Ke tightly. The astral river was torn apart, and we fought our way in. Are you guys crazy? A mere Outerverse dares to invade the Innerverse. Ling Ke cried out. At that moment, a giant hammer smashed into the distance from the sky. Sword Chi soared into the sky and slashed towards the hammer. Ling Ke's expression changed. Old Iran has been discovered. The plan has been brought forward. We're going to rob the transport team. Lu Yin released Ling Ke and looked into the distance. That sword Chi did not belong to anyone from the Outerverse. Even though its power level had been suppressed to below 200,000, Lu Yin was certain that the attacker was extremely powerful. That sword Chi made Lu Yin's heart palpitate, and it even surpassed Lu Chuyu's. Someone else had been hiding here for a long time, just like Ling Quebec Rob. Who else besides you? Lu Yin asked. Ling Ke raised his head. Many people. These resources belong to the Innerverse, so it's impossible for the Sixth Mainland to take them away. At that moment, there were battles everywhere on the transport team. Although Ancestor Eyeless' innate gift had brought the Outerverse cultivators to the mainland, they had been separated. The Outerverse cultivators, the Tong family, and the Eyeless clan had all been separated. Separating the Outerverse cultivators was not a good thing, as there were too many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. This was especially true for the transport team. The number of experts present was no less than the number of experts from the Tong family and the Eyeless clan that had attacked the Outerverse. If nothing unexpected happened, the Outerverse cultivators would either die or be captured. However, things were different if Ling Ke and the others, who had been lying in ambush on the mainland, were added to the mix. Since they had dared to rob the transport convoy, then they naturally had a certain level of confidence. Furthermore, Patriarch Eyeless' innate gift was able to separate the Outerverse cultivators. Some of the Outerverse cultivators had appeared in very unlucky places. For example, one person had appeared right in front of a 9th-level blacksmith from a smithing family and had been smashed into a puddle of blood. However, there were also some who had appeared in the area where the Innerverse cultivators were imprisoned. The most heavily guarded area on the entire transport continent was the area where the Innerverse cultivators were being held. There were a total of 3 4th-stage weapon forgers standing guard, and each of them was comparable to an enlighter with a power level of 400,000. There was also a 7th-stage weapon forger whose power level exceeded 720,000. Even if Master Yuan wanted to break through these people's blockade, it would still take some time. However, someone had been lucky enough to appear behind the blockade and successfully release the Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned. A chaotic battle unfolded on the transport continent. The Outerverse cultivators, Ling Ke, and the others who had been hiding in preparation for the robbery, as well as the Innerverse cultivators who had been released, numbered about the same as the 6th mainland. There were simply too many Innerverse cultivators who had been released. Ever since the 6th mainland had invaded the Innerverse, this was the most unlucky shipment they'd ever had. The entire transport continent was thrown into chaos. The person who had organized Ling Ke and the others to rob the transport continent was none other than Starsabil. She was not the Starsabil from the Astral Combat Academy, but rather the Starsabil who had appeared at the Sea King's Dome and had conversed with Lu Yin. Even with Starsabil's calm and insightful personality, she was still at a loss at this moment. She did not understand what was going on, but since they had been exposed, they could only fight. The most depressed person was the 9th-stage weapon forger from the smithing family. Originally, this had been a good shipment, and at most, a few rats had managed to sneak in, which should have been enough to deal with the situation. However, Ancestor Eyeless had forcefully disrupted everything. He had brought in a group of Outerverse experts and even allowed the imprisoned Innerverse cultivators to escape. If not for Ancestor Eyeless, the weapon forger would have thought that this person was a spy from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin and Ling Ke were discovered, and a group of 6th mainland cultivators surrounded them. Lu Yin immediately took action. He had taken off his universal armor when he had entered the Innerverse, but under the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, it did not matter if he wore it or not. Ling Ke, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. You bunch of slaves with a fixed cultivation system. You have no future. Lu Yin's expression turned strange. What are you doing? Ling Ke solemnly replied, I'm trying to see if I can scare them to death. Lu Yin was speechless. This guy must be crazy. Lu Yin had never imagined that when he had fused with a 6th mainland cultivator's body and killed himself right in front of Ling Ke, it had shocked Ling Ke greatly. After that, Ling Ke had always wanted to say that his enemies would die, as he felt that this was even more cool. Although he had never succeeded, he never grew tired of it. Lu Yin did not care about Ling Ke anymore. This guy had gone crazy. The monkey also felt strange. 7th bro, the Innerverse has been suppressed so badly. How can one person be so crazy? Not too far away from Lu Yin and Ling Ke was a lake with a strange ore at the bottom that could only be stored in water. Within the ore, a beautiful woman opened her eyes and took out a simple zither from her cosmic ring. She then slowly began to play. The zither's melody was melodious, but it was also filled with killing intent. Along with the zither's melody, a domain gradually spread out, as if it was trying to distinguish between friend and foe. The zither's melody traveled past Lu Yin, which stunned him. This domain was very powerful. When the zither's melody came into contact with the 6th mainland cultivators, many of them felt their brains tremble, and they all fainted. Ling Ke stopped talking and looked excited. It's Great Elder Crimson Moon. Lu Yin was puzzled. Who? Ling Ke replied, the Great Elder of the Soul Dream tribe. She has a power level of over 400,000 and is close to the level of an emissary. The entire Soul Dream tribe was captured by the sixth mainland, and she was the only one who escaped. The Soul Dream tribe was captured. Lu Yin was shocked. He remembered someone saying that some of the stronger tribes of the Innerverse should have escaped. Ling Ke sighed. The Soul Dream tribe is quite unlucky. Who told them to be so beautiful that they attracted the attention of a forging family? They decided to distribute them as spoils of war. Over the past few years, many of the Soul Dream tribe women have been distributed, and some of them have even been sent back to the sixth mainland as spoils of war. Lu Yin's face sank, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He had some history with the Soul Dream tribe, and he and Shiyu could be considered friends. On planet Pyrolite, he had also made a deal with the Soul Dream tribe and even saved them. He had never thought that this tribe would suffer such a calamity, one that was even worse than the Starfall Sea. Ling Ke's eyes dimmed. Actually, he could have chosen not to attack the transport convoy, but when the sixth mainland had attacked the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, the Lingling tribe had abandoned the Soul Dream tribe and fled. He felt guilty, and so he had decided to attack the transport convoy. Not only did these resources belong to the Innerverse, but he also wanted to save the Soul Dream tribe. Although Ling Ke's appearance was exaggerated and he was unreliable, he had his own principles. Let's go find Great Elder Crimson Moon. She's carrying the Moonlight Zither, which is a rare treasure of the Soul Dream tribe. It's too destructive for a large group of people, and there's definitely someone who wants to deal with her. Lu Yin nodded, and the two of them headed towards the lake. They weren't the only ones. All of the Innerverse cultivators who had been preparing to attack the transport convoy rushed towards the lake upon hearing the Zither's music. This was something that they had discussed beforehand. Great Elder Crimson Moon's domain could cover the entire continent, and the Zither's music was too destructive for the sixth mainland. They had to protect her. From a bird's eye view, one could see that countless people had gathered around the lake. There were Innerverse cultivators, and there were also cultivators from the sixth mainland. They seemed to be surrounding the lake in a battle to the death. In the sky, a giant hammer smashed towards the bottom of the lake. A true expert from the smithing aristocratic family had arrived, and he was at least a fourth-stage blacksmith. Although his power level had been suppressed, he still revealed a valiant aura that caused many Innerverse cultivators to revere him. A figure charged out from the bottom of the lake and viciously collided with the hammer. There was a thump, and a shockwave spread out. The figure spat out a mouthful of blood as he was smashed into the lake. The void tore apart as a hand holding a hammer appeared above the lake. It was an old man with a fourth-stage symbol on his hammer, indicating that he was a fourth-stage blacksmith. Little brat, you're able to block one of my hammers. You have great potential. Come with me to the sixth mainland, and I can let you join the smithing aristocratic family. The old man gripped his hammer tightly as he looked down coldly. The figure on the lake looked up. It was a young man who was only a cruiser. His name was Tsangmu, and he was a follower of the 10 Arbiters War King. He was ranked 9th on the top 100 rankings and had surpassed Ling Jia. He was one of the top figures of the Innerverse younger generation. Old man, your hammers aren't that great. Tsangmu spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. The old man snorted. You're courting death. He then swung his hammer down again. At this moment, the sound of a zither reverberated from the bottom of the lake, and it transformed into visible ripples that swept towards the old man. Great Elder Crimson Moon was the Great Elder of the Soul Dream tribe, and her true power level exceeded 450,000. She was extremely close to being an emissary, and she was the Soul Dream tribe's #1 expert. She also carried her tribe's treasure, the Moonlight Zither. When they worked together, she did not fear anyone at the same level as her. However, her opponent was a fourth-stage blacksmith from a smithing aristocratic family. The smithing aristocratic families were different from the other powers of the sixth mainland. This was because there were celestial imprinters in the smithing aristocratic families. Every expert from a smithing aristocratic family would forge their own weapons, which were most suitable for them and would allow them to display their full potential. A fourth-stage blacksmith also had a power level of over 400,000, and with his martial imprint and imprint, he was able to shatter the rhythmic ripples with a single strike of his hammer. Even though Great Elder Crimson Moon had suppressed her power level to less than 200,000, she was still slightly weaker than the fourth-stage blacksmith, whether it was in terms of destructive power or defensive power. This was the most common situation when comparing the inner verse to the sixth mainland. The old man shattered the rhythmic ripples with a single strike of his hammer and then charged towards the bottom of the lake. Tsang-mu roared and tried to use his body to block the attack. The old man sneered. What a mere ant. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in the corner of his eyes. The old man frowned and swung his hammer in a different direction. The K's mighty slash shattered through the void, and in the distance, Ling K spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure, which had been charging towards the lakeside, suddenly stopped as if he had been struck by something. The K's mighty slash changed the direction of the hammer so that it did not hit Tsang-mu. Tsang-mu took the opportunity to attack the old man, but his attacks did not harm the old man at all. The old man's star energy alone was enough to suppress Tsang-mu, and the void was even solidified by his star energy. The old man raised a hand and grabbed at Tsang-mu's neck. At the bottom of the lake, Great Elder Crimson Moon leapt out. Her zither strings vibrated and transformed into a sonic boom that blasted towards the old man. The old man grabbed at Tsang-mu with one hand and raised his hammer high into the air with the other before smashing it down. He did not care about Great Elder Crimson Moon at all. To an expert from a smithing aristocratic family, such a gentle attack did not even have the ability to slow them down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 959. Just as his hand was about to grab Tsang-mu's neck, the void split open and another hand reached out to block Tsang-mu's attack. The old man's eyes widened, and he clenched his fingers together in an attempt to break Tsang-mu's hand. However, in the next moment, he realized that some of his strength had disappeared for no apparent reason. After a series of attacks, both hands were pushed back to reveal Lu Yin's figure. Tsang-mu was also pushed back by the shock waves from the collision, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin stared at the old man with a serious expression. In terms of physical strength, he was comparable to an enlighter, but he only had a power level of around 200,000. The old man in front of him had a power level of at least 400,000, and his body was exceptionally strong. If not for the Ian evolution scripture weakening the old man's palm, Lu Yin's hand would have been crippled. He had been too careless and had actually met the old man head-on. He had forgotten that he had taken off his universal armor the moment he had entered the innerverse. However, if he had been in the outerverse, the armor's defense would not have been able to withstand a single attack from this old man. This old man's strength probably surpassed that of the eyeless race expert who had attacked the spacecraft. The old man looked at his own palm in shock, and then at Lu Yin with a blank expression. In that instant, much of the strength in his palm had disappeared. Was this a secret technique? Kid, did you learn a secret technique? The old man stared at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin moved his arm, causing it to crack. He stared at the old man. No. The old man sneered. If it wasn't a secret technique, then how could it have weakened my strength? You're overthinking things. No one weakened your strength, Lu Yin said calmly. The old man's lips curled up. Interesting. In the entire fifth mainland, the only young people who can withstand one or two moves from me are the general platform kings. There are only a few who can truly fight against me. Kid, are you from the Outerverse? There's actually someone like you in the Outerverse. Come with me. He then leaped towards Lu Yin and raised his hammer to smash it down. Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. Although he was much stronger than he had been when he had been in the Starfall Sea, it was still difficult for him to fight against this old fogey. Whether it was an enlighter or an imprinter with a power level of over 400,000, Lu Yin could rely on his various methods to survive. However, it would be too difficult for him to win. Up until now, the only enlighter with a power level of over 300,000 that Lu Yin had managed to kill was Elder Song from the Tong family. At that time, Lu Yin had only been able to contend against those at that level. Now that he had broken through to the cruiser realm and had reached the peak of One Yang, he might be able to fight against an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. However, it was still uncertain whether he could win against such an opponent, especially if his opponent was an expert from a smithing family. When he saw the hammer coming down, Lu Yin immediately dodged. He couldn't take it head-on. The hammer smashed into the void, creating ripples of power that swept out in all directions. The sky and the earth were enveloped by this power, and Sangmu was once again sent flying. Great Elder Crimson Moon also stopped playing her zither, and waves appeared on the surface of the lake beneath her feet. In the distance, Ling Ke felt his breathing become sluggish, and he almost choked. Lu Yin also felt his chest tighten, and he looked up to see the old man's hand coming down from above. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and activated his 8-lined battle force and Fate Zan. His eyes turned into runes as he used the Aeon Evolution scripture to directly weaken the old man's strength. He then raised a hand and unleashed 100 stacks. The old man's eyes trembled, as he had sensed the moment his strength had been weakened. Sure enough, Lu Yin had been right. There was a loud rumble as the void cracked open, and the cracks spread out in all directions. The old man was forced back 100 meters by Lu Yin's attack. Under the suppression of the astronomical phenomenon, the old man's power level could only be maintained at a level that was infinitely close to 200,000. Lu Yin was the same, but Lu Yin could use the Aeon Evolution scripture to instantly weaken the old man's rune lines, which correspondingly weakened the old man's strength. This caused the old man's power level to drop even further, and it was obvious who was stronger. In particular, the number of rune lines that Lu Yin had weakened was much higher than the last time he had entered the Interverse, but he did not have much time to think. Just as he had thought, the rune ancestor had caused the astronomical phenomenon to change, causing the Interverse to become a training ground for the inheritors of the rune technology civilization. Anyone who cultivated the Aeon Evolution scripture to the spiritual realm would have an advantage over others, even if they were facing an imprinter. However, the old man was still a terrifying existence whose power level exceeded 400,000. Even if he had been weakened, it was still impossible for Lu Yin to defeat him. An adult with his bare hands could suppress a child with a blade, and by the same logic, it would be the same even if that adult's arm was chopped off. As expected, kid. You must have cultivated a secret technique. The old man was not injured at all, and he raised his hammer and swung it down again. He did not hit Lu Yin this time, but rather the void. The void acted as a drum, and energy ripples spread out to suppress Lu Yin. At the same time, it also suppressed Elder Crimson Moon, who was trying to use her zither under the moonlight and her domain to affect the entire transportation of the sixth mainland's cultivators. Lu Yin punched out, and the day-night fist appeared. Black and white intertwined as spiritual force swept out. However, it only stunned the old man for a moment, as the difference between them was too great. Among the younger generation that I've seen, kid, you're second only to a few people, the old man praised. He then raised his hammer high up in the air, causing his star energy to expand without limit. It took the shape of a hammer high up in the sky and then smashed down. This attack was the strongest attack that the old man could unleash under the suppression of astral phenomenon. It encompassed the sky, the lake, and even the surrounding mountain ranges. Quite a few people rushed over, some from the sixth mainland, some from the innerverse, and some from the outerverse. They all stared blankly at the giant hammer that covered the sky. This hammer was going to smash them all to death. Even Ling Ke began to pray. Suddenly, the sound of Elder Crimson Moon's zither exploded from the surface of the lake. An unprecedented explosive rhythm filled the void, causing the old man's body to sway as his organs were impacted. He lowered his head and glared at Elder Crimson Moon. "Slut, you've been hiding your true strength." Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes, and his lips moved a few times. He then directly weakened the rune lines around the old man's heart, causing the old man's expression to change. The next moment, an even more intense rhythm filled the air, transforming into an explosive sound that bombarded the old man's heart. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Crimson Moon was on the same level as him, and when she coordinated with Lu Yin's attack, he was finally heavily injured. He had no choice but to give up on the hammer that he had been about to smash down. Lu Yin charged towards the old man and struck out with a palm. "Die, old man." He wanted to force the old man to display a power level that exceeded 200,000 and let Lu Yin witness the power of astral phenomenon obliteration one more time. Elder Crimson Moon suddenly shouted, "Be careful." The old man's lips curled up as blood flowed out, making him look abnormally sinister. "You're courting death." He then bent his right index finger and smashed it towards Lu Yin's palm. Even though he was injured, he had not used any battle techniques up until now. Furthermore, his strength had been weakened several times, which gave him an understanding of Lu Yin's strength. This attack was enough to heavily injure Lu Yin while still being weakened. Anyone who could cultivate to his level was no fool, and they would not be at a disadvantage repeatedly using the same move. However, Lu Yin was no fool either. He still had the use secret art. He casually waved his hand and activated the use secret art. The old man's attack was forcefully deflected and missed, while Lu Yin's palm struck the old man's chest. The old man's pupils shrank, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body smashed into the ground like a meteor as the power of 100-fold stacks and 100-fold shockwave palm exploded within his body. The old man's body had not been afraid of Lu Yin's attacks, but he had been heavily injured by Elder Crimson Moon's sonic boom. Now, he had to endure overlaying stacks while his rune lines had been weakened. This attack had seriously injured him. Lu Yin wanted to follow up with another attack, but at some point, snow began to fall from the sky. It was white and beautiful, but also deadly. The surface of the lake instantly froze over. The snow grew heavier and heavier, making it difficult to see into the distance. Lu Yin turned to look to his right, where a man was quietly standing there and looking at him with interest. "Are you one of the fifth mainland's 10 arbiters? Or are you from the Neoverse?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "And who are you?" The man's lips curled up. "Sixth mainland, White Rainbow Realm, Seraph Lake, Changbai Gongzi." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This person's rune lines were also nearing the 200,000 threshold, which meant that his true power level surpassed that of an enlighter. However, he was still only a cruiser. Lu Yin could only think of a realmling with such power at such a young age. "Are you a realmling?" Lu Yin asked. The Changbai Gongzi shook his head. "Not yet." Lu Yin understood. Although the Changbai Gongzi had not reached the level of a realmling, he was still the closest to becoming a realmling among the sixth mainland's 9 filaments. He even surpassed Autumn Frost Qing and Hong Ying, which meant that he was about the same level as Xiao Bai Silkworm. You can fight against a level 4 blacksmith from a forging family, which means that you're very powerful. You still haven't answered my question. Are you one of the 10 arbiters? Or are you from the Neoverse? The Chang Bai Gongzi asked. I'm from the Outerverse, Lu Yin answered indifferently. The Chang Bai Gongzi was shocked. The 5th mainland's Outerverse. How could there be an expert like you? At that moment, Elder Crimson Moon's zither rang out once again, and the sound waves transformed into ripples that blasted towards the area where the old man had fallen. The old man coughed up blood, and it was no longer as easy for him to withstand the attacks as it had been before. Great Elder Crimson Moon had been hiding her strength all this time, and she had been preparing to make a move at a critical moment. The Chang Bai Gongzi's eyes trembled. He had also received a mission to protect resources on this continent. Countless geniuses from the 6th mainland's 9 filaments had joined the Interverse battlefield, and everyone had their own responsibilities. His current mission was to protect the resources, and he was not allowed to cause any damage. As he thought about it, snowflakes danced in the air as the chill dropped even further, freezing the void. Lu Yin leaped down and raised a hand. 8-line battle force imprint appeared, and an ancient beast roared as the sky beast claw slammed down on the Chang Bai Gongzi. The Chang Bai Gongzi was not confident in being able to deal with Lu Yin, as he knew that he was far from being a match for a level 4 blacksmith. Lu Yin had been able to heavily injure a level 4 blacksmith, and although he had teamed up with Great Elder Crimson Moon, he was still not a simple person. The Chang Bai Gongzi wanted to fight Lu Yin, but he did not plan on fighting him head-on. When he saw Lu Yin charge over, he hurriedly dodged. However, he had underestimated Lu Yin's speed. Lu Yin's physical strength was far from a level 4 blacksmiths, but he was still much stronger than the Chang Bai Gongzi. Naturally, his speed was also extremely fast, and he caught up to the Chang Bai Gongzi in an instant. Chang Bai Gongzi was shocked. Snowflakes condensed in front of him, and an absolutely beautiful image appeared behind him. The sun collided with the snowflakes, and the snowflakes contained a freezing aura that was augmented by the sun's imprint. It was enough to freeze a normal enlighter, but it quickly melted when faced with the sun. Lu Yin had absorbed the cauldron qi from a cauldron, and his single yang had been completed. As a result, his power had increased by several times, and he had condensed star energy with a power level of close to 200,000 rune lines. The Chang Bai Gongzi was unable to withstand this attack, and he was forced to retreat step by step. As the snowflakes melted, the Chang Bai Gongzi crossed his palms. Sky Lake Snow Palm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 960. The icy blue palm print bombarded the sun. Blue and gold alternated, tearing apart the void and spreading in all directions. The surface of the lake was frozen, but it quickly melted and evaporated. Lu Yin exerted some strength in his palm, and with a boom, the sun exploded. It turned into an unstoppable shockwave that sent Prince Chang Bai flying. Snowflakes condensed behind the Chang Bai prince's back, and he was forced back 10,000 meters before he was able to completely disperse Lu Yin's yang force. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. Lu Yin frowned, as this person's power wasn't as terrifying as his rune lines, and he was much weaker than the Xiao Bai silkworm. Only the snowy skypon palm had surpassed Autumn Frost Qing's strength, and it had been able to withstand a single sun. However, that was only because the sun had gathered a portion of its star energy. If Lu Yin's star energy had completely gathered into a single sun, then this person's snowy skypon palm wouldn't have been able to delay the attack for even a second. The Chang Bai Gongzi smiled bitterly. As expected, I'm no match for you in my normal state. Although you haven't reached the level of a realmling yet, you're not far from it. For a cruiser to have your level of strength, even the 10 arbiters of the 5th mainland can't compare to you. I've really hit the jackpot by meeting a freak like you. Lu Yin was surprised. Under normal circumstances, the Changbai prince straightened his back and exhaled. The white rainbow world comes from the secret ancestor, Fan Domain. Do you know what the secret ancestor is? This is the secret technique, ancestral seal. The star energy around Lu Yin's body distorted as if it was burning. His face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Secret technique, divine bestowment. With a loud shout, the Changbai prince's eyes became bloodshot. Waves of terrifying chi surged and spread out. Zhang Mu hurriedly shouted from below, "Don't let him use it. That's the 6th mainland secret subjugation technique. By burning his essence blood, his power will increase exponentially." Lu Yin was shocked and subconsciously attacked the Changbai prince, but since it was a secret technique, it would not be so easily interrupted. The Changbai prince laughed heartily. The god summoning technique was developed by the Enigma progenitor, and it can connect to the Enigma progenitor's power. Some people can even request the Enigma progenitor to descend. Although I can't do that, I can at least increase my strength a bit. For example. He then raised his hand. Empyrean Lake, Snow Palm. The giant icy blue palm hovered in the sky before pressing down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hands and feet turned cold even before the palm had fully pressed down. Its power had more than doubled from before. Lu Yin himself had mastered a secret technique, but it was rare for him to encounter an enemy who had mastered a secret technique. It wasn't rare, it was practically non-existent. Secret techniques had the ability to turn something rotten into something miraculous, like the Godfall technique. This secret technique had greatly increased the Changbai Gongzi's power, forcing Lu Yin to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken his opponent's strength. The Changbai prince experienced the same feeling as a 4th-stage power tool refiner. His icy blue snowy palm was pierced through, and Lu Yin slapped down. The Changbai prince was sent flying once more, but this time, he was pushed back another 10,000 meters. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. Was that a secret technique? Haven't you been watching from the side? Lu Yin shouted and chased after the Changbai prince. His pupils transformed into runes that weakened the Changbai prince's strength once more, and the Changbai prince almost spat out blood. He had relied on the God Fall technique to increase his strength, but Lu Yin had used the Universe Evolution True Scripture to weaken his strength. Even though the Changbai prince's strength had increased by a lot, Lu Yin had not weakened his overall strength. This was disgusting. The Changbai prince's overall strength had increased, but a certain part of his body had been weakened, and that part just so happened to be where Lu Yin had attacked. Even if the Changbai prince's strength increased by several times, it would still be useless. The Changbai prince finally understood how a 4th-stage power tool refiner had been beaten to the point of spitting blood. Even if the God Fall technique could increase one's strength, it would not be of much use to this person. The Changbai prince was very decisive, and he immediately fled. He could not defeat Lu Yin, and if he did not flee, he would be courting death. Lu Yin chased after the Changbai prince, and the distance between them and the lake grew larger and larger. At this moment, a new battle situation appeared on the surface of the lake. 2 figures appeared in the distance at the same time. One had killed Elder Crimson Moon, and the other had come to her rescue. Fortunately, Elder Crimson Moon was not weak, or else the shockwaves from their attacks would have been enough to kill her. One of them was a 4th-stage power tool refiner from a forging family, while the other was Yen, a super powerhouse whose power level had reached 470,000. He was not from any of the Interverse great powers, but rather from Shamrock Enterprises. He was the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises Interverse CEO, and his appearance was not a coincidence. According to the plan, his innate gift was enough to cooperate with Elder Crimson Moon to kill all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. This was because his innate gift was illusory energy. Unfortunately, the plan had been foiled before it could even begin. Although the Tong family and the Eyeless clan had caused a group of people from the Outerverse to participate in the war for resources, they had also disrupted Starsibyl's plans. In the distance, the Riemling's toolmaster had been searching for Wendy Yushan, wanting to capture her. He had not been able to find her, but he had mysteriously bumped into Lan Si. The Riemlings and the 10 Arbiters were natural enemies. The battle between the two had shocked everyone. Even further away, countless Interverse cultivators who had been imprisoned had escaped their cages and were being pursued by the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses. Shiyu's face was pale, and her clothes were tattered. She cut a sorry figure, as she had also been imprisoned and had been lucky enough to escape. However, the Sixth Mainland's imprinter, who had been watching over them all this time, had made a move, and no one had been able to stop him. Even an elder from Chaos God Mountain named Sang Song had been severely injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she did not know if she could escape. If she could not, then she would commit suicide. It was better than being distributed as a slave, and Lan Yu had committed suicide. There were too many people who had the same thoughts as her. They had been captured and could not even commit suicide. Now that they had been accidentally released, even if they could not escape, they had obtained the right to commit suicide. Their luck was pretty good. Although Starsibyl's group did not have any Envoy-level powerhouses who could stop an imprinter, the Outerverse group did. Elder He had appeared and blocked the imprinter's path. Lu Yin had originally wanted to kill the Chang Bai Gongzi, as he was an elite genius of the Sixth Mainland. Killing someone like him would be a waste of resources. However, after chasing for a while, the Chang Bai Gongzi's strength had been boosted by the God Fall technique, and he was incredibly fast. Lu Yin could not catch up, so he could only helplessly turn back. However, before he could get very far, his attention was drawn to a battle not too far away. It was actually Starsibyl, and her opponent was an imprinter. The Sixth Mainland's transport fleet would not only be guarded by a single imprinter, and Starsibyl's mission was to delay an imprinter. Although she was not strong enough to win, with the Starsibyl's sex mystical divination techniques, she was able to delay the imprinter. Lu Yin was astonished. He had seen Starsibyl's battle before, and it had been during the Astral Combat Academy tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest. She had used divination techniques to avoid attacks in advance and even reserve them for future attacks. During the Tournament of the Strongest, Tian Ho had relied on attacking the entire arena to force Starsibyl to admit defeat. Otherwise, the two would not have been able to determine a victor, and Tian Ho himself had admitted defeat. This was Starsibyl's strength. However, that was the Astral Combat Academy's Starsibyl, and there was more than one Starsibyl. Now, she was facing an imprinter who was of the same generation as the 10 Arbiters, and her divination attacks were actually effective against an imprinter. According to the classification of blacksmithing families, Starsibyl's opponent was not an imprinter, but a 7th-stage blacksmith. At this moment, the 7th-stage blacksmith was very depressed and sullen. The woman in front of him was like a mouse, and she was always able to avoid his attacks by the skin of her teeth. That would have been fine, as he could have enveloped the entire world within his attack, and this woman would have died without a doubt. However, he was depressed because he could not attack this world because there were star essence beneath his feet. Star essence was equivalent to star energy, and as soon as he attacked, the star essence would transform into star energy and give him a power level that could easily exceed 200,000. This was not a natural phenomenon, and if he attacked a star essence and caused his power level to exceed 200,000, he did not know if he would be erased, and he did not dare to take the risk. Starsabil had taken note of this, which was why she was confident in delaying this imprinter. Otherwise, even the 10 arbiters might not have the ability to delay an imprinter. The 10 arbiters could fight against an imprinter, but they could only fight. They could not fight, and neither could they defeat an imprinter. Woman, do you only know how to dodge? The 7th stage blacksmith was furious. Starsabil's expression was calm as she stared at the blacksmith in front of her. As the hammer smashed down, she took a step to the side. The hammer crashed to the ground, causing a shock wave to ripple outwards. Strangely, the shock wave was perfectly avoided by her, and it did not even touch her clothes. I'm sorry, Senior, but you can only stay here, Starsabil said. The 7th stage blacksmith wanted to leave, but all the star essence he had obtained during this trip had been gathered here, and their value was too great. Who knew if this woman would bring along an oversized cosmic ring and take away all the star essence in one go? After several years of fighting, he had a good understanding of the people of the 5th mainland. Many of them liked to play dirty. It would be fine if he lost the star essence, but he did not want to be played and ridiculed by others. Helpless, the 7th stage blacksmith could only waste time with Starsabil. He had thought that it would take a long time, but suddenly, he saw Luin out of the corner of his eye. He became excited, and he gave up on Starsabil and rushed towards Luin. Brat, you dare to come here? You're courting death. Starsabil frowned, as someone was obstructing her. She had already informed the others of her plan, and they were not allowed to approach this place. It seemed that this person was from the outerverse. As she thought about it, she looked over and was astonished. It was actually Luin, that unequaled Lemiter. Starsabil had a deep impression of Luin because of his answer. He had told her that he had money, and that he could become stronger with money. This answer had left a deep impression on her, and she had tried divining this person before, but she had not been able to find him. Luin had been the one she had paid the most attention to among the Lemiters. She had not expected to meet him here. Starsabil felt that it was a pity, as Luin was now targeted by a 7th stage blacksmith. He would definitely die, and even if she could not save him, she could only protect herself. It was a pity, as this person was such a genius. If he had continued to grow, he might have been able to take over the 10 arbiters' position in the future. A 7th stage blacksmith was equivalent to an imprinter, and aside from the 10 arbiters, only someone like Starsabil, who had a divination ability, would be able to survive after being targeted by an imprinter. Luin was just a puny cruiser, and even Starsabil did not think that he could escape. Divination was not omnipotent, as it was based on countless analyses of the current situation and the most likely outcome. However, this situation was not something that ordinary people could see, and there were also things that ordinary people could not see. This involved a mystical realm. However, no matter how mystical it was, divination was not omniscient and omnipotent. It was impossible to predict that the unequaled Lemiter would grow to a level that was close to the 10 arbiters in just a few years. Even Starsabil had not expected this, let alone this 7th stage blacksmith. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 961. Starsabil saw Luin standing there in a daze, but she did not even have the desire to remind him. The refiner smiled cruelly and smashed down with his hammer. He had only dealt with Luin to vent his anger, and he did not plan on using Luin as a hostage. Hostages were useless in times of war. Luin watched as the hammer smashed down. Its trajectory and the ceiling of the void far surpassed that of the level for blacksmiths that he had faced before. This was the power of an imprinter. All star energy was useless against them, as they were above star energy. There was a boom, and Luin dodged. The hammer smashed into the void, creating ripples of power that spread out in layers and covered an area of thousands of kilometers. Runes flickered in Lu Yin's eyes as the ripples of power spread out. However, the rune lines were weakened, and the moment it touched him, it was not much stronger than the refiner's unweakened attack. It was still within Lu Yin's range of tolerance. Starsabil watched as Lu Yin steadily stood high in the sky and withstood the ripples of power. Both the refiner and Starsabil were shocked. Although the refiner had suppressed his power level to below 200,000, an imprinter was still an imprinter, and his understanding of power was different from that of a normal person. A casual attack was enough to crush an enemy across a realm, and they could release their limited power with boundless destructive power. Otherwise, they would not be invincible against someone with a power level of 200,000. Furthermore, star energy was useless against them. However, Lu Yin had actually withstood it. Starsabil was stunned. Even she had to dodge the attack instead of forcefully enduring it, but this person had actually withstood it. Lu Yin had weakened the ripples of power and not the refiner's rune lines. Thus, the refiner did not know that his power had been weakened and thought that Lu Yin had withstood it. "Brat, who are you?" the refiner barked as he stared at Lu Yin. There were some people who looked young, but had lived for a long time. There were quite a few of these people, but they were easy to distinguish. Their temperament and eyes could be easily seen. However, Lu Yin was truly a young man in the eyes of a seventh-phase refiner. It was strange that a young man could block his attack. Lu Yin did not reply and instead looked down with a strange gaze. Many parts of the originally ordinary mountain range had cracked open, most likely due to the battle between Starsabil and the seventh-phase artificer. Within the cracked mountain range, star essence could be seen. If someone were to ask him what he wanted to do right now, his answer would definitely not be to defeat a seventh-phase artificer, but rather to plunder. Using his domain, he discovered that the mountain range below him stretched on endlessly, and it was actually filled with star essence. How many? A single mountain range would have at least 100 million star essence, and there were dozens of mountain ranges below Lu Yin, but that wasn't even all of them. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. There were too many of them, too many to count. How could he have so much money? Lu Yin's eyes were about to turn red. Seeing Lu Yin's strange appearance, the level 7 weapon refiner went on alert. This person was not simple to be able to block his attack, so his current appearance was rather strange. In the distance, Starsabil did not move. Her mission had originally been to delay the seventh-phase artificer and buy time for the others. Now that no one moved, it was very easy for her. At that moment, in a corner of the transport continent, Master Yuan was gradually gaining the upper hand in his battle against Ancestor Eyeless, all because of Progenitor Wushang's hide. A progenitor's item was extremely useful in Master Yuan's hands, but Progenitor Wushang's hide had not been erased by Tian Xiang because it did not produce any rune lines. If not for the fact that Master Yuan had suppressed his power level to less than 200,000, he would have been able to determine the victor long ago. Ancestor Eyeless was no match for Progenitor Wushang, and the ninth-phase artificer who had been escorting the transport team took action. At the same time, the Tong family's patriarch hid in a corner to recover from his injuries. The entire transport continent was thrown into chaos. The group of experts that had been sent to delay the ninth-phase artificer could only delay one imprinter. Although the transport team was in chaos, and it seemed like the Innerverse cultivators had the upper hand, this was the Innerverse, and most of it was under the control of the Sixth Mainland. Master Yuan believed that the transport team had already contacted the Sixth Mainland's experts, and reinforcements would arrive soon. He did not want to be held back here, as even if he won, the rest of the team would definitely die. With that thought in mind, Master Yuan used Progenitor Wushang's hide to repel Ancestor Eyeless and the ninth-phase artificer. He then transmitted a message to the entire transport continent, ordering everyone to evacuate. The Outerverse cultivators naturally listened to Master Yuan. The group from the Innerverse had originally come here to destroy resources, and not only had they destroyed many resources, but they had even released the Innerverse cultivators who had been imprisoned. It could be said that they had fulfilled their mission well, so they naturally did not plan on staying for long. However, even if they wanted to leave, it would not be so easy. Ancestor Eyeless also transmitted a message to all the Sixth Mainland's cultivators to stop the Innerverse cultivators, as reinforcements would arrive soon. Starsabil looked up at the corner where Master Yuan was fighting. Should they evacuate? It was time. She took out something that looked like an altar and stood in the middle of it, but no one knew what she was going to do. In the distance, Lu Yin and the seventh phase artificer were still staring at each other warily. When they saw Starsabil's actions, their faces changed, and they leaped forward. The seventh phase artificer thought that Lu Yin was going to attack, and he took out a hammer and swung it down. A powerful energy ripple spread out once again, and this time, it covered a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Starsabil frowned and helplessly put away the altar. She avoided the energy ripples and looked at Lu Yin. Stop him. I'll buy some time so we can escape together. Lu Yin weakened the energy ripples' rune lines and blocked another attack. He stared at Starsabil. Escape together. You should be the ones escaping. Starsabil's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Lu Yin barked, since you dared to come here, you must have a backup plan that can allow you to escape. That thing should be able to drag everyone away. If I'm not wrong, everyone who attacked this continent has been marked by you. Starsabil was shocked. This person knew quite a bit. This was a method of the Starsabil sect. Since you know, then help me stop him. I can take you away, Starsabil said. At that moment, the seventh phase artificer realized that the woman was actually trying to escape. He ignored Lu Yin and swung his hammer at Starsabil. You want to escape? Dream on. Starsabil dodged and looked at Lu Yin. Stop him, and you'll be rewarded. I'll guarantee that you'll be crowned a king during the general appointment. Do I need your protection? Lu Yin sneered. His strength was enough to be crowned a king, and only a king could fight against an imprinter. Starsabil's tone was gloomy. What do you mean, Lu Yin? Are you trying to betray the Innerverse? Lu Yin replied, if you escape, then our group from the Outerverse will be finished. Wait for our people to leave first, and then I'll guarantee that I'll help you escape. Starsabil shouted, you accidentally intruded, so there's no way for you to escape. Do you want us to die with you? The cultivators of the Innerverse cannot be compared to those of the Outerverse. Do you know how important the attackers are? They come from various powers. Your lives are important, but are the lives of our Outerverse people worthless? Lu Yin raged. Starsabil frowned. Don't make a mistake, Lu Yin. Otherwise, I can destroy your reputation and banish you from the universe forever. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. You can try. Starsabil was helpless. She had tried all sorts of threats and temptations, but this person was not afraid at all. She had investigated this person before, and he had dared to challenge the Day-Night clan when he was just a melder. Indeed, he was fearless. The seventh phase artificer was enraged, as he felt that this adulterous couple was completely ignoring him. He wanted to unleash a powerful attack to destroy them, but the conditions did not allow him to do so. Once he unleashed his attack, he might not even know if they were dead or alive, and he might be finished. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his attacks became even fiercer. The disgusting thing was that Starsabil was always able to dodge his attacks. Lu Yin, you have to look at the big picture. Even if you have to give up the entire Outerverse, you can't give up on the Innerverse. The Interverse is the root of the fifth mainland, Starsabil continued to persuade him. Without Luin delaying the seventh phase artificer, she would not be able to use that item. Luin did not listen to her at all. Right now, the Innerverse and Outerverse cultivators on the transport continent were evenly matched in strength with the sixth mainland. If the Innerverse cultivators escaped, then the Outerverse cultivators would be doomed. Wendy Yushan, Aiden, Kai Jinxiang, the Black Masked Assassin, Yumu, Astral Nine's Dean, and the Elders would all be finished. Luin would rather take a gamble and bet that everyone would be able to escape before the sixth mainland's reinforcements arrived than give up on the Outerverse. What bullsh** t big picture. It was not as important as his family and friends. If we die as well, then there will be no one left to deal with the Innerverse in the future. No one will be able to hold back the sixth mainland, and they might even break through the cosmic sea and truly rule over our fifth mainland. When that happens, you will be a sinner, Starsabil said sternly as she glanced at Luin. The seventh phase artificer suddenly laughed maniacally. Little girl, don't waste your energy. You're just spouting nonsense. That brat has his own judgment, and he won't be held back by your morals. Starsabil was truly enraged now, and she glared at Luin. However, she discovered that Luin had actually rushed into the mountain range and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What was this guy trying to do? The seventh phase artificer also discovered this, and he grew nervous. He thought that Luin was trying to destroy the star essence. Brat, don't move recklessly. You'll cause a celestial phenomenon. He then ignored Starsabil and rushed into the ground as well. Starsabil's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out an altar to begin working. Luin had originally planned on collecting star essence, as it would be a waste to leave so much money here. However, he had not expected that the seventh phase artificer would actually come down here. He waved his hand, and countless star essence flew into his cosmic ring. When he saw that the seventh phase artificer had followed him down, he grew anxious. What are you doing down here? That woman is trying to escape. Brat, what are you trying to do? Don't move recklessly. If you're not careful, you'll cause a celestial phenomenon. I know. You go up. I'm just taking some and leaving. You go up. You first. You first. The seventh phase artificer stared at Luin as if he were a thief, ready to attack at any moment. Luin had no choice but to collect another wave of energy and jump out of the ground. At this moment, Starsabil's altar shone brightly, and on the transportation platform, the Innerverse cultivators' bodies all glowed with light. Everyone was relieved that they could finally leave. Luin rushed out of the ground and saw that Starsabil was trying to escape. The altar had already raised a screen of light, and he was not unfamiliar with this scene. Back then, he had been able to escape from the Greyweed continent by relying on the Skyfire Dojo's altar. It's New Year's Eve. Thank you all for your continued support, and I hope that the new year will be just like this chapter's title, Earn More Money and Live Better Lives. Sui Feng was too busy at the end of the year, but no matter how busy he was, he still had to update. Thank you for your support, brothers. Sui Feng has done his best. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 962. Starsabil's lips curled up when she saw Luin appear. I'll remember all of you. Our departure is a foregone conclusion, so try your best to stall for time. The longer you stall for time, the greater your future contributions. Don't worry, I'll ensure that your contributions will be distributed to your descendants. Remember, stall for time as much as you can. Not only was this woman planning to let the Outerverse people die, but she was also using them to stall for time. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That altar was probably similar to the one in the Skyfire dojo. Even Madame Red could not catch up to the altar there, and it was also very difficult to destroy. Madame Red was a world imprinter, which was equivalent to a level 9 master. This was Starsabil's final trump card. They had not come to ambush the transport team to die. Starsabil had plenty of backup plans. Lu Yin's mind raced. He could not let the Interverse people escape, or else they would definitely die even if Master Yuan was around. There was still hope for them if the Interverse people stayed behind. As he thought about it, a thought flashed through his mind, and he retrieved something from his cosmic ring. It was Starsabil's invitation letter. Starsabil's invitation letter was a very mystical item. Lu Yin did not know how the Starsabil sect had made it, but it could tear through the void and directly reach Starsabil's side. Bai Shui had once said that her sister, Bai Qian, had discovered Qingyu Day Night on Neptune and had used an item with an invitation letter to open a spatial gate and leave. At the time, Lu Yin had not known what an invitation letter was, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was most likely Starsabil's invitation letter. He had also asked a few people, and the answers he had received were the same. Starsabil's invitation letter could directly reach Starsabil's side, which was very mystical. This was the Starsabil sect's method. In the distance, Starsabil saw Lu Yin take out the invitation letter, and her face paled. She had given this invitation letter to Lu Yin back at the Sea King's Dome as she had other uses for it. However, when she saw Lu Yin take it out, her expression changed. Lu Yin, don't be rash. Starsabil shouted. Lu Yin smiled and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside Starsabil. The originally glowing altar seemed to have encountered an external force, and it actually started to distort. A curtain of light then spread out in all directions, sweeping through the world. Everything that was swept by the curtain of light immediately vanished. Lu Yin, you're crazy. We'll be torn to shreds by spacetime. This was the first time Starsabil had lost her composure. Those who knew her well knew that she had never lost her composure before. She was always calm and composed, as if everything was under her control. However, at this moment, a rare look of panic appeared on her face. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously wanted to flee. He had only wanted to destroy the altar, but who knew that the consequences would be so severe? Speaking of which, he hadn't even destroyed the altar yet. Was it because of this invitation? Just as Lu Yin was about to speak, the screen flashed, and the two disappeared. In the distance, Ling Ke, who had been chasing after Lu Yin all the way here, was also struck by a torn screen of light and disappeared as well. Only the seventh phase artificer was left behind. Everything around him was dark. From time to time, there would be flashes of lightning or cracks in the void. Lu Yin felt as if he was about to be torn apart, and intense pain radiated from his body. He suddenly recalled Starsabil's words, he couldn't have really been torn apart, could he? There was a splash as an icy sensation spread throughout his body. Lu Yin's breathing stagnated, and he opened his mouth to find a large amount of water gushing into it. He had fallen into the water, but he wasn't dead. Before he could feel happy, violent thunder rumbled and fell from the sky. It fiercely smashed into his body, causing his entire body to go numb, and smoke almost came out of him. Fortunately, the power of the thunder was not enough to harm him. Lu Yin finally managed to clearly see his surroundings. Was this the sea? There was a boundless blue sky in the distance, and there were even floating clouds. When he looked up, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the void. There were clearly no black clouds, but there was lightning that had appeared out of nowhere and smashed into the ground not too far away. Water was a conductor of electricity, and he had been electrocuted. He felt numb. F***ck. There was a miserable howl as a familiar voice sounded out. Lu Yin turned around and saw Ling Ke jump out of the water like a rabbit. He then stood on the surface of the water and rubbed his butt. That thunderbolt had struck his butt, and it had turned black. Lu Yin leaped out of the water and looked at Ling Ke strangely. "Why are you here?" Ling Ke grimaced in pain. "I was going to ask you the same question. You destroyed the teleportation and dragged me over." Lu Yin looked around. Even Ling Ke was here, which meant that Starsabil should be here as well. Just as he thought of Starsabil, the void above his head split open, and a figure fell down. Lu Yin subconsciously caught her and hugged her. It was Starsabil. Starsabil was so beautiful that even the starry sky paled in comparison. Hugging her felt very comfortable. However, Starsabil's current situation was not optimistic. There were large patches of blood on her body, and her snow-white skin had been torn apart. Lu Yin and Ling Ke were in the same situation, but they had come out earlier than Starsabil, so she was in an even worse state. Starsabil frowned, and a pained expression appeared on her face. Her gaze turned cold as she was hugged by Lu Yin. "How much longer do you want to hug me?" Lu Yin released her, and with a splash, Starsabil fell into the sea. Right after that, a thunderbolt came crashing down from the sky. Lu Yin did not move and allowed the thunderbolt to descend from the sky and land on Starsabil's body. Starsabil was electrocuted. In the distance, Ling Ke was stunned, and he gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. "Bro, you're awesome." Lu Yin lowered his head as Starsabil slowly rose from the sea. She was panting heavily as she took out a pill from her cosmic ring and ate it without saying a word. Because of the teleportation incident, the two of them had become enemies. Lu Yin hated Starsabil for wanting to use them to stall for time without caring about their lives. Starsabil also hated Lu Yin for ruining her plans and nearly causing her to die. However, she was more concerned about the fact that this person could not be divined. Even a level 7 master refiner could be divined, but she could not divine what this person would do. She was the one who had sent out the invitation letter, so it was reasonable to say that it should have been divined as well. This was what Starsabil was most concerned about. Without the suppression of astronomical phenomena, it was normal for her to not be able to divine an envoy-level powerhouse. However, Lu Yin was only a cruiser, so why couldn't he do it? She could not figure it out. Ling Ke looked at the two in admiration. One had calmly tossed a beauty aside and allowed the thunderbolt to strike her, while the other had been tossed aside and not gotten angry even after being struck by lightning. These two fellows must be crazy. "Do you know where this is?" Lu Yin calmly asked. Starsabil looked around and was astonished. "This should be the Cosmic Sea's thunderstorm zone." "We're in the Cosmic Sea." Lu Yin was stunned. This was a rather large distance. Starsabil calmly replied, "Our original destination was the Cosmic Sea. That item was my most precious treasure, but it was destroyed by you. I can't allow my friends and family to be used as scapegoats to stall for time," Lu Yin said. Starsabil's tone was unpleasant. "I've already said that everything is for the greater good." "It doesn't matter," Lu Yin casually replied. Starsabil was helpless. "There's no point in saying that now." The two's conversation was very calm, as if nothing had happened. Ling Ke was stunned, and he walked over. "I'm sorry to disturb the two of you. Does anyone know the way? I feel like I'll be struck by lightning again if I stay here any longer." Lu Yin looked at Starsabil. Starsabil looked around and then flew forward. Ling Ke's eyes lit up. "You know the way?" "No." Starsabil indifferently replied. Ling Ke was flabbergasted. Then why are you so confident? Starsibyl glanced at Ling Quebec. I can divine it. Alright, there was nothing wrong with that statement. Since someone from the Starsibyl sect had said it, Ling Ke felt that it was especially reliable. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Divine it? It didn't matter where they went. There was a huge battle in the cosmic sea, and they could always find someone. Lu Yin just hoped that they wouldn't end up in the Sixth Mainland's headquarters. Currently, the most intense battle between the two mainlands was in the cosmic sea. Starsibyl led the way while Lu Yin and Ling Ke followed behind. Ling Ke moved closer to Lu Yin and whispered, "Brother, how does Starsibyl feel?" "Soft," Lu Yin replied with 2 words. Ling Ke was excited and ran over to Starsibyl's side. "Starsibyl, I can see that you're tired and heavily injured. Do you want me to carry you?" Starsibyl's gaze turned cold. "You're courting death." "I'm sorry," Ling Ke apologized and then returned to Lu Yin's side with an unwilling expression. Lu Yin ignored him and checked his cosmic ring. There was a mixture of joy and worry in his eyes. He was happy that he had suddenly obtained more than 9 million star essence, which was more than all of his previous wealth. However, he was worried that he had only obtained 9 million star essence, which was an entire mountain range of star essence. It was all that old man's fault. If not for him, Lu Yin would have been able to collect even more star essence. It was a pity that he didn't know if he would have such an opportunity in the future. He couldn't help but look forward to it. If he could collect all of those star essence, he would have struck it rich. His die, which required the most resources, possessed 6 pips, would probably be able to send him to the back of the upper 3 gates. What a pity, what a pity. They flew for 20 minutes without seeing anyone along the way. Ling Ke moved closer to Lu Yin and kept asking him questions. Lu Yin woke up from the joy of obtaining star essence from his cosmic ring, but he was still worried about the battle on the transport continent. He hoped that the cultivators from the inner verse and outer verse would be able to escape. He felt guilty towards the cultivators from the inner verse, but there was nothing he could do. If they stayed, then the people from the outer verse might be able to leave alive. If they escaped, then the people from the outer verse would definitely die. How did you cultivate in the outer verse? You were actually able to exchange blows with a level 7 master, and even Starsibyl had to flee. Ling Ke sighed in amazement, as he had wanted to ask this question for a long time. In front of him, Starsibyl was also listening, as she also wanted to know the answer. To most people, the outerverse was a barren land without any cultivation resources, and there were very few star essence. Thus, it was even less likely that there would be any fortuitous encounters. However, Lu Yin's current display of strength was a little exaggerated. To put it bluntly, he was now a 5-cycle cruiser. Even the 10 arbiters might not have been able to surpass Lu Yin when they had been at his level. Starsibyl was most curious about how Lu Yin had managed to avoid being divined. Lu Yin did not answer. Ling Ke kept asking, as if he wouldn't give up until Lu Yin answered. Helpless, Lu Yin changed the topic. Actually, I came to the inner verse once before. I went to the Starfall Sea. When? Ling Ke was astonished. Lu Yin thought about it. About 2 years ago. Starsibyl looked at Lu Yin. You went to the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin nodded. The Starfall Sea is completely under the Tong family's control, and the Sea King's dome has been reduced to a mining area. The Boundless Continent's 72 dojos have all been destroyed. How did you escape? It's New Year's Eve. I wish all of you a happy family and a prosperous new year in both love and career. Thank you for your support. M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 963. Lu Yin smiled when he heard Starsabil's question. The Skyfire Dojo has something similar to the one you just used. The Sea King also has a progenitor item, so we escaped to the Outerverse. No wonder I thought I saw someone from the Starfall Sea. Ling Ke understood. Starsabil did not say anything and continued to lead the way. She now knew where Lu Yin had found out about the altar's use. Is the Sea King still alive? Lu Yin asked as he looked at Starsabil's back. Starsabil calmly answered, I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes dimmed, as the odds were against him. The Sea King had shattered the so-called three upper gates, which had led to the Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse and Outerverse. He was the main culprit behind this war, and countless people had died because of him. He might have even caused the destruction of the Innerverse and Outerverse. But at the same time, he had restored the Fifth Mainland sky and given the 5 astral children a chance to become progenitors. He had given the Fifth Mainland a sliver of hope. If the Fifth Mainland sky had not been restored, then it might have never been able to give birth to a progenitor, and it would have forever been inferior to the Sixth Mainland. This was a huge gamble. If they won, then the Fifth Mainland would not fear the Sixth Mainland, but if they lost, then everything would be over. Only someone like the Sea King would dare to take such a gamble, as even the Hall of Honor would not dare to do so. The Hall of Honor seemed to be protecting the human race, but in reality, it was more like they were protecting their own interests. The healing pills that they had brought with them were quite effective, and even Starsabil, who had been the most heavily injured, had already disappeared. However, it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Even with Lu Yin's tyrannical physical body, he had only recovered from the superficial wounds. It was clear that Starsabil was not lying when she said that his body had been torn apart. Not long after, Starsabil suddenly stopped and looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance that resembled a curtain of stars. She muttered, "This is Starlight Island." Ling Ke was shocked. "What did you say?" "Starlight Island." Lu Yin was confused. "What's Starlight Island?" Ling Ke's face turned ashen. It's over. Starlight Island is one of the Sixth Mainland's attack stations, and there are experts from the Sixth Mainland here. There are enlighters, imprinters, world imprinters, and even cosmic imprinters. The Sixth Mainland spent several years exploring the cosmic sea, and Starlight Island is one of the areas they are familiar with. Lu Yin looked at Starsabil. Starsabil calmly replied, "The cosmic sea's astronomical phenomena are unpredictable, and only the 4 pirate lords know about them. Even if someone from the Neoverse wants to cross the cosmic sea, they still need the 4 pirate lords to lead the way. The Innerverse's various great powers have been defeated and have retreated to the cosmic sea, while the Sixth Mainland chased after them. After several years of trying to figure out the astronomical phenomena, countless people have died, but they still managed to find a few stable regions. Starlight Island is one of them, and many of the Sixth Mainland's experts are gathered there." Lu Yin was speechless, as this was too much. He had been thinking about not going to the enemy's headquarters, as Starlight Island was one of the Sixth Mainland's main headquarters for their invasion of the Neoverse. "Let's run. Otherwise, we'll be finished if we get targeted by those imprinters. There are plenty of imprinters in the Sixth Mainland, and it's not impossible for a freak like the world imprinters to appear. If we run into a realmling, we'll be finished. Those who are second only to the realmlings aren't that bad either. Let's hurry up and run," Ling Ke hurriedly said. Starsabil's eyes flashed. "We won't be able to escape. We just passed through the inner circle of Starlight Island, which is why there aren't many people here. If we want to leave, we'll definitely pass through the outer circle, which is filled with the Sixth Mainland's experts. It's still better than the front." Starlight Island is right in front of us, Ling Ke whined. Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. Someone surrounding us. There are people coming from all directions. He saw countless rune lines converging from all directions. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Ling Ke cried out. Lu Yin shook his head. No. How do you know? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There weren't many rune lines, and the strongest one was an early hunter. If the enemy had discovered them, they wouldn't have sent so many people over. Of course, he couldn't deny that some of these people were hiding their strength, as there were techniques that could reduce the number of rune lines released. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a certain direction. Let's go to the bottom of the sea. There's someone there. Starsabil and Ling Ke did not object, as they had both witnessed Lu Yin's strength. Even if Starsabil was confident that she could remain undefeated, it was unlikely that she could defeat him. Lu Yin was considered one of the top powerhouses below the 10 arbiters, and throughout the entire Outerverse, only the top of the top 100 rankings could match him. Perhaps even the second-ranked Tai Yuanjun might not be able to match him. Only the top of the top 100 rankings, who was publicly acknowledged to be the successor of the 10 arbiters, could match up to him. The three of them hid at the bottom of the sea. Thunder continued to rumble in the sky, occasionally crashing into the sea and causing it to rumble. In the distance, a large ship slowly sailed over without concealing itself. At the bow of the ship, a young man was hugging a beautiful woman as he laughed and spoke loudly. There were dozens of servants following behind him, and a group of cultivators were tied up around the ship. The ship was not moved by oars, nor was it moved by machinery. Instead, it was pulled by the bound cultivators. They were cultivators, boatmen, and slaves. They were all cultivators from the Innerverse. Quite a few cultivators from the sixth mainland gathered from all directions and surrounded the ship. Some of the cruisers boarded the ship and respectfully said, "Sir, please reveal your identity and your imprint before you may enter Starlight Island." The young man's face sank, and he walked over. "This isn't my first time on Starlight Island. Are you blind? I bought all these slaves from Starlight Island." The cruiser was put in a difficult position. "Sir, anyone who enters Starlight Island has to show their imprint." Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud slap as the young man slapped the cruiser off the ship. The cultivators from the sixth mainland were furious, and they all stepped forward. On the ship, one of the dozens of servants looked up and snorted. Star energy was suppressed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. All of the cultivators from the sixth mainland who had gathered around changed. There was an expert here. The cruiser who had been slapped off the ship hurriedly apologized. This subordinate was blind. "Please don't take offense." "Sir, please come in." The young man snorted. "A mere imprinter family dares to block my path. You must be tired of living. Open your mouth." The cruiser's face still had 5 clear fingerprints, and when he heard the young man's words, he could only helplessly raise his hand and open his mouth. He. At the bow of the ship, the beautiful woman smiled like a flower. The young man laughed and waved his hand. The ship continued forward, heading toward Starlight Island. Only after the ship was far away did the cruiser stop. Behind him, another cultivator hurriedly handed him some medicine. How despicable. These young masters aren't that strong, but they're acting like tyrants. They even dared to treat you like that, General, the cultivator said angrily. The cruiser helplessly shook his head. Forget it. That old man among the servants is at least an enlighter. We can't afford to offend him. They're too brazen. They're openly asking an older powerhouse to protect them. The cultivator raged. In the distance, at the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin and the other two watched this scene unfold. Ling Ke watched enviously as the ship sailed away. Lu Yin looked at Starsabil thoughtfully. Starsabil's eyes narrowed. We can try. Lu Yin nodded. Ling Ke was puzzled. What are you guys talking about? Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. Have you tried slapping someone before? Ling Ke honestly shook his head. Lu Yin was satisfied. You can try it this time. The closer they got to Starlight Island, the more detection methods the sixth mainland had. Even the bottom of the sea was not safe. The three of them charged out of the water, and Lu Yin took out a collapsible spacecraft and boarded it. Ling Ke's expression turned ugly. Come on, don't be polite. Lu Yin smiled. Ling Ke's mouth twitched, and he lifted the spacecraft and placed it on his shoulder. Starsabil also sat inside. Not long after, the three of them were discovered, and the same group of people surrounded them. The handprint on the cruiser's face had already disappeared. Everyone, please reveal your identities and your imprints, the cruiser said as he looked at the spacecraft that Ling Ke was carrying on his shoulder. He carefully examined it and confirmed that it was indeed a spacecraft. Carrying a spacecraft on one's shoulder was truly a strange move. Who had ever seen someone carry a spacecraft on their shoulder? It wasn't just the cruiser, all of the sixth mainland's cultivators looked at Ling Ke in amazement. They then looked at the spacecraft. What a genius! He really knew how to play around. The door to the spacecraft opened, and Lu Yin held Starsabil with one arm. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at the cruiser with disdain. This isn't my first time on Starlight Island. Are you blind? I bought all of those slaves on Starlight Island. What a familiar scene, and the cruiser was stunned. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators were stunned as well. At this moment, the cruiser hesitated. This scene had left a deep impression on him, and he did not know what to say. However, there was no need for him to say anything. Ling Ke raised his hand and slapped the cruiser across the face. Scram! The cruiser subconsciously retreated to the side, not daring to stop him. The cultivators around them did not react as well, and they just stared blankly at Ling Ke as he carried the spacecraft away. In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder that jolted the cruiser awake. His face was burning, and he was still a little dazed. What had happened today? He had run into some ruthless characters. Inside the spacecraft, Lu Yin sighed. Although these people were easy to deal with, all of the experts on Starlight Island would appear as soon as they made a move. The Riemling should be present as well, so they would not be able to escape. Fortunately, that young man had given them a good start. The spacecraft shook, and Ling Ke tossed it down. All right, come on out. What's with the pretense? Lu Yin leisurely replied, don't be in such a hurry. Let's wait until we enter Starlight Island. Do you think that no one is watching us? Don't forget that there are imprinters, universe imprinters, and cosmic imprinters on Starlight Island. Ling Ke's face twitched again, but he could only helplessly carry the spacecraft forward. Starsabil indifferently said, the sixth mainland's inspection of cultivators is very strict. Even if we successfully enter Starlight Island, we can't walk around openly as we'll be easily discovered. Then let's find a place to hide, Lu Yin said. Ling Ke sullenly carried the spacecraft and walked step by step toward Starlight Island, causing quite a few people to be surprised along the way. On the first day of the new year, I wish my brothers a prosperous new year. Although my congratulations are old, they come from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update at 5 p.m. Sui Feng promises to never stop updating. I'll continue to write today. Thank you for your support, brothers. Calm. Wonderful book house. welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 964. Cultivator slaves from the Fifth Mainland were very common, and many young masters from aristocratic families liked to play around with them. However, this was the first time they had seen someone carrying a spacecraft. Sui Sui Meng Xiao Hualing Ke finally showed his face. Fortunately, he spent most of his time in the inner verse and did not fight in the cosmic sea. Otherwise, he would have been easily recognized. It was even less safe to change one's appearance in a place like this. The war had been going on for several years, and many things had happened. Disguises were not rare, and there had to be ways to deal with them. As soon as they were discovered, they would not even need to be interrogated as a group of experts would surround them. Lu Yin could clearly see Starlight Island and the countless rune lines that soared into the sky. Although they were all suppressed to a power level of 200,000, there were still too many of them. Although it was an island, it was not small and was equivalent to a continent. Suddenly, the sky darkened as countless bolts of lightning rained down and bombarded the surroundings of Starlight Island. The seawater roared, and the sky flickered as if it were a realm of ghosts. This was the cosmic sea, where the weather could change at any time. The power of the lightning was very high, and most Lameters might not be able to withstand it. Some of the bolts of lightning even twined together in the sky, increasing their power to the point where they could rival an explorer or even a cruiser. Lu Yin was speechless. It was no wonder why no one dared to venture into the cosmic sea. If he had done so when he was still a Lameter, he would have been doomed. He suddenly thought of someone, Yixingchen, who was known as one of the strongest Lameters and was on par with Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Lu Yin. This person had formed a battle group and ventured into the cosmic sea. He was not simple, and it was not easy to survive in a place like this. Of course, Lu Yin did not believe that Yixingchen had relied on his own abilities to survive. No matter how gifted a Lameter was, he would not be able to do so. There had to be a way. This time, the lightning bombardment lasted for a long time. Ling Ke smoothly carried the spacecraft and landed on Starlight Island. No one on Starlight Island stopped him, which made Lu Yin even more vigilant. This proved that the island definitely had a way to secretly inspect him. At that moment, a bolt of lightning crashed down in the distance, illuminating a corner where a little girl was trembling. The lightning struck the island and splashed in all directions, and one of the bolts just happened to be aimed at the girl. The girl's face was pale, and her frail body was very weak in front of the lightning. The lightning was like a giant beast that swallowed her whole. Lu Yin was just about to act when Starsibyl appeared and picked up the little girl. With a wave of her hand, the lightning disappeared. Lu Yin was astonished, as Starsibyl had rushed out the instant that the thunderbolt had crashed down from the sky. It was clear that she had anticipated that the lightning would strike the little girl. This was the power of divination, and she was able to predict the enemy's movements. The little girl was terrified, and her face was pale. However, she still gratefully said something to Starsibyl. Starsibyl's image was just too good. She was absolutely beautiful, and her temperament was otherworldly. No one would believe that she was a bad person. The little girl was quickly won over by Starsibyl, and she kept calling her elder sister. Yaya, where is your home? I'll send you back, Starsibyl gently asked as she stroked the girl's hair. The girl blinked her big bright eyes and said softly, "Thank you, big sister." Starsibyl smiled, causing Ling Ke to feel intoxicated. Lu Yin looked around him. Most of the people had hidden themselves, and the houses on the island were clearly lightning-proof. Nobody appeared, and only some rune lines could be seen flashing in a distant corner. Clearly, there were cultivators from the Sixth Mainland observing the situation. However, Lu Yin's group had entered Starlight Island through the outer seal, so the cultivators here wouldn't interrogate them directly. Because Starlight Island had been bombarded by lightning for a long time, the structures of the houses were simple, and there weren't many people on the streets. Even if the sky was clear, it was clear most of the time. Above their heads, the stars were like a curtain. It was a beautiful scene, but if one looked carefully, they would realize that they weren't stars. Luin didn't know exactly what they were, but he didn't ask. He wanted to wait until they had settled down. Although Starlight Island was the sixth mainland's base for invading the cosmic sea, most people were still locals. The sixth mainland ruled over Starlight Island, and only the upper echelons were in charge. Nobody cared about ordinary families like Yaya's. Along the way, cultivators from the sixth mainland would occasionally fly past, but nobody paid them any attention. However, there were always rune lines following behind them. They weren't humans, but rather some sort of machine that was constantly monitoring them. They weren't the only ones, as these machines were everywhere. It was clear that Starlight Island was being monitored everywhere. It seemed that any cultivator who came to Starlight Island would be monitored, even if they were from the sixth mainland. Yaya's house wasn't too far from the edge of the island, and it was a small, square, 5-story building. There was even a lightning-proof installation on the roof that occasionally flashed with electricity. "Sister, we're here." Yaya carefully looked at Starsabil, unable to hide the admiration and shyness in her eyes. Starsabil stroked Yaya's hair and asked with concern, "Where are your parents?" Yaya replied, "They went out to gather goods, and they won't be back for a few days." Ling Kei suddenly moved closer. "Then can I stay behind to protect you?" Yaya jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. Starsabil grabbed Ling Kei by the shoulder and flung him away. She smiled at Yaya and said, "Don't be afraid, Yaya. This brother isn't a bad person." Yaya blinked her large eyes. "No one who's with sister is a bad person." Starsabil smiled. "Can sister come in and have a seat?" Yaya grunted and then led the three into her house. Luin sweated profusely, as he felt like he was trying to trick a child. He glanced at Starsabil. This woman was really fickle. She had one attitude towards them and another towards this little girl. It was a seamless transition. Over the next 2 days, the three of them stayed in Yaya's house. Outside, the machine with the faint rune lines kept an eye on them. Luin was constantly worried that someone would come to investigate, but fortunately, no one came. Over the past 2 days, he had discovered something strange. Yaya's house was by the sea, and many cultivators from the sixth mainland would pass by here when they went out to sea. He had also discovered that these cultivators were all young, and almost none of them were old. Celestial phenomena only suppressed power levels, not age restrictions. To verify his suspicions, Luin observed for another 2 days, and it was indeed the case. He shared his observations with Starsabil. Ling Kei rolled his eyes. "You must be mistaken." Starsabil replied, "I'm not mistaken. Right now, the cosmic sea is indeed a struggle between the younger generation." Luin and Ling Kei were astonished. "Why?" Starsabil explained, "The celestial phenomena in the cosmic sea are too strange. We have the 4 hegemons leading the way, and they have used the celestial phenomena to kill too many of the sixth mainland's experts. However, the sixth mainland has too many older powerhouses, and they have slaughtered many of our experts. In this regard, both sides cancel each other out, and it can be considered a mutual loss. This loss has been going on for several years, and neither side can bear it anymore. Thus, both sides have taken a step back. We will not use the celestial phenomena, and the sixth mainland will not send out any of their older powerhouses. The cosmic sea is one of the most important battlefields in this war. As long as they won, the sixth mainland would be able to open a path to the Neoverse that was not suppressed by the celestial phenomena. At that time, the sixth mainland would be able to open a path to the Neoverse, which was not suppressed by the celestial phenomena. At that time, the top experts of the three regions would be able to appear. They would be able to display their true strength. Before the celestial phenomena had been suppressed, the sixth mainland had been able to sweep through the entire universe. If not for the sudden appearance of the celestial phenomena, they would have already fought their way to the Neoverse. Wait, does that mean that only the sixth mainland's younger generation is left on Starlight Island? Ling Ke exclaimed. Starsabil did not deny it. Ling Ke gritted his teeth. Why didn't you say so earlier? To think that I was worried. Starsabil glanced at him. There are realmlings on Starlight Island. That one sentence shut Ling Ke up. In his heart, there was no difference between a realmling and an imprinter, as they were both existences that could not be resisted. Yiya walked in with 3 drinks in her hands. Starsabil hurriedly put on a smile. Ling Ke's smile became even more brilliant, but Yiya was afraid of him, as she always felt that he was a bad person. On the other hand, although Lu Yin did not speak much or smile much, Yiya felt that he was reliable. At the very least, he did not seem like a bad person. A child's point of view was very pure, and thus, Ling Ke was labeled as a bad person. As she watched Yiya leave, Starsabil sighed. Her parents have passed away. Lu Yin and Ling Ke were not surprised, as they were not stupid, and they could tell at a glance. Yiya had lied, but it was also a way for her to protect herself. She had even hung up adults' clothes in her room and pretended that there were adults in the house. This was all for the sake of protecting herself. Although she did not express it, the 3 of them could tell that their appearance had made Yiya very happy, and she was busying herself. If this war ends, I'll bring her to the Starsabil sect, Starsabil said. Lu Yin was astonished. You're quite kind. Starsabil did not reply. I'm also willing to bring her to the Lingling clan, Ling Ke said with a melancholy tone. Lu Yin immediately rejected him. She won't go with you. You look like a bad person. You're the bad person. I have a support group, okay? Go and ask around about my reputation. Which one of them doesn't praise me? Ling Ke angrily retorted. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. They liked Qian Qian and Mu Rong more. Ling Ke opened his mouth, but no words came out. He was thinking about the past that he could not bear to think about. Lu Yin also remembered that the support group was truly terrifying. He thought about Big Pow, Little Pow, Lulu Mavis, and the others, and he wondered how they were doing. There were many old friends in the Interverse, and someone must have died in this war. He hoped that it was not them. Lu Yin recalled the past and looked out the window. He seemed to see a familiar figure. He took a closer look, and then his mouth fell open. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, a group of cultivators from the sixth mainland was leading the way on the street. 8 of them were carrying a large palanquin, and a young man was lying down on it with his legs crossed. He was comfortably eating fruit. The young man had shifty eyes, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. He was only a Lamiter, but the cultivators around him were all extremely respectful to him. Beside the palanquin was a young man who had been slapped outside of Starlight Island. At this moment, the young man no longer had the arrogance of a scion of an aristocratic family. He looked more like a lackey, licking his lips as he spoke. From time to time, he would lower his head and respond as if he was listening to a lecture. The more humble and respectful the young man was, the happier the shifty-eyed young man became. He tried his best to maintain a reserved smile, but he could not hide his delight. He was like a rat that had gained intelligence. The more he smiled, the more pleased he became, and the more vulgar he looked. Windborne has already done his best. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. I've been too busy during this period. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 965. I say, old 16, you're already an adult, so why don't you know how to restrain yourself? I heard that you slapped someone again, right? The shifty-eyed youth spoke slowly as he ate some fruit. The young man, old 16, smiled respectfully. Third bro is really well informed. You know 90% of the 6th mainland's matters, and you know everything about the 5th mainland. Ha 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 ha, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that it's hard not to know about those eyes. Ha 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 ha. The shifty-eyed youth laughed heartily. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the sky, scaring the youth so much that he dropped his fruit. The fruit landed right next to old 16's mouth, and he hurriedly swallowed it before laughing. Thank you for your reward, third bro. The shifty-eyed youth was stunned for a moment before looking at old 16 with admiration. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't worry, third bro will remember your good deeds. When third bro meets the ancestors someday, I'll definitely put in a few good words for you. Old 16 was ecstatic. Thank you, third bro. Thank you, third bro. In the distance, in Yaya's home, Lu Yin's mouth fell open as he stared blankly. Was that Su-san? Starsabil and Ling Ke both noticed that something was wrong with Lu Yin, and they followed his gaze. It's someone from the Lingtong clan, Starsabil said solemnly. Lingtong clan. Ling Ke raised his brows. Both names started with the word Lingtong, which made him a little unhappy. Starsabil explained, the Lingtong clan is a universe imprinter family in the Black Blood realm. Ancestor Lingtong is said to be a powerhouse second only to Ancestor Eyeless in the Black Blood realm, and he's extremely close to becoming a universe imprinter. His status is extremely high, and he's one of the Daosaur's sex protectors. This clan has absorbed an ancient bloodline, which allows them to transform their eyes. It's rumored that in recent years, Ancestor Lingtong accepted a disciple with polychoria, and it might be that person. Otherwise, with his strength as a Lamiter, even the direct descendants of the Lingtong clan would not receive such treatment. An enlighter. Didn't they say that the older generation's powerhouses have all withdrawn? Ling Ke was astonished. Starsabil calmly replied, every rule has its loopholes. As long as they aren't discovered, they can continue to exist. Do you think that the 6th mainland would be so stupid as to withdraw all of them? It's impossible that the 4 hegemons completely do not interfere with the natural phenomenon. They're just doing their best to suppress each other. Ling Ke was jealous. He actually has an enlighter as a bodyguard. If I hadn't left my family, I would have an enlighter protecting me as well. But this guy looks really wretched. Starsabil to Lu looked to Lu to Lu Yin to Lu Yin. Ling Ke looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before slowly replying, little brother from back then. Both of them widened their eyes, especially Starsabil. She understood how terrifying the Lingtong clan was, and she also understood Ancestor Lingtong. If not for the fact that Ancestor Lingtong was many generations younger than Ancestor Eyeless, his strength might not have been any weaker than Ancestor Eyeless. Ancestor Eyeless was stronger than Ancestor Lingtong because he had been born countless years earlier. However, with Ancestor Lingtong's innate gift, it was easy for him to catch up. In other words, Ancestor Lingtong was a solid half-step cosmic imprinter. And that shifty-eyed fellow was the disciple that Ancestor Lingtong valued highly. His status was extremely high, and he was actually Lu Yin's underling. Your little brother. Isn't that someone from our universe? How did he get accepted as a disciple by ancestor Ling Tong? Lu Yin don't randomly claim to be relatives. Ling Ke did not believe him. Starsibyl frowned and looked into the distance. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was doing. Lu Yin sighed, maybe they just look alike, but it can't be that much of a coincidence. That little brother of mine has the innate gift of polychoria. Ling Ke was speechless. Then it should be true. Speaking of which, how's your relationship with your little brother? Lu Yin thought back and calculated that the two of them had not seen each other for almost 10 years. Ever since he had left the Great Yu Empire to attend the Astral Combat Academy's entrance exam, he had not seen Su San. He had not expected to reunite under such circumstances. Su San had actually come to the Cosmic Sea and even been accepted as a disciple by the 6th Mainland's Universe Imprinter. This was an extraordinary opportunity. It's time for us to reunite, Starsibyl said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yes, it's time for us to reunite. The group from the Ling Tong clan carried Su San towards the seaside. People passed by them from time to time, and they all looked at them with reverence. Su San was in a good mood. How many years had it been since he had last felt so good? During Earth's apocalypse, he had survived like an ant, and it had not been easy for him to find a boss. He had thought that he would be able to roam the universe freely, but he had only met his boss a few times before he had been kidnapped. It was fine if he had been kidnapped, but he did not know how he had ended up in the Cosmic Sea, where he had lived for several years. He had thought that this would be the end of his life, but who would have thought that the 6th Mainland would invade, and the universe's great powers would all flee to the Cosmic Sea. The place he had been living in had been occupied by the 6th Mainland in less than 2 years. Fortunately, he was still weak, and as long as he worshipped the statues of the 6th Mainland's powerhouses every day, nothing would happen to him. Life was full of ups and downs, and he would always remember that sunny day. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of kilometers. There were only occasional bolts of lightning, which made him flustered. A statue had appeared on the island that he had been living in. It was the statue of an old man with a mighty appearance. Most importantly, the old man had 2 pupils, which were exactly the same as Su San's. When he saw the old man's statue, Su San was stunned, and his blood began to boil. He did not know where he had gotten the courage to use his ability. Perhaps the years of suppression had made him unable to bear it, or perhaps he had gone crazy. Either way, he had used a power that he had never revealed before, which had led to his current life. Patriarch Ling Tong, his master. Lu Yin was his most respected master. Although everyone in the Interverse wanted to exterminate the 6th Mainland, who cared? Lu Yin's life in this universe was no different from that of an ant's, and he didn't care about his position. Whoever treated him well, he would treat them well. As he thought about it, Su San felt a sudden impulse, and he bowed in the direction of Patriarch Ling Tong's statue again with a pious expression. The surrounding Ling Tong clan cultivators all looked at him with reverence, and they lifted the palanquin with even more force. They had seen Su San's loyal side. Although he was from the 5th Mainland, since he had been accepted as a disciple by the Patriarch, he would truly be a member of the 6th Mainland when he underwent a blood transfusion and cultivated his imprint in the future. He was also the Patriarch's only disciple and their eternal master. Old 16 smiled and handed over some fruits. Su San lay down once again. These days were great. At this moment, the palanquin swayed, and one of the cultivators who had been carrying the palanquin bent his leg, almost causing Su San to fall off. The enlighter who had been following behind to protect Su San suddenly widened his eyes. Just as he took a step forward, the void froze, and a finger seemed to have predicted his actions as it struck his forehead. Dream finger. Enlighters were very powerful, and even in such a situation, they were still able to react and dodge. However, thinking about it was one thing, and not having the ability to dodge was another. The Enlighter's rune lines had been weakened, and his movements had been slightly slower. Because of this slight difference in time, the Enlighter's forehead was struck by the finger, causing him to faint. At the same time, Su San's K's mighty slash sliced through the void, and the back of the blade flickered as it struck the cultivators who were protecting Su San unconscious. The entire process took less than a second, and the speed was inconceivably fast. In the end, Su San was the only one left sitting in the palanquin in a daze as the palanquin crashed to the ground. This was the Starsabil sex method. He had just accepted the position that Starsabil had given him, and according to her instructions, he had attacked that position. That position had previously been empty, and the moment he had attacked, that Enlighter had coincidentally moved and appeared in that position as well. This was a divination attack, and it was truly terrifying. Ling K's attack was the same, and even the trajectory of his K's mighty slash had been determined by Starsabil. Not a single bit of it had been wasted, and all of Su San's protectors had been knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Starsabil had cleaned up the machines that had been monitoring them. The three of them had walked out from 3 different directions. The moment they had attacked Su San, they had created a loophole in Starlight Island surveillance system, causing Su San to instantly disappear. Su San was terrified, and just as he was about to shout, Lu Yin's voice reached his ears. "Long time no see, Su San." Su San turned around in a daze and looked at Lu Yin in a daze. "B-boss." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You still remember me?" Su San suddenly leapt up and charged towards Lu Yin, shouting as he did so, "Boss, you've finally come to find me." Lu Yin stepped aside and grabbed Su San's back, lifting him up. Su San's expression was one of agony, and he looked as if he was better off dead. "Boss, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been done for, boss." Lu Yin laughed. "Aren't you doing well? No matter how good it is, it's still not as good as Earth." "Boss, it's great to see you. Please take me away, boss." Su San shouted. Starsabil coldly snorted, "Shut up and stop pretending. Your acting is too fake." Su San blinked and looked at Lu Yin before looking back at Starsabil. He then revealed a wretched smile. "Boss, this must be sister-in-law. She's so pretty, with big breasts and a big butt." Ling K subconsciously glanced at Starsabil. Starsabil's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed through them. Lu Yin hurriedly grabbed Su San and left, afraid that Starsabil would destroy him. No one had ever been so rude to Starsabil before. Big breasts and a big butt. That seemed to be it. "You've destroyed those things that were monitoring us. Is everything all right?" "The island will definitely notice," Ling K whispered to Starsabil as his gaze drifted downwards. Starsabil indifferently replied, "I didn't destroy them, so no one will notice." She then looked around and saw that these ordinary people were fine. They would not get involved, and they did not have the ability to do so. Ling K grunted and took a step forward. However, he tripped over something in his calf, and a burst of star energy impacted his calf, causing him to almost fall. He staggered a few steps before stabilizing himself. Beside him, Starsabil snorted and walked away. Ling K's mouth twitched. This woman was really petty. Wasn't it just a look? Did she really have to attack? However, the Starsabil's sex attack methods were truly terrifying. They had actually prepared an attack beforehand. How had they done it? This woman had appeared on the top 100 rankings before, and her ranking had been neither high nor low. After that, she had been removed from the list. Many people had assumed that Starsabil was not adept at fighting, and those people were all idiots. This woman's true power was definitely terrifying. Everything else aside, she was confident that she could hold back an imprinter. Even the 10 arbiters would find it difficult to escape unscathed, but she had still managed to do it. Lu Yin did not bring Su San to Yaya's house, as he was afraid of implicating her. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I wish you all the best in the new year. Sui Feng is grateful. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 966. Lu Yin brought Su San to a secluded area where lightning crackled above his head. Su San shrank back when he saw this. Boss, I missed you so much. Lu Yin was annoyed when he saw Su San's wretched expression. Stop pretending. You've been living a comfortable life, and it's many times better than on Earth. That's my hometown. Who can forget it? Su San's expression was exaggerated, and he looked even more wretched. Lu Yin pursed his lips. You want to return home in glory. Su San smiled. Boss knows me best. Boss is mighty. Enough with the nonsense. We want to know the current situation in the cosmic sea, Starsabil said coldly as she walked over from nearby. Su San flashed a flattering smile. What does sister-in-law want to know? Starsabil's tone was icy. If you dare speak like that again, I'll cut out your tongue. Su San immediately shut up. Ling Ke walked over while rubbing his calf. Hurry up and tell us, or else those people will wake up. Lu Yin looked at Su San. Since you're willing to follow the sixth mainland, I won't force you to come back, but you have to help me. Su San's expression changed. Boss, you're the one who took me away from Earth. Even if I betray this universe, I will never betray Boss. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. The current situation in the cosmic sea, Lu Yin said. Su San was vexed. Boss, I only know about Starlight Island. I'm not sure about the rest. Just this one, Lu Yin said. Su San grunted and thought for a moment before saying, Starlight Island is one of the sixth mainland's main bases for attacking the cosmic sea. Ever since the sixth and fifth mainlands reached a tacit agreement to allow the younger generation to compete, many young experts from the sixth mainland have come to Starlight Island. Currently, there are no less than 10 million cultivators from the sixth mainland on Starlight Island, and they can be found all around the island. The strongest among them should be the Riemlings, Nan Yanfei and Shang Rong. The three were shocked when they heard the name Riemlings. Riemlings were experts who could rival the 10 arbiters, and there were actually 2 Riemlings here. Lu Yin carefully thought back. He had heard of Nan Yanfei before, but he had never met him before, so he definitely did not know him. As for Shang Rong, Lu Yin carefully thought about it. With the Riemlings at the helm, Starlight Island has gathered all of the sixth mainland's blood progenitors. Of course, there are also powerhouses from other regions, such as the duo from the Secret Ancestors Fan Realm's Azure Realm, or the War. Boss, I want to introduce you. Boss, I. Boss, I. At this point, Su San's expression became even more vulgar, and he looked as if he was about to consummate his marriage. This made Ling Ke very unhappy. Continue. Oh, little Xiang's name is He Xiang, right? Shut up. I wasn't asking you that. I was asking if the Tao Source 3 heavens have appeared, Ling Ke interrupted. Su San was shocked. K's mighty slash. Your spirit General Ling K. TCH, a nobody. You're not even a king-ranked powerhouse. You don't have the right to speak to me. My master is Ancestor Ling Tong, and my fiancé is the young matriarch of the Ling Tong clan. Ling K was furious. What did you say? Lu Yin was helpless. All right, stop arguing. He then looked at Su San. Have the Tao Source 3 skies appeared? Su San shook his head. Not yet, but they'll definitely come. Why? Lu Yin subconsciously asked. Su San explained, the war in the Innerverse has been going on for several years, and it's always been said that the Tao Source 3 skies will participate. However, the older powerhouses are actually more powerful than the Tao Source 3 skies. The Tao Source 3 skies haven't made a move yet because it's meaningless. Now that the cosmic sea has been cleared of the older powerhouses, the youths are competing. As the sixth mainland's top powerhouses, the three known as the heavens will definitely appear soon. What are the Tao Source 3 skies? Ling Ke asked curiously. It wasn't just him, as Lu Yin wanted to know as well. The Tao Source 3 skies were similar to the 10 arbiters that he had heard about when he had first stepped into the universe. Everyone knew about them, but no one had mentioned them in detail. To the younger generation of the sixth mainland, the Tao Source 3 skies were like the heavens. This was because they were not limited to a single region. They were the inheritors of the sixth mainland's Tao Source sect, and they had each inherited 3 progenitors. They were the true inheritors of the progenitor realm. When the Tao Source 3 skies were mentioned, even Su San's vulgar expression disappeared. Actually, I don't know much about the Tao Source 3 skies. I only have a general idea. Everyone in the sixth mainland is curious about them, but they don't know much about them. They don't interact much with outsiders, and even little Xiangxiang doesn't know much about them. Su San paused for a moment before continuing. The blood progenitor's descendant is called Ziyi, and little Xiangxiang told me about her. Legend has it that she absorbed the blood progenitor's bloodline, and she also possesses an innate gift and a secret technique. However, I don't know the specifics, and I've only heard rumors that someone once challenged her to become one of the Tao Source 3 skies. He was a madman, but she easily defeated him. The martial progenitor's descendant is called Wu Taibai, and he has an innate gift and a secret technique. Legend has it that he likes to pretend to be an ordinary person and wander around the sixth mainland. Many people have seen him, but they don't know that he's one of the Tao Source 3 skies. I've heard that he's very easy to get along with. The secret progenitor's descendant is the most mysterious, and there's no information about him at all. No one has ever mentioned him, and even those 2 idiots, the blue heroes, don't know anything about him. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The blood progenitor's descendant, Ziyi, the martial progenitor's descendant, Wu Taibai, and the secret progenitor's descendant made for 3 progenitors. The pressure was immense. Lu Yin was very familiar with Wu Taibai, and just as Su San had said, that guy liked to pretend to be an ordinary expert. They had even explored the Tao Source sect's ruins together, and this person was very good at pretending. If they hadn't coincidentally bumped into Night King Jinwu, then this person might not have been exposed. As someone who had forced Night King Jinwu to use the arrow progenitor's battle technique, Wu Taibai's true strength was unfathomable. The Tao Source 3 skies should all be stronger than the 10 arbiters. Aside from the Tao Source 3 skies, what else is there? Ling Ke asked. Su San was annoyed, but he looked at Lu Yin and then at Starsabil, who was obviously going to attack him. He could only continue. Actually, there are many experts in the sixth mainland. The descendants of imprinter families are strong enough to fight against the top experts of the top 100 rankings. The descendants of the World Imprinter and even the Cosmic Imprinter are all quite powerful. If not for the Neoverse sending experts to participate in this battle, then the Cosmic Sea would have been occupied long ago. Now that the battle has reached this stage, both sides have come to a tacit understanding, and that is the magnetic pole. The thunderstorm zone has a special characteristic, which is the existence of positive and negative magnetic poles. The positive magnetic pole will attract the thunder in the sky, while the negative magnetic pole will repel the thunder in the sky. Rumor has it that in ancient times, in order to allow people to live in the thunderstorm zone safely, an absolute expert divided the magnetic pole into 5 parts and evenly distributed them in every corner of the thunderstorm zone. Using the positive and negative magnetic forces to attract and repel the thunder in the sky, even an enlighter wouldn't be able to withstand a thunderstorm. Both the Sixth Mainland and the Interverse cultivators plan to snatch the magnetic pole and lure the thunderstorm into the other's territory to exterminate the other. This is the simplest method, but the price is that the thunderstorm zone will once again descend into chaos. However, this is what the Interverse wants. As for the Sixth Mainland, they are confident that they can defeat the Interverse with this method. No matter what, once the magnetic pole is moved, the thunderstorm zone will gradually be bombarded by thunder. However, it will still take a long time for the thunderstorm zone to regain its ancient might. Starsabil's tone was indifferent. So you're saying that the Sixth Mainland is confident that they can obtain the magnetic pole and use it to exterminate all of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators in the thunderstorm zone? Su San nodded. The Fifth Mainland is the same. Both sides want to use the magnetic pole to exterminate the other, but the chances of that happening aren't high. Some people speculate that even if the magnetic pole is moved, it will still take a long time for the other side to exterminate the other. This is more like determining the ownership of the thunderstorm zone. Whoever seizes the most magnetic poles wins. The other regions of the Cosmic Sea should be similar, and there should be corresponding methods to determine the victor. When will they be seizing the magnetic pole? Su Sen replied, soon. I don't know who made an agreement with the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, but it should be about seizing the magnetic pole technique. One of the Dowsource 3 skies should appear before then. Interesting. Seizing the magnetic pole. Ling Ke was interested. Su Sen rolled his eyes. With your strength, you can't even connect to the magnetic pole. Stop dreaming. At most, you'll just be cannon fodder. What did you say? You can't even be considered cannon fodder. Ling Ke was furious. Su Sen raised his head. I don't need to fight. Someone will protect me. Ling Ke gritted his teeth. Starsabil stared at Su San and suddenly asked, where are you planning to go? Su San's eyes flickered. I'm going out for a walk. I'm tired of staying here. Is that so? I calculated that your trip would be risky, and we can protect you, Starsabil said. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he looked at Su San. Where are you going? Su San looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Boss, I've already told you everything you want to know. Please let me go. I've never harmed anyone from the Interverse. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Su San seriously. No matter what, you're from Earth, and we're from the same hometown. Help me as much as you can. Su San hesitated. Ling Ke bent his fingers, and his K's mighty slash spun along his fingertips. Don't waste your breath on him. He looks like a traitor. Cripple his arms first. Su San glared at Ling Quebec. You look like a traitor. Your whole family is traitors. You're courting death. Ling Ke was furious. Lu Yin casually pushed Ling Ke aside and looked at Su San seriously. Help me this one time, and we'll never know each other. You'll be you, and I'll be me. We'll never meet, and I'll do my best not to attack you when we meet on the battlefield. How about it? Su-san was helpless. Do I have a choice? He then bitterly said, it wasn't easy for me to find someone to rely on. I hope it won't be ruined. Lu Yin patted Su-san's shoulder. The sixth mainland might not be able to win. Our universe isn't that simple. If you help us, you'll have a way out, and you can come back in the future. Su-san helplessly nodded. Actually, I was invited by Shang Rong to participate in the pre-battle mobilization meeting. The three were moved. Shang Rong was one of the Realmlings. Pre-battle mobilization meeting. Ling Ke was astonished. Su-san replied, Boss, everything I told you is true. Both sides have a tacit understanding and are preparing to use the magnetic poles to determine the victor. The pre-battle mobilization meeting is actually just a matter of assigning tasks to each side. Most importantly, Z of the Dowsource 3 Skies might appear. Thank you. Rat's Monkey Suifing is extremely grateful for all of your tips. I've been too busy during the new year, so I'll definitely pay you back. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all of your support and tips, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 967. After hearing Su-san's words, Lu Yin and Starsabil looked at each other in shock. Ling Ke was infuriated. You bastard! Didn't you just say that you don't know when the 3 skies will appear? Su-san rolled his eyes. Maybe, he doesn't understand. Lu Yin asked in a low voice, will Shang Rong Razi be the one to convene this pre-war mobilization meeting? Su-san shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's most likely Ziyi. She's one of the Dowsource 3 Skies, and it's said that she's most adept at strategizing rather than fighting. Lil the Fragrance said that Ziyi has been obsessed with military formations ever since she was a child, and that she's fond of strategizing. She's also very talented in strategy, and this magnetic pole battle is very important, so it's not strange for her to appear here. Starsabil's gaze turned cold. You just said that you don't understand the Dowsource 3 Skies. Lu Yin glared at Starsabil. Let her speak. Starsabil looked away. Su-san swallowed his saliva. There are some things that can't be said too much. You can only understand. Cut the crap. You're saying that one of the Dowsource 3 Skies, Ziyi, will appear and command the battle for the magnetic pole. She'll even personally participate, right? Su-san rolled his eyes and carefully looked around. That's what you guessed. I didn't say anything. No one knew how powerful the Dowsource 3 Skies were, but what was even more troublesome was that this woman was a strategist. Lu Yin had experienced firsthand how difficult it was to deal with a strategist. The Great Eastern Alliance had an obvious advantage over Armament Weave, and logically speaking, they should have been able to crush Armament Weave. However, Wei Rong had managed to drag things out for 2 years. Wang Wen was overseeing Iron Blood Weave, and he had become the #1 person in the Astral Beast domain who had to be killed. This was the might of a strategist. This kind of person was several times more powerful than those who only cultivated. They were also more difficult to deal with because they were too smart. Why did he run into people like this everywhere he went? Lu Yin felt helpless. Bring us to the pre-battle mobilization meeting, Starsabil said. Su-san blinked. I've said everything that needs to be said. Starsabil looked at him. I don't want to repeat myself. We won't be discovered, right? Ling Ke asked uneasily. Starsabil's eyes flickered. Not at all. There will be quite a few people attending this meeting. As long as we don't attract too much attention, we won't be discovered. My divination results are very good. Lu Yin glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Su San looked at Lu Yin pleadingly, "Boss." Lu Yin looked at Starsabil, who replied, "Starlight Island is surrounded on all sides, and it will be very difficult for us to escape. We'll have to participate in the pre-war mobilization meeting and the battle for the magnetic pole." That made sense. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Su San. "One last favor. Help me to the end." Su San wanted to cry. His current life was not easy to come by and he had suffered a lot. If these three people were found out that he was the one who brought them in, he reckoned that ancestor Ling Tong would skin him alive. He did not dare to do so. Ling Ke approached him and threatened him in a low voice. "If you don't want to bring us along, we can go there ourselves. We can peel off the skin on your face and make a mask out of it." He. Su San was both angry and scared. Lu Yin had no other choice. The sixth mainland had left the younger generation on Starlight Island, and the older powerhouses would definitely be at the rear. It would be impossible for them to escape, and the front would be the front lines of the battle. Thus, it would be impossible for them to escape. Their only option was to join the battle for the magnetic pole. Besides, he also wanted to see how terrifying the so-called Dao Source 3 skies were. Actually, Lu Yin was not worried about the Dao Source 3 skies or the Realmlings. He could even fight against an imprinter, so no matter how powerful the Dao Source 3 skies were, they would not be able to surpass an imprinter. Faced with this threat, Su San had no other choice but to agree to bring the three of them to join the pre-war mobilization meeting. The pre-war mobilization meeting was just a euphemism, as it was actually a gathering of Starlight Island's younger elites. Youths were always competitive and had all sorts of conflicts of interest. Some wanted to show their faces in front of the Dao Source 3 skies, especially since one of the three Dao Source 3 skies was a woman. This made many people even more jealous. In order to prevent Su San from betraying them, Starsabil had given him a few tricks to ensure that Su San would not betray them. Su San had already accepted his fate, and even the sixth mainland's cultivators who had been knocked unconscious woke up. Su San easily took care of them and brought the three of them to another island outside of Starlight Island. Of the three, Lu Yin and Ling Ke were nothing special. It was just that Starsabil was too beautiful and easily attracted attention. However, Starsabil's methods were strange. Lu Yin did not know what she had done, but her face was still the same, but it was no longer breathtakingly beautiful. At first glance, she did not seem very beautiful, and the more one looked at her, the more ordinary she seemed. Lu Yin was truly shocked by this woman's methods, and he was suddenly very curious about the Starsabil sect. If he had the time, he would definitely go and take a look. Divination was already very mysterious, and with the addition of all sorts of strange methods, the Starsabil sect was becoming more and more attractive to him. The only thing that worried the three of them was Yiya. The girl had pretended to be strong and naively lied about waiting for her parents to return. Her naivety was pitiful. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin, Ling Ke, or Starsabil, they all decided that if possible, they would come back and take the girl away. Living alone on Starlight Island, even if she had to rely on her parents' wealth to survive, was still very lonely. The difficulties she would face were unimaginable. The surface of the sea was very calm, and cultivators passed by from time to time. When they saw Su San, they bowed respectfully. Up until now, most of the sixth mainland's cultivators had been in the ruins of the Dao Source sect or at the border warfront. Those who had been able to exchange blows with him had been at Autumn Frost Qing's level. Thus, the cultivators that Lu Yin had seen were all considered to be in the upper echelons of the sixth mainland. However, on this mainland, most of the cultivators were still at the bottom. The group walked along the surface of the sea, and every cultivator that they encountered bowed to Su-san. These people were all at the bottom of the hierarchy, and there were at least 1,000 of them. None of them were at the level of an aristocratic family's young master, old 16. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Most of the people that one could see were those who were standing at a higher level. This was a matter of one's level and perspective. Lu Yin stood behind the palanquin with Ling Kei and Starsabil beside him. The old enlighter who had been protecting Su-san glanced at them from time to time, but he did not say anything. Su-san had already dealt with the old man. Old 16 was still flattering Su-san, but Su-san was no longer as happy as he had been before. This made old 16 very confused. Although old 16 was ranked 16th in the Lingtong clan, he was definitely not weak. He was not much weaker than the Lingtong clan's young matriarch and could be considered an elite among elites. In terms of strength, he could be ranked at the very top of the Interverse's top 100 rankings. He had his own pride, just like how he had been slapped on the surface of the sea. However, he wanted to improve himself, which was why he had been so humble. Thunder crackled in the sky, and Su-san was annoyed by it. Lu Yin and the other two behind him were also irritating him, so he decided to just bury himself. Old 16 was bewildered, as he did not know what was wrong with this guy. Not too far away from Su-san's group, two strange figures slowly walked along the surface of the sea. No matter how one looked at them, one could see how strange they were. One was fat, and the other was thin. The thin one looked like the fat one's arm. Many people around them saw these two, and some were either afraid or amused. However, no one spoke up, and some even showed disgusted expressions. The thunder in the sky is too loud, and it's a little scary. Fat bro, are you scared? No, we're not even afraid of the Realmlings, so why would we be afraid of mere thunder? Skinny bro, are you scared? A little. Actually, I'm a little scared too. Fat bro, you have to protect me. Don't worry, skinny bro. We'll be brothers forever, and fat bro will be your shield. Thank you, fat bro. Right, fat bro, you've gotten fatter recently. Really? Ha 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 ha, thank you, skinny bro. Actually, you've gotten thinner as well. Really? Thank you, fat bro. We're brothers. Brothers forever. As the fat and thin duo approached, Su-san's group overheard their conversation. Lu Yin had a strange look on his face. What was going on? Su-san looked up and saw the fat and thin duo. He rolled his eyes. The blue transformation idiots. Ling Kei moved closer to Lu Yin's ear. These two look like idiots, but I think the thin one looks a lot like Mu Rong. Lu Yin glanced at him. You have a lot of resentment towards Mu Rong. Ling Kei sneered, but he did not say anything else. He would never forget the grudge he had with the support group. Hey, fat bro, look. Isn't that perverted Su? The voices in the distance grew louder, as if they were afraid that Su-san's group would not hear them. Yeah, perverted Su is here as well. Su-san was furious. Blue transformation idiots, I didn't do anything to offend you. Haha, fat bro, perverted Su has spoken, and he looks even more perverted. Skinny bro, we can't insult others. They're already so perverted, so let's not add more scars to their hearts. Come, apologize. Oh, okay. Sorry, perverted Su. We shouldn't have spoken the truth. Yeah, perverted Su. Speaking the truth is our weakness, and we'll change it. Actually, you don't look that perverted. You're just a little awkward. Fat bro, you're being so reserved. Does he even understand? Maybe he really doesn't understand. He looks like this, but his IQ isn't that high either. The group watched the fat and thin duo leave with a strange look on their faces. The duo had been talking the entire time, and they had not given anyone a chance to interrupt. Even Su-san couldn't retort. Ling Kei looked at their backs with admiration, and he thought back to the sixth mainland's cultivator that he had once threatened to kill. That was his glory, but unfortunately, he had never been able to do it again. Su-san was so angry that his entire body trembled, but he could not do anything about those two. The fat and thin duo looked foolish, but if he really thought that they were foolish, then he would be the unlucky one. Individually, these two fellows were not very powerful, but when they worked together, even the Ryumlings had to be cautious. Tui, how unlucky. Su-san glared at the fat and thin duo's backs. Starlight Island was not just a single island, and the thunderstorm zone was boundless. There were dozens of islands around Starlight Island, and the mobilization meeting was being held on one of these islands. The closer they got to the island, the more people there were, and all of them were youths. Many of them greeted Su-san, and it was obvious that their statuses were not low. Although it was impossible to determine the strength of these people based on their rune lines, the sixth mainland's cultivators had a clear hierarchy. The stronger a power, the higher their status. Or rather, the higher their status, the more powerful they were. This was because a large portion of these cultivators' strength came from their imprints. The stronger their imprint, the more powerful they were, and the strength of an imprint represented the power they belonged to. Because Su-san was leading the way, no one checked their identities, and they were able to smoothly sneak in. As for the people protecting Su-san, they remained outside the island. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 968. 16th naturally had the right to enter as well, and he looked at the trio strangely. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Su-san's expression, he decided not to speak. The island was bustling with activity. The gathering was organized under Shang Rong's name, and it was a pre-war mobilization. All of the young elites around Starlight Island had come, and with so many people present, there were naturally conflicts. For example, the fat and skinny duo had attracted a lot of hate along the way. These two had no filter and said anything they wanted. Even Su-san had been disgusted by them, let alone the others. They were lucky to have not been beaten to death. Su-san led the trio and 16th to the center of the island, where a towering stone pillar stood. The true leaders of this gathering are at the top of the pillar. Almost everyone who can participate is from an imprinter family. You don't have to worry about the passers-by, Su-san announced loudly as he led the way. Many people had been angered by the blue hero duo, and now that Su-san was here, their faces turned purple with anger. 16th hurriedly flattered him, not forgetting to mock the people around him. Lu Yin was impressed that this guy hadn't been beaten to death yet, and that fat and skinny duo still existed. Little Xiang Xiang. Su-san's sudden shout startled the group. Many people around him were startled by his sudden outburst. Further away, a group of people walked out from a corner. The one at the front was a petite girl with a sweet smile. Many youths had gathered around her, and from their auras, they could tell that they were from large families. These people had been walking well, but when Su-san shouted, the girl's expression turned ugly. The youths around her all looked over in shock. Su-san ran over with a flattering smile on his face. He came to the woman's side and said, "Little Xiangxiang, where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you." The girl's expression turned ugly, and she gently replied, "I went for a stroll." "A stroll?" Su-san shouted again, "Do you know how dangerous it is? There are enemies everywhere, and there's even a bunch of little xiangxiang looking to curry favor. It's very dangerous for you to go out like this. Little xiangxiang, promise me that you won't leave on your own in the future. You know, Su San's spittle flew everywhere, and many people looked over. The girl's expression turned ugly, but she couldn't do anything. The people around her were helpless as well, but they seemed to be used to it. Lu Yin and the others walked over and stood quietly to the side, watching Su San speak as if they were his lackeys. After a while, Su San finally finished, "Little Xiang Xiang, let's go to the party together." The woman didn't say a word. She silently walked in front of Su San. Su San licked his lips and continued to speak. The surrounding young elites didn't like him, but they were all patient and didn't say anything. As the disciple of ancestor Ling Tong, Su San's position was extremely high, and very few people dared to challenge him. Ling Kai said in a low voice, "A single piece of rat poop spoils the entire pot of soup." Looking from afar, the stone pillar didn't look too big. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the stone pillar was very wide, and there was a courtyard at the top. This courtyard had belonged to the previous owner of the island, but after the sixth mainland had taken over the island, that owner had died. However, the courtyard had been perfectly preserved, and it was now occupied by Shang Rong. Lu Yin and the rest followed Su San to the top of the stone pillar, but Su San ran off to pester the girl, completely ignoring them. The courtyard was very large and was filled with exquisite delicacies and fine wine. There were also many attendants walking around. The cultivators were all looking for people to talk to. It was just like a cocktail party. The 16th brother was determined to follow Su San and kept following him. No one knew where Starsabil had gone. Ling Kai's eyes were shining, but no one knew what he was doing. Lu Yin had nothing to do, so he simply ate. Actually, he was still very interested in food. He remembered that Silver's dream had been to become a gourmet, but he didn't know where that guy had gone or if he was dead. When he thought about Silver's despicable foxy smile, Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. When he thought of Silver, he also thought of Xiao Luo. Compared to Silver, he didn't know what Xiao Luo was thinking. They had been separated from each other for many years, and he didn't know when they would meet again. Have you heard? The Fifth Mainland's general appointment platform's titled Shao is now Prince Shao. He's currently right across from our Starlight Island. Someone was discussing this topic nearby, and the entire gathering was filled with discussion. Lu Yin listened as he ate. Although the Fifth Mainland isn't that great, their kings are still very powerful. This Hua Shao is rumored to be a true disciple of the Neoverse Sirius sect. He's extremely powerful and has even clashed with a realmling before. It's strange. The Fifth Mainland has always been suppressed by us, but they've always had an endless stream of experts. This is especially true in the Neoverse, where there are too many kings. These fellows all dare to fight against the realmlings, and their strength isn't any weaker than that of the Cosmic Imprinter's descendants. We have more powerhouses, and we can deal with as many of them as they come. Besides, only about half of our peers are actually attacking the Fifth Mainland's inner verse, and there's still a small portion that hasn't arrived yet. It's said that Wu Tai Bai of the Dao Source Three Skies doesn't plan on coming out. It's not just Wu Tai Bai, many of our Dao Source sect's disciples don't plan on coming out either. The main attacking force is still the 9 regions. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as he recalled that the Sixth Mainland had a Dao Source sect. Since there was a Dao Source sect, it naturally had its own disciples. The inner verse was currently facing experts from the 9 regions, and the Dao Source sect's experts had indeed yet to appear. However, even if the Dao Source sect's disciples did appear, they wouldn't be able to surpass the realmlings. At most, they would be close to the realmlings. However, this was still very terrifying. The 9 region imprinters' descendants and the Dowsor sect's disciples definitely outnumbered the Interverse, which was enough to crush them. The 6th mainland far surpassed the 5th mainland. Luin heard quite a bit of news from the discussions going on all around him. Most of the discussions were about the thunderstorm zone, where the main attacking force against the 6th mainland was a group from the cosmic sea that had been formed by several smaller groups. There was also a group from the spiritual seal flow zone that had retreated to the cosmic sea, such as the Lingling clan. As for Ling Palace, it was the 10 arbiters who were competing with Shang Rong. When Luin heard about Ling Palace, his expression turned strange. These two were really fated. Back in the Dowsor sect's ruins, Ling Palace had fought with Shang Rong several times. Now, in the cosmic sea, these two were fighting again. Could they have developed feelings for each other? Speaking of which, the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters are really ruthless. They don't have imprints or bloodlines, but they're still evenly matched with the Realmlings. Shoo, don't say that. Shang Rong doesn't like it when people say that. He's actually been suppressed the entire time. That can't be. The Realmlings are being suppressed. That's what I heard. Someone personally confirmed that Shang Rong is being suppressed by one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters, White Knight. It doesn't look like they're fighting, but more like they're delaying. Shang Rong is delaying White Knight. Hiss. That's too ruthless. How did the 5th mainland give birth to these 10 monsters? Haven't you heard? The 5th mainland's general appointment platform can seal an arbiter, but no one has been able to do so until now. Whoever does so is challenging the 10 arbiters. Even the experts from the Neoverse won't openly challenge the 10 arbiters. Those 10 are monsters. It looks like only the Dowsor's 3 skies can suppress them. That's not necessarily true. The 10 arbiters have varying levels of strength, and the same goes for the Realmlings. Shang Rong might not be a match for them, but that doesn't mean that the other Realmlings aren't. We'll see. Bro, I heard that you were beaten up by someone from the 5th mainland called Avery. Ha ha ha. Bullshit, I was the one who beat him up. Stop pretending. Many people saw it. If you hadn't used a power vessel to escape, you would have been dead by now. Don't worry. The next time I see him, I'll definitely destroy him. I heard that someone has issued a bounty for the capture of the Mavis clan. Have any of you encountered any Mavis clan members? We met them once. That woman is ridiculously strong, but that's not all. She even managed to tame a sea turtle from the cosmic sea. She almost swallowed my brother whole. The Mavis clan is indeed strange. I heard that no one has ever killed a Mavis clan member. Actually, our thunderstorm area is relatively peaceful. I heard that many strange powerhouses have appeared in other areas. Some call themselves gods, some fly around in spacecraft, and there are also bastards who constantly release smoke. I heard that there are even brothels flying in the sky. I also heard that there are dead people riding skeleton horses in some places. Yes, there are also people who know secret techniques, and it's not just 1 or 2 of them. The 5th mainland is getting weirder and weirder. It's not weird. Those people basically come from the 5th mainland's Neoverse. That's where the 5th mainland's strongest powerhouses gather. Back then, the martial ancestor tried to destroy the Neoverse in one fell swoop, someone said. It's a pity that he failed, and he even caused a celestial phenomenon. No matter how powerful the Neoverse is, if all 9 domains work together, then it would be easily destroyed. Everything else aside, each domain would send out a cosmic imprinter, which means that there are 9 of them. 9 powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000, plus a celestial imprinter and a progenitor. Anything can be destroyed. What a pity. In my opinion, the 5th mainland Starsabil sect should be destroyed the most. It said that they can even perform divination. They're a bunch of blind people. Just because they can perform divination doesn't mean that they're blind. If they're not blind, then how can they perform divination? That makes sense. Lu Yin took a sip of his drink. The discussions around him had given him a better understanding of many things that had happened in the cosmic sea. Even he found it strange, let alone the people from the sixth mainland. There were spacecraft that crashed into people who called themselves gods, bastards that released smoke, brothels that could fly, and even blind people who could perform divination. It was a mess. But overall, the situation did not sound too bad. Lu Yin had no idea what exactly existed in the Neoverse. Right, he could ask Starsabil. As he thought about it, Lu Yin searched for Starsabil but did not find her. If she did not want to be discovered, then not many people would be able to find her. Lu Yin did not find Starsabil, but he did find Ling Ke, who was baring his teeth at someone else. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Su San hurriedly went over and did his best to drag Ling Ke back. "Are you trying to kill me?" Su San barked. Ling Ke rolled his eyes. "Women. Whoever has the ability can chase them. Who's that guy? He actually dares to steal the woman I'm interested in." "His father is an imprinter," Su San said viciously. Ling Ke pursed his lips. An imprinter was an emissary. He helplessly said, "It'll probably take a long time before my dream of reorganizing the support group can be realized." Lu Yin casually picked up a plate of food and was about to continue eating when he glanced outside. He quickly turned around and lowered his head. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 969. Su San's heart skipped a beat. "Boss, did you see someone familiar?" Lu Yin coughed. "Don't talk to me." Su San's face paled as he looked around. A group of people entered successively from the entrance. Shockingly, the person in the lead was Di Luo, and Autumn Frost Qing and the other cultivators of the younger generation of the Bloodburn realm followed behind him. Lu Yin had never expected that someone from the Bloodburn realm would appear here. The sixth mainland was not at peace. The Burning Blood realm and the Black Blood realm were at war all year round, and the hatred between the two sides was extremely deep. "Oh, isn't this the Bloodburn realm stray dog? Why have you come to our Black Blood realm's territory?" Someone mocked. They wanted to conquer the entire Outerverse with the power of a single realm, but they failed. Now, they want to come to the Innerverse to gain some military merits. Actually, with the fifth mainland's Outerverse strength, it shouldn't have been able to withstand the power of a single realm. If even that failed, then it really is the Bloodburn realm. Di Luo and the others remained calm. They had come from the sixth mainland to the Innerverse, and they had already experienced too much ridicule, so they no longer cared. At this moment, the void distorted as Realmling Shang Rong appeared. A Realmling represented the strongest of a region's younger generation, and his appearance silenced everyone. "In this war between the continents, we're all united against a common enemy. You're not allowed to speak any more mockery or you'll be expelled," shouted Shang Rong, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Everyone who was seen by him felt their scalps go numb, not daring to refute. Di Luo's gaze was filled with gratitude, and he slowly bowed. "Many thanks, Realmling Shang Rong." Shang Rong nodded. He was a Realmling from the Black Blood realm, and he had fought with the Bloodburn realm for many years. He also loathed the people from the Bloodburn realm, but he could not show it. He needed to have the magnanimity that a Realmling should have. "Welcome to Starlight Island." Di Luo and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The arrival of Di Luo and the others caused the surrounding atmosphere to change. Although because of Shang Rong's suppression, no one dared to mock them anymore, but the way they looked at them was not right. He did his best to avoid being recognized by Autumn Frost Qing. Casually holding a plate of delicacies, his other hand also pressed onto it. It was a very fat hand, coming from a big fatty. It was the fatty of the Cyan transformation duo. The fatty looked at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin looked back at him. Then, he subconsciously loosened his grip. The fatty accepted the food and looked at Lu Yin approvingly. "You're very polite, fat bro likes it." Lu Yin shuddered. Behind the fat man, the skinny man appeared. "Fat bro, this brother is very polite. We should let him have the food. Look at how skinny he is." The fatty sized him up and passed him a plate. "Eat, you must have been hungry for a long time." Lu Yin didn't want to get tangled up with him, as the two of them would attract too much attention. He casually took the items and turned to leave. The fatty was dissatisfied. "Brother Skinny, look at the quality of people these days. They don't even say thank you." "That's right, fat bro. I don't know where the virtues of the ancient legends have gone. We have to learn from this person. We can't be as uncultured as him." "Well said, brother Skinny. You seem to have lost weight again." "Is that so, fat bro? Actually, you've gotten fatter too." "Ha ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. That's the truth. Thank you for your praise." Their unbridled laughter attracted many people's attention. They vaguely heard the word Cyan transformation duo. Lu Yin quickened his pace and left. In the distance, Autumn Frost Qing glanced over at Lu Yin and saw the Cyan transformation duo. He then looked at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin's back was facing him, so he couldn't see him clearly. He only felt that Lu Yin looked familiar, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Lu Yin walked away from the Cyan transformation duo and heaved a sigh of relief. It would have been a shame if he had been exposed by this strange duo. Shang Rong appeared, and countless people surrounded him. He did his best to show off his status as an elite. Su San also moved over, and Lu Yin glanced at him. How wretched. Lu Yin wasn't the only one thinking this. When Shang Rong and the rest saw Su San move over, their expressions turned ugly. He had dragged down the entire group by himself. However, in front of Su San, Shang Rong had to show his magnanimity. Not only was Su San the only disciple of ancestor Ling Tong, but he was also the flag that the Sixth Mainland was using to recruit the Fifth Mainland. From the Sixth Mainland's perspective, if they could accept someone like Su San, who wouldn't they accept? This was the mindset that they wanted to impart to the Fifth Mainland. The more carefree Su San was, the more people from the Fifth Mainland would be willing to surrender. Shang Rong forced a smile. Su San, come and get to know everyone. Su San hurriedly flashed a flattering smile and began to frantically flatter Shang Rong. Those who could surround Shang Rong were not ordinary people, and even the weakest of them were direct descendants of imprinter families. Some of them were even descendants of cosmic imprinter families, so it was not shameful to flatter them. Everyone had their own way of surviving. Lu Yin sighed inwardly as he watched Su San trying his best to fit into Shang Rong's circle. However, he did not look down on Su San. Su San just wanted to live a better life, and if the Fifth Mainland could not give him that, then he would rely on the Sixth Mainland. Others might think that he was a traitor, but who wasn't selfish? As long as he did not think of a way to slaughter the people of the Fifth Mainland, no one had the right to criticize him. He was just trying to live a better life. Lu Yin avoided Autumn Frost Qing and the others from the Bloodburn realm and walked around the gathering. He saw quite a few people and heard quite a few things. Not long after, Shang Rong asked everyone to quiet down, as if he was waiting for something. Soon after, a man with a solemn expression walked in from the entrance, his entire body exuding a powerful aura. His appearance caused quite a few people to cry out in surprise. It's Dachi Nu, Ziyi's servant from the Tao Source Three Skies. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Tao Source Three Skies have arrived. When Dachi Nu appeared, Shang Rong immediately went to greet him. As a realmling, he was not supposed to greet a servant, but Dachi Nu was different. Although he was a servant in name, he was actually a disciple of the Tao Source sect who had followed Ziyi because he admired her. This person was one of the few hunters in the Sixth Mainland's younger generation aside from the Tao Source Three Skies and the Realmlings. Although Shang Rong was a realmling, their statuses in the Tao Source sect were similar. Brother Chiu, I guessed that you would come, haha. Shang Rong laughed as he welcomed the man. The man who had been addressed as Dachi Nu was called Chiu He, and he smiled when he saw Shang Rong arrive. I've received orders from the Tao Source Three Skies to assign everyone a mission. Brother Shang, would you be willing to cooperate? Of course. With Big Sis Ziyi's command, we'll definitely win in the thunderstorm zone. Shang Rong smiled. Chiu He was satisfied, and he made an inviting gesture. Shang Rong did the same. Everyone looked at the two of them. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This Dachi Nu was not weak, which showed just how terrifying the Tao Source Three Skies were. They had actually managed to make one of the few hunters in the younger generation into a servant. No matter what the reason was, it was still shocking. Only the 10 arbiters were hunters on the Fifth Mainland, and even Xia Tian, who was ranked first on the top 100 rankings, had not yet become a hunter. This was the difference between them. Shang Rong and Chiu He casually exchanged a few words, and then he faced the crowd. The Tao Source order states that Zhitian of the Three Skies has been ordered to supervise and command all participants in the thunderstorm zone. Anyone who participates in the attack on the Fifth Mainland must obey Zhitian's orders. Does anyone have any objections? We pledge our lives to serve Zhitian, the crowd shouted. Ling Ke had a strange look in his eyes, and he moved closer to Lu Yin and whispered, have these people trained before? They're speaking too neatly. Zhitian is even more pretentious than the 10 arbiters. Chiu He was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. From his point of view, the more they respected Ziyi, the more comfortable he felt. Everyone should be aware of the situation in the thunderstorm zone. The battle for the magnetic pole is about to begin, and if everyone is allowed to fight as they please, it will easily lead to chaos. Zhitian has turned the Tao Source sect's raw materials into tokens, and the tokens obtained by the participants in the battle for the magnetic pole are half raw materials. Only the raw materials in Zhitian's hands can give orders, and it will be displayed on all the half raw materials. If you receive any orders, you will be punished for your actions. Shang Rong continued, everyone should have heard of Zhitian's abilities. Although military strategy is just a game, there are very few who can reach Zhitian's level. With Zhitian in command, even if he orders you to die, you must follow his orders. This is the only way to show the Sixth Mainland's unity and loyalty. I hope that everyone will not lose face. Lu Yin frowned as he listened to Shang Rong's words. Cultivators rarely arrange their battles according to military strategy, but if both sides were equal in strength, then it would be much more advantageous for both sides to arrange their battles according to military strategy. The Sixth Mainland's strength already surpassed the Fifth Mainland's, and with the addition of the Tao Source Three Skies and their military strategy, it would be far too difficult to win in the thunderstorm zone. The only good news from this gathering was that not all of the Tao Source Three Skies had shown up. Only Ziyi had come, and it was unlikely that Wu Taibai would show up. As for the mysterious secret progenitor's successor, the chances of him appearing were not high either. However, these were all guesses, and no one knew whether they were true or false. Next, it was time to distribute the tokens. Everyone present was a true expert of the Thunderstorm Zone's younger generation, and he had brought dozens of Half-Life Origin tokens for Shang Rong to distribute. Realmlings would definitely receive tokens, and people like He Xiang, Di Luo, and Autumn Frost Qing also received tokens. Even the Blue Transformation Duo received tokens, and 16th received two. Almost every direct descendant of an imprinter's family received a token, and these people were the top experts of the Thunderstorm Zone's younger generation. There were 5 magnetic poles, and there were more than 5 teams competing for them. Some were in the open, while others were in the dark. Lu Yin joined 16th's team under Su San's arrangements. 16th's team was in the open, and they were competing for a magnetic pole. In reality, there was another team supporting them in the dark, and there were experts hidden among them. Su San did not participate in the battle, and no one allowed him to. With his strength, there was nothing else he could do aside from seeking death. Many people maliciously guessed that he could use this opportunity to annoy the Fifth Mainland's people. 16th received 2 tokens, and one of them could be given to an expert second only to himself and his team. At the same time, he could also receive Zi's orders to prevent the token from being lost. As for the second token, Su Sen asked for it and gave it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted the token and was very surprised. Half-Life Origin was said to be a material unique to the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect. No, this material was called Half-Life Origin, and only immature materials were called Half-Life Origin. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Since immature materials were called Half-Life Origin, then if he used his die to upgrade it every 3 days, would he be able to upgrade it to a Half-Life Origin material? Did that mean that he would have the same authority as Z and would be able to give orders to anyone who held a token made of Half-Life Origin material? This idea tempted him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 970. The rest of the gathering was a complete waste of energy. Everyone went their separate ways, and Lu Yin did his best to avoid the people from the Bloodburn realm. Su San could not fit into Shang Rong's circle, so he could only pester He Xiang. 16th followed Su San, as he was determined to curry favor with Su San. Although Ancestor Ling Tong was a world imprinter, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. In a few more years, it was very likely that he would become a universe imprinter. Su San was Ancestor Ling Tong's only disciple, and his status had risen greatly. No matter how weak he was, his status would not be any lower than a Realmling's. 16th felt that he had to curry favor with such a person. After half a day, the gathering finally ended. Lu Yin impatiently left, but Su San could not bear to leave He Xiang, who quickly ran away in fear. There are at least 10 million cultivators from the Sixth Mainland participating in the struggle for the magnetic pole. The team we joined should have at least a few 100,000 people, or even 1 million. It's a small number in the cosmic sea, but the number is actually quite exaggerated. No matter how strong you are, you can still die if you're not careful, Ling Ke said solemnly as he returned to Su San's residence. Starsabil looked outside. She had barely spoken since entering the gathering. Just follow at the back and find a chance to slip away. There are so many people here, so no one will care about you, Su San said. Ling Ke did not have the time to talk nonsense with Su San. He had always been fighting guerrilla warfare in the Interverse, and it was rare for him to encounter such a large-scale battle. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was alone in his room. He looked up and saw his die appear. He tapped it, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at possession. Time stopped space. Entering the time-stop space meant that he would definitely be able to roll enhance. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, as he had plenty of money. If not for the fact that he was afraid of being too lonely, he could even cultivate in the time-stop space until the end of time. Actually, he had only been cultivating for close to 10 years, but if he added in the time-stop space, it would be a different story. It would take him at least 13 or even 14 years. In the time-stop space, he would rest for 10 days after rolling the die. After 30 days, he finally rolled 3 pips. He placed the Half-Life Origin token on the upper screen and casually tossed out tens of thousands of star essence. The Half-Life Origin token immediately fell to the ground, and its color changed as it became darker. It also felt different. He had spent over 1,000 star essence. The material was not bad, as it was equivalent to a piece of Void Thunderbeast flesh. After upgrading the Half-Life Origin token, the next step was to give it a try. However, now that he had obtained 3 days, he could not waste it. There doesn't seem to be anything worth upgrading. Right, Heavenly Flame Stones. He threw the Heavenly Flame Stone onto the upper light screen. This thing should be the source of the Heavenly Flame Dojo's Fire Dragon's power. He wondered if it could be upgraded. Reality proved that the Heaven Flame Stone could be upgraded, as the star essence that had been placed on the upper light screen had disappeared. The disappearance of the star essence meant that it could be upgraded, but it did not seem to have dropped much. He thought about it for a moment and then continued to toss star essence into the upper screen. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, 200,000. As more and more star essence was consumed, the Heaven Flame Stone's power gradually decreased. Finally, it leveled up once, and the entire stone became different. A faint roar could be heard from it. Lu Yin looked at the upper light screen and smiled bitterly. A single upgrade had cost him 1.2 million star essence, which was too much. However, it was understandable. The Heavenly Flame Dojo's Fire Dragon had not been weak, and even the weakest one had been at least 300,000 to 400,000 enlighters. The Heaven Flame Stone was also an item on that level, so it was normal for it to cost 1 million star essence to upgrade it. The broken universal armor that had been upgraded to the point where it could barely withstand an enlighter with a power level of 400,000 had cost him nearly 900,000 star essence. That was normal, but he could not afford such a consumption. If he did not have a few dozen million star essence on him, then it would be best not to upgrade it. As he thought about it, he took out the Giant Emperor's third eye and tried it out, but it was useless. It was the Giant Emperor's eye, so it could not be upgraded. Then, what about the spring water? He also tried it out, and it was useful. The spring water could allow his eyes to see more clearly, and he continued to toss star essence into it. Now that he had money, he might as well upgrade it to the best of his abilities. After 14 tries, the spring water completely changed. It no longer looked like spring water, but rather a mixture of energy. He had already used up about 560,000 star essence. Could this thing still be used? Lu Yin was not sure, but he decided to find someone to test it out. He still had 7,140,000 star essence on him, which was a lot compared to before. However, when he thought about the dozens of mountain ranges that had been filled with star essence, his heart ached. If he had been given a little more time, even if it was just a few seconds, he would have been able to double his wealth. What a pity. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in a room. Only a second had passed in the real world. From Starsabil and the others' point of view, Lu Yin had only entered the room for a moment before exiting, so they did not think much of it. Su-san, let me take a look at your command token, Lu Yin said. Before returning, he had asked Su-san to bring over 16th's other command token. Su-san took it out. Lu Yin tested it, and words suddenly appeared on the token in Su-san's hand. Hello. When they saw this, Starsabil and the others' expressions changed. Su-san was shocked. Jitian gave me an order. Lu Yin's lips curled up, but he did not say anything. He had succeeded. Starsabil immediately looked at Lu Yin. Ling Ke did the same, as they were not stupid. Only Su-san stared at the command token in a daze. He felt the token in his hand heat up because Jitian's words were written on it. Jitian was actually greeting him. Those were the Daosaur's 3 skies. Even with Su-san's current status, it was impossible for him to even meet one of them, let alone receive a greeting from one of them. This was something that he could not even dream of. Actually, he could tell that Lu Yin had asked him to take out the command token for no reason, which was very suspicious. However, Su-san had been too excited, and deep down, he had hoped that it was Ziyi who had greeted him. He had not considered anything else. Starsabil looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. How did you do that? Lu Yin smiled. I have raw materials. I just need to fuse them into the command token. Don't forget that I'm a lockbreaker. What a coincidence. Ling Ke could not believe it. Lu Yin took out the broken sword that he had unlocked on planet Hydrodink. Raw materials are softer than half-raw materials, so they're easier to fuse into the command token. Raw materials were unique to the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect, and the outside world did not recognize them. Starsabil's eyes flickered, as she felt that this person was becoming more and more unfathomable. She could not even tell if he was lying or not, which was a very strange thing to her. Even without her divination abilities, she could easily tell if someone was lying or not. However, she could not tell if this person was lying, as he seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. If she said that he was lying, then how could he have tampered with the items from the Daosaur's 3 skies? If she said that he was not lying, then that would be too much of a coincidence. Ling Ke sighed in admiration. Bro, you're amazing. Quick, tell Ziyi that Brother K is missing a support group. Ask her if she's interested, and the price is negotiable. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, I'll pass on your message to her before I leave. Ling Ke was stunned, and then he laughed dryly. Actually, I was just joking. He did not want to be targeted by the Daosaur's 3 skies. Thunder rumbled in the sky, occasionally crashing down with loud booms. On the surface of the sea, an endless line of cultivators headed in a certain direction. These cultivators were led by 16, who was a cruiser and a descendant of the Lingtong clan. His status was extremely high, and no one had any objections to him leading a group. There were nearly 800,000 people in the group, and they formed a dense mass. Most of them had not reached the realm of space exploring, but even so, there were still many who had. The cosmic sea's weather was unpredictable, and the thunderstorm zone was not just filled with lightning. Occasionally, spatial cracks would explode, which made many people's scalps go numb. Lu Yin was in the middle of the group, and they headed southeast. The magnetic pole that they were fighting over was in that direction. The closer they got to the magnetic pole, the more complicated the lightning in the sky became. Sometimes, large amounts of lightning would be attracted to bombard the void, and other times, it would be completely silent. It was very strange. 16's face was solemn as he led the way. Most of the people following behind him were cultivators from the Lingtong clan, and almost all of them were explorers or cruisers. There's a reef beach up ahead. There might be natives from the 5th mainland hiding in ambush. Everyone, be careful. Someone shouted. As soon as that person finished speaking, a reef suddenly exploded, and then all the other reefs on the beach exploded as well. Each of the reefs had a power level of over 100,000, and the 5th mainland's cultivators were attacking from all directions, be it from the bottom of the sea or in the void. However, they were all in the periphery, and no one dared to enter the sixth mainland's group. Their purpose was to stall for time. Since both sides were fighting over the magnetic pole, it was only natural that some people would fight over it, while others would delay. The sixth mainland was doing the same. Ziyi had considered many possibilities, and some of the 800,000 cultivators split up and blocked the fifth mainland's cultivators from the outside. They did not want to waste any time. Not only that, but there were also tens of thousands of cultivators who spread out to probe the surrounding area and ensure that the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the center would not be disturbed. The entire process was very orderly. Even Lu Yin felt some admiration, as they could actually control so many cultivators. The Dao Source 3 skies had a very high status. Ling Ke sighed. It would be great if so many people were willing to risk their lives for me. He then looked at Lu Yin. What do you think? Lu Yin ignored him as he continued to observe his surroundings. Ling Ke then looked at Starsabil, but she ignored him as well and continued to observe her surroundings. Ling Ke felt awkward, and he raised a hand to pat the shoulder of an unfamiliar cultivator in front of him. Brother, what do you think? The cultivator had a strange expression, but he nodded. That's right. You're right. Ling Ke's eyes lit up, as this person's attitude reminded him of the sixth mainland's cultivator that he had killed. Was that scene about to repeat itself? Ling Ke's interest was immediately piqued, and he hurriedly sped up to the cultivator in front of him. He began to ramble on about all sorts of things, including his life's ideals, his cultivation goals, his future prospects, and so on. He spewed out a whole bunch of nonsense that left the cultivator somewhat dazed. More and more lightning bolts appeared in the sky, and they intertwined with one another. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been too busy these past few days, and I've delayed the chapters that I owe. The Windswept Guild will make up for them. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 971. What made them even more flustered was that these lightning bolts would suddenly disperse as if they were playing a game. Many people felt a chill run down their spines as they were afraid that they would suddenly crash down. There were nearly 800,000 cultivators, and more than 100,000 of them went to obstruct the fifth mainland's cultivators while the rest rushed towards the magnetic pole. In this battle, the sixth mainland definitely did not have the upper hand in terms of numbers. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the fifth mainland delaying the sixth mainland's forces, while at least 2 million cultivators were directly facing the sixth mainland. In a one-on-one battle, the fifth mainland was definitely not a match for the sixth mainland, and their advantage in numbers was also an advantage. When Lu Yin saw the black mass of cultivators rushing over, he was shocked. This was a different kind of battlefield from the astral battlefield, one that was crueler and bloodier. The astral battlefield also had millions or even tens of millions of people, but most of them were hidden within spacecraft. If a spacecraft was destroyed, it would be normal for tens of thousands of people to die, and those who died would be turned into ash that could not be seen or sensed. However, this battlefield was a complete grindstone of blood and flesh, and the only thing that could be compared to this was a border war. In reality, this battle was no different from a border war, as both sides had a blood feud that could not be resolved. The magnetic pole was located at the center of the three islands, and the millions of cultivators from the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland were engaged in a life-and-death battle on these three islands. Brother, I get along very well with you. Why don't you leave your name? Ling Ke sent an inner-verse cultivator flying with a kick as he spoke to the cultivator from the sixth mainland who had been harassing him. The cultivator's face turned ugly, as he had been extremely aggrieved by what had happened along the way. Ling Ke had actually forced himself to talk the entire way, and he had not even repeated himself. The topic had always revolved around the same topic, which was suicide. Where did Ling Ke's confidence come from? Brother, just say it. Don't be shy. Brother Ke knows that you need to be enlightened. Actually. Ling Ke continued to talk nonsense. Lu Yin felt strange, and he saw that the cultivator Ling Ke was talking to was becoming more and more unsightly. He stepped forward and pulled Ling Ke away. Stop talking. Let's go. Ling Ke was dissatisfied. Don't cause trouble. Brother Ke is about to reach the peak of his life. Lu Yin growled, you're not his opponent. Ling Ke was flabbergasted, and just as he was about to say something, the three islands suddenly shook. Then, a bolt of lightning connected the sky and the magnetic pole appeared. The island was dyed red with blood as countless people wailed in agony. Countless people were reduced to ashes by the lightning. The sight of millions of people slaughtering each other was shocking, and the cultivators of the sixth mainland all released their imprints. Anyone who didn't release their imprints could be considered an enemy. This was the sixth mainland's method of distinguishing friend from foe. Lu Yin, Starsabil, and Ling Ke did not have imprints. Even though they had always mingled with the cultivators of the sixth mainland, they were still treated as enemies. Another cultivator who had not released his imprint was the cultivator who had been entangled by Ling Quebec. Could it be that this person was also from the fifth mainland? That person also looked at Lu Yin's group with murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as he felt that something was wrong. This person was actually giving him pressure. It was at this moment that the lightning at the center of the three islands completely exploded. Lightning flickered in the sky and fell down with a loud rumble. The sky was about to turn dark. Then, countless thunderbolts were attracted to the center of the island. The magnetic pole had appeared. The magnetic pole that millions of people had been fighting over had finally appeared, and countless people had gone berserk. At this moment, the people closest to the magnetic pole were Old 16's group and the cultivators from the fifth mainland who were fighting against them. Old 16 had imprinted ancestor Ling Tong, and he was a cruiser. With the support of his imprint and bloodline, he was not at a disadvantage against two cruisers from the fifth mainland. There were quite a few explorers on the top 100 rankings, and aside from the Neoverse experts, most of the younger generation who had reached the cruiser realm were at the top of the top 100 rankings. One of the people fighting against Old 16 was Kunan, who was ranked 20th and wielded a pike. The other person was probably from the Neoverse, and the two of them had to work together to suppress Old 16. Old 16 was surrounded by disciples from imprinter clans. Regardless of whether it was their bloodline battle techniques or their imprints, they were not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Most of the people fighting against them were disciples from great powers of the Innerverse, such as the Lingling clan, the Dire Barbarian clan, and some people from the Chaos Flow Zone. Even so, their top powers were still suppressed by the sixth mainland. If not for the experts from the Neoverse appearing, then the Innerverse younger generation would not have been able to stop the sixth mainland's cultivators. Even if the entire top 100 rankings appeared, they might not be able to stop the sixth mainland's younger generation. There were simply too many imprinters in the sixth mainland. At that moment, a figure tore through the void, and a sky full of palms descended. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators within a 100-kilometer radius spat out blood and died. Even Old 16 was affected, and he retreated in shock, not daring to face the attack head-on. Hua Xiao, someone cried out. Hua Xiao was a king-ranked expert who had risen to prominence in the Cosmic Sea's Thunderstorm region. He was from the Sirius sect in the Neoverse, and even the Realmlings had to be cautious when mentioning this person. In the distance, Lu Yin looked towards the center of the island and saw the invincible Hua Xiao. His eyes burned with passion, as he recognized that this person was using the Sirius technique. Hundreds of stars revolved around him, and ordinary people would not be able to see them. The more stars there were, the clearer the enemy's attack speed could be seen, and it could even be simulated. Lu Yin had simulated many battle techniques in the past, and he had also used the Sirius technique to secretly learn the Sky Beast Claw. If not for the fact that the Sirius technique could not keep up, this technique would have been his main battle technique. Mr. Mu had given him the method to cultivate the Sirius technique up to 99 stars, but he had not given him any further instructions. Now, Lu Yin had seen Hua Xiao and the terrifying might of hundreds of stars revolving around him. Hua Xiao had appeared, and he had suppressed all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators by himself. Even Old 16 did not dare to step forward. Hua Xiao cleared the area without any obstructions and then reached out to grab the magnetic pole. Suddenly, a furious roar shook the heavens and the earth as a malevolent mouth rose from the ground and expanded endlessly. Finally, it filled the sky and bit towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's expression changed. Tao Tai, Nan Yen Fei. He raised both arms and slowly raised his palms, gently waving them about. Finally, he turned into an afterimage as he slapped towards the malevolent mouth. Transforming Star's soft palm. The malevolent mouth was like a terrifying monster that covered the sky above the island. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as they were afraid that they would be swallowed whole. This was not a real mouth, but rather a vortex. In the distance, Lu Yin and the other two stared blankly at the cultivator who was being held back by Ling Quebec. The malevolent mouth had been released by this person, and this person had instantly displayed a strength that shocked all of them. Star Sibyl immediately recognized him. It's Nan Yen Fei. Let's go. Ling Ke blinked, as he had obviously heard of Nan Yen Fei before. Nan Yen Fei was the Blood Homage Realm's realmling, one of the Sixth Mainland's 9 great powerhouses, second only to the Dao Source 3 skies. Had he just tried to trick Nan Yen Fei into committing suicide? If he had succeeded, then he would have reached the pinnacle of his life. What a pity. Lu Yin had not expected Nan Yen Fei to be in their group. This meant that the other group that was supposed to be providing support was not the main force that was going to snatch the magnetic pole. This group that seemed to be acting as bait was actually the main force, but in reality, it was a fake. At the center of the island, Hua Xiao's hands danced as the malevolent mouth continuously shrank. He was not using any offensive battle techniques, but rather, he was dissolving star energy. This was a lock-breaking technique. Everyone in the Sirius sect knew how to lock-break, and as one of the Sirius sect's true disciples, Hua Xiao's lock-breaking ability was extremely strong. He had long since reached the level of 5-star perceptive intermediate. The only reason he had not broken through to the boundless advanced level was because of other reasons, not because he was unwilling to do so. He had the power to lock-break a Realmling's battle technique. Lockbreakers' battle techniques were unique, and they could dispel star energy and fight above their own realms. Thus, lockbreakers were a powerful group, and the Sirius sect was the ruler of this group. Even Nan Yen Fei had not expected his battle technique to be unlocked. No matter how powerful it was, his star energy had been dispelled step by step and could not be used. Hua Xiao's lockbreaking of Nan Yen Fei's battle technique gave the Fifth Mainland's cultivators great encouragement. Even if a realmling appeared, they would still be able to resist. On the other hand, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators felt their hearts tremble. Realmlings were experts second only to the Dao Source 3 skies. If even a realmling was blocked by someone other than one of the 10 arbiters, then this battle would be very dangerous. Hua Xiao, who was at the center of all this, was not feeling relaxed. Lightning flashed past him, illuminating his face. His expression was extremely solemn as he looked into the distance. Through the battlefield, he saw a calm face. It was Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei did not seem to be feeling helpless because his battle technique had been dispelled. Instead, his eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement, as well as a desire to battle. If a realmling could be defeated so easily, then he would not be a realmling, as he was an existence that could rival the 10 arbiters. Even though Hua Xiao came from the Neoverse, he was still filled with apprehension towards the 10 arbiters. Those 10 monsters could not be differentiated by region. The magnetic pole was at the center of the island, and Hua Xiao was very close to it. With him around, no cultivator from the 6th mainland would dare to fight over it. However, Nan Yanfei's existence was a hurdle that he had to overcome. Otherwise, the magnetic pole would have nothing to do with him. Nan Yanfei's lips curled up, and he pulled out the leg of an unknown creature from his cosmic ring. He then took a bite out of it and ate it with relish. Hua Xiao's eyebrows rose, and he suddenly charged towards the magnetic pole. Nan Yanfei casually waved his hand and tore through the void. When he reappeared, he was already not too far away from Hua Xiao. He swallowed the food in one gulp and then raised his right fist to smash at Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao danced with one hand, and afterimages appeared in Nan Yanfei's path of attack. The afterimages were shattered, but Hua Xiao was able to catch Nan Yanfei's fist. Serious sect. I've long since heard of you, Nan Yanfei said excitedly as he licked his lips. The skin on his fist hardened, and hard spikes appeared on it. Hua Xiao felt a piercing pain in his hand, and he immediately let go. Nan Yanfei took the opportunity to punch out again, this time even more ruthless than before. Stars revolved around Hua Xiao's body, and he raised his palm. Stars appeared as he unleashed the serious palm. A violent explosion shook the island, and the stars exploded. Nan Yanfei was pushed back 100 meters by the serious palm, and the entire island was split in two. The shockwaves turned into a strong gale that swept out, and all the cultivators within 10,000 meters were pushed back. Some of them were even heavily injured by the exploding stars. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The serious palm had caused hundreds of stars to explode. It was indeed powerful. After pushing back Nan Yanfei, Hua Xiao did not stop. He raised his right palm again, and it was also the serious palm. Stars descended and then exploded. Nan Yanfei snorted, and his figure flickered as he disappeared, attempting to use speed to avoid the serious palm. Lu Yi knew that Nan Yanfei was in for a bad time. The serious technique was not afraid of speed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 972. It was obvious that Nan Yanfei had never fought with anyone from the serious sect before. He was very fast, but in Hua Xiao's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary cultivator. He could even clearly see the expression on Nan Yanfei's face. Bang, 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 hundreds of stars exploded, turning into powerful palm imprints that landed on Nan Yanfei's body. Nan Yanfei was once again sent flying, and he groaned as fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. On the island, millions of cultivators were fighting, and they were all shocked by this scene. A realmling was actually being suppressed. Nan Yanfei was astonished. He had long heard that the people from the serious sect were difficult to deal with. This person was one of the serious sect's true disciples and a king-ranked expert. He was indeed powerful and had the strength of a hunter. Coupled with the serious sect's battle techniques, even Nan Yanfei was temporarily suppressed. Hua Xiao's expression did not relax. Nan Yanfei had not revealed his true strength, and he did not think that the previous palm strike had caused much damage to him. Is this serious sex way of fighting? It seems like speed is useless against you. Since that's the case, I can only rely on absolute power, Nan Yanfei said calmly. Following that, his entire body began to change. Barbs appeared on his body, and his body gradually enlarged. His entire being seemed to transform into a Taotai as he charged towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's heart trembled as he struck out with both palms. Serious palm. With a bang, the stars exploded, but it did not harm Nan Yanfei at all. The barbs on his body had blocked off the power of Serious Palm, and his fist landed on Hua Xiao. This was the first time he had struck Hua Xiao since the start of the battle, and this strike had almost caused Hua Xiao to collapse. A Taotai was already terrifying, and it could devour without end. The more it ate, the stronger its power would become. It could be said that Nan Yanfei's punch far surpassed Hua Xiao's Serious Palm. Hua Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was smashed into the island's ground. With him as the starting point, the island began to crack in all directions. Nan Yanfei sneered and leaped up. Then, he suddenly charged down. What followed was a weight that even the void could not withstand. Below the island, Hua Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. The hundreds of stars on the surface of his body suddenly expanded, almost doubling in size. Then, the stars exploded. Thousands of stars exploded, and the power was several times stronger than before. What was even more frightening was that he was able to control his fighting strength to below 200,000. This meant that Hua Xiao had not lost his mind from being beaten. The entire island shattered, and countless cultivators on the island flew into the air. Ling Kei's breathing became sluggish, and he almost choked on his own breath. As far as the eye could see, there were spatial cracks everywhere, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Ling Kei slowly came back to his senses as he watched the battle in the distance. He was inwardly speechless. Even a casual attack from those two wasn't something that he could withstand. Hua Xiao was indeed very formidable, and he had probably activated 999 stars, which was the pinnacle of a certain aspect. When combined with his lock-breaking techniques, he was more than capable of going head-to-head with a realmling. However, Lu Yin did not believe that Nan Yanfei would lose. On the contrary, Nan Yanfei's eyes showed only traces of surprise and excitement from beginning to end. Transforming the flute was not enough to make his emotions fluctuate. The 999 stars exploded, forcing Nan Yanfei to retreat. Hua Xiao panted heavily, his fingers trembling slightly. It had not been long since he had activated 999 stars, and he had not gotten used to it yet. That attack just now had put him under considerable pressure. He had originally thought that he would be able to injure Nan Yanfei, but at this moment, it was as if Nan Yanfei had donned a layer of invincible armor, and he had merely been pushed back. Then, Nan Yanfei charged forward once more, opened his mouth, and roared loudly. The sky distorted, and the lightning was swallowed up. A Taotia's mouth appeared above the heads of millions of cultivators, looking sinister and terrifying. Hua Xiao's pupils shrank, and he raised his arms. Then, another pair of arms appeared. This was his innate gift, transforming star soft palm. His four arms used an ultimate technique in a futile attempt to unlock Nan Yanfei's Taotai Phantom. There was some effect, but it was not obvious. Furthermore, Nan Yanfei himself was still present. He aimed a punch at Hua Xiao from afar, and the wind from the punch distorted the void as it ruthlessly slammed into Hua Xiao's body. Hua Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood as his transforming star soft palm was interrupted. The Taotai Phantom ferociously swallowed him whole. Many cultivators from the fifth mainland rushed forward. Some blocked the Taotai Phantom while others treated Hua Xiao's injuries. However, these people were far too weak compared to Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei casually waved his hand and caused their bodies to break apart. Even Kunan, who was ranked 20th on the top 100 rankings, could not withstand Nan Yanfei's strength. His long spear was broken by a single palm strike. "All of you, back off!" Hua Xiao shouted. Those who had not reached a certain level of strength would only be courting death. Nan Yanfei was not someone who could be defeated by numbers. The cultivators from the 6th mainland did not even try to stop him. It was clear how much confidence they had in Nan Yanfei. The Taotai phantom descended, and Hua Xiao roared as he took the blow head-on. The island trembled as the surrounding sea waters churned, forming a tsunami that spread into the distance. Countless people looked at Hua Xiao. He had taken a blow from Nan Yanfei, and his body was covered in blood. He was severely injured, and he looked battered and exhausted. Nan Yanfei approached him step by step, his huge body exerting a huge pressure. "A king-ranked martial artist. You have the right to fight with me. Unfortunately, you're not one of the 10 arbiters." As he spoke, he raised a hand and clenched his fist. Spatial cracks extended from his fingertips, and it was as if he was holding onto a part of the starry sky. He then pressed it towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's eyes narrowed as he stared at Nan Yanfei's palm. 999 stars revolved around his body as he prepared to meet the attack head-on. At that moment, a cold light flashed in front of Nan Yanfei's eyes as his K's mighty slash slashed down. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. In the distance, Ling Ke felt his scalp go numb. His K's mighty slash had not harmed Nan Yanfei at all. Nan Yanfei looked over and saw Ling Quebec. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had tolerated this person for a long time. "You're courting death." Ling Ke's mouth fell open. "Sorry, I hit the wrong person. I'm with you." Nan Yanfei suddenly turned around as if he had sensed something. Behind him, Lu Yin appeared and condensed star energy in his palm. "Single Sunday," Nan Yanfei sneered. He had originally planned to use this palm to kill Hua Xiao, but he could not understand why these ants, who were merely cruisers, would dare to fight against him. Only king-ranked and 10 arbiters were qualified to fight against a realmling. The ants in front of him did not even have the qualifications to make him look at them. The single sun and Nan Yanfei's palms collided. At that moment, Nan Yanfei's expression changed drastically. He could feel that the power in his palm, which had been enough to kill Hua Xiao, had been weakened. Following that, the single sun scorching hot and valiant might exploded, transforming into an indescribable shockwave that swept towards Nan Yanfei. At that moment, Nan Yanfei felt as if the void itself was being suppressed, and his internal organs were being subjected to a powerful force. There was a boom, and shock waves shot out in all directions. Nan Yanfei was sent flying through the air with a look of disbelief on his face. He had not revealed such an expression even when he had fought against Hua Xiao for so long. Lu Yin's impact had been too great, as Lu Yin was merely a cruiser. Nan Yanfei had never imagined that a cruiser would be able to fight against them, much less suppress his palm. Lu Yin's figure quickly appeared in front of Nan Yanfei and slammed down with his palm. Nan Yanfei's gaze turned cold as he forcefully stopped himself and swept out with his leg. There was a loud bang as the 100 stacks exploded. In addition to Lu Yin's enormous strength, Nan Yanfei was once again sent flying into the sea like a sandbag. Countless people were stunned. Where had this ferocious person come from? He was actually beating up Nan Yanfei. Hua Xiao was stunned as well. The older generation had withdrawn from the battlefield, and the realmlings were the strongest. Nan Yanfei was a realmling, and even Hua Xiao, a true disciple of the Sirius sect, was not his match. This person who had suddenly appeared was actually suppressing Nan Yanfei. Who was this person? Had he changed his appearance? It was not that Lu Yin was suppressing Nan Yanfei, but that Nan Yanfei had never fought against Lu Yin before. He had been stunned by the Yin evolution true scripture and the overlaying stacks technique, just as he had been when he had been injured by Hua Zhao's serious palm. More importantly, Nan Yanfei's Taotai bloodline gave him immense strength, and the more he ate, the more powerful he became. He was very confident in his own strength, but Lu Yin's strength was also indescribable. Regardless of whether it was the Yin evolution true scripture, the overlaying stacks technique, or his physical strength, Nan Yanfei was unable to react in time. Even his right leg was fractured, and he fell to the bottom of the ocean. The ice-cold seawater poured over him, instantly waking him up. What followed was boundless rage, as he had actually been beaten into a daze by a cruiser. There was a whoosh as Nan Yanfei leapt out of the ocean. Lu Yin appeared in front of him once again, and he raised a hand that transformed it into a claw. The sky beast claw was accompanied by an ancient beast's roar as it slammed down at Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei casually tore apart the sky beast claw without saying a word. His heart was filled with anger and sullenness. Hua Zhao was a hunter and a king-ranked expert, so he was qualified to fight against Nan Yanfei. This person was just a cruiser, and if Nan Yanfei could not suppress him, then how could Nan Yanfei maintain his standing in the sixth mainland? Nan Yanfei punched towards Lu Yin, and this punch was filled with rage and venting. It was even more ferocious than the punch he had used to injure Hua Zhao, and it had reached the critical point of 200,000 power levels. This punch was not much weaker than an enlighter's attack, as a Realmling's strength already surpassed that of an ordinary enlighter. Lu Yin watched on helplessly as Nan Yanfei's punch approached him. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at empty space, and a moment later, Hua Zhao appeared. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, he had consumed the Serious Sex medicinal pills, and his injuries had healed considerably. He then used a serious palm to attack Nan Yanfei, but Nan Yanfei dodged in the same direction as Lu Yin's finger attack. The three of them seemed to have coordinated countless times, but in the end, Nan Yanfei was struck by Lu Yin's dream finger attack, and the tip of Lu Yin's finger caused Nan Yanfei's body to crack open. This was the second time that Nan Yanfei had been beaten into the ocean. Countless people were stunned, as the realmling Nan Yanfei had been suppressed. In the sky, Lu Yin and Hua Zhao exchanged glances, and then they both looked into the distance. There, Starsibyl's eyes flickered. Their previous coordination had been under her guidance, and she had been divining Nan Yanfei's attack trajectory. It seemed like Lu Yin and Hua Zhao were working together, but in reality, Starsibyl was also needed. The three of them were working together to deal with Nan Yanfei. Under astral phenomenon suppression, Lu Yin could even deal with an enlighter with a power level of 300,000 to 400,000. Nan Yanfei definitely could not reach that level. However, a realmling represented the pinnacle, and that was the pinnacle for those with power levels below 200,000. On the other hand, those enlighters with power levels below 200,000 did not represent the pinnacle. Enlighters with power levels below 200,000 might not be a match for a realmling. In this domain, they were the strongest, the realmlings, the 10 arbiters, and the Tao Source 3 skies. Lu Yin had to be even more cautious when facing a realmling than when facing those 300,000 to 400,000 enlighters. After a while, Nan Yanfei still did not appear. Lightning flashed and illuminated the island, as well as the panicked faces of the sixth mainland's cultivators. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 973. Hua Zhao finally could not help but ask Lu Yin, Who are you? Lu Yin. He did not hide anything, as there was no need to. His appearance this time was due to the efforts of the Tong family's patriarch and ancestor Ilis. Lu Yin. Hua Xiao was puzzled, as he had never heard of this name before. To Hua Xiao, outside of the Neoverse, the only people worthy of his attention were the Day-Night clan and the strongest heirs of the four pirate lords. Even if Lu Yin had not gone to the Outerverse, his reputation as an unequaled leader would not have reached Hua Xiao's ears. That woman should be Starsabil, Hua Xiao said. Lu Yin nodded and stared at the bottom of the sea. There, Nan Yanfei's rune lines had not decreased at all. This realmling had gone through 2 rounds of battle, but he had not been injured at all. How many Starsabils are there in the Starsabil sect? Hua Xiao suddenly asked. Lu Yin growled, "They're here." Hua Xiao stared at the surface of the sea. Nan Yanfei slowly appeared and rose into the air. His face was covered in terrifying barbs, and he stared coldly at Lu Yin. "Who are you?" "Take a guess," Lu Yin casually replied. Nan Yanfei's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lu Yin and then at Hua Xiao. He then stretched his arms and twisted his neck. 2 king-ranked powerhouses. That's quite something. He then took out a giant beast leg and began to chew on it. In the distance, Starsabil's lips moved. Lu Yin and Hua Xiao attacked at the same time, one in front and one behind. Hua Xiao circulated his serious art while Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes. On the other side, Nan Yanfei swallowed the beast leg in one gulp and then clenched his fist and punched out at Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao suddenly dodged, and Lu Yin raised his palm. A blazing sun appeared behind Hua Xiao and collided with Nan Yanfei's attack. The shockwave distorted the void and then shattered it. Nan Yanfei was shocked. It was this feeling again. The power of his fist had been weakened. At this moment, Hua Xiao's palm struck towards Nan Yanfei's back. Nan Yanfei turned around and punched out, but Lu Yin seized the opportunity. Hua Xiao dodged once again, causing Nan Yanfei's fist to miss. His back was struck by Lu Yin's palm. Although the 100 stacks was unable to break through Nan Yanfei's defenses, it had still shaken up his internal organs, causing him to feel abnormally uncomfortable. If Nan Yanfei wanted to attack someone, that person would retreat while the other person would step forward. With Hua Xiao around, speed was meaningless. Lu Yin wasn't slow either, and he could even reduce Nan Yanfei's speed. After fighting for a full 20 minutes, Nan Yanfei did not manage to deal any damage to either of them at all. Starsabil could clearly see his every move, and she was directing them in battle. Lu Yin finally experienced the thrill of teaming up with Starsabil in battle. This feeling was too exhilarating, as even the realmlings could only be toyed with. Starsabil could even delay an imprinter, so it was not difficult for her to clearly see the realmling's movements. The more Nan Yanfei fought, the more sullen he felt. His Taotai bloodline guaranteed his defense and strength, and even though he had to endure both Lu Yin and Hua Xiao's attacks, he was not injured at all. However, that sullen feeling only grew deeper and deeper, especially when he was being watched by millions of cultivators from both sides. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. An imprint appeared behind him. It was the image of an old man who was brimming with vitality and seemed very kind. However, the moment this old man appeared, Nan Yanfei actually calmed down. Countless people looked at the imprint on Nan Yanfei's back. That old man made the cultivators of the 6th mainland excited. It was old man Sangqiong, the all-heaven imprint. Nan Yanfei's imprint appeared, but it quickly disappeared. To many people from the 6th mainland, the appearance of an imprint was meaningless, as it only existed to increase one's strength. However, under the suppression of a celestial phenomenon, many people had to suppress their strength even if they did not use their imprints. Nan Yanfei was one such person, and his strength was also suppressed, so the appearance of his imprint was unavoidable. However, the appearance of his imprint calmed him down, and he took a few deep breaths. He suddenly looked in Starsabil's direction and charged over. He was not stupid, as Starsabil had been directing the battle between Lu Yin and Hua Xiao the entire time. Although she had not said it out loud, Nan Yanfei could still tell from the traces of star energy that she had left behind. He had not paid much attention to her before, as he had wanted to crush her with absolute strength. However, he had now changed his mind. As the sixth mainland's realmling, if he could not obtain victory, then it would be a huge blow to this campaign. Starsabil was not surprised that Nan Yanfei had attacked her, and she was not afraid. Lu Yin and Hua Xiao hurriedly chased after him. Nan Yanfei sneered and opened his mouth to roar. The phantom Tao Tai appeared once again and tried to swallow Starsabil. However, all that was left of Starsabil was an afterimage. She had long since disappeared. Nan Yanfei looked around and followed the traces of star energy. His gaze locked onto the bottom of the sea, where Starsabil was hiding. Lu Yin and Hua Xiao rushed over and attacked Nan Yanfei together. The intense battle between the three of them was the key to determining the outcome of this campaign. Starsabil looked up from the bottom of the sea, but her gaze was not completely locked onto Nan Yanfei. Instead, she looked at Lu Yin. She still could not divine this person's location. What exactly was going on with him? Millions of people fought fiercely on the island, but none of the sixth mainland's cultivators dared to interfere with Nan Yanfei's battle. However, it was useless even if they wanted to, as the shock waves from the battle between the three prevented others from approaching. Far away in the center of the island, blood flowed like a river around the magnetic pole. Hua Xiao and Nan Yanfei were not present, so Old 16 and the others had become the main force fighting for the magnetic pole. They were locked in a fierce battle when a shockwave swept over from the distance, and Old 16 and the others were sent flying. Lu Yin rushed over and grabbed the magnetic pole that was as tall as a person. In the distance, Old 16's eyes widened. This person was actually from the fifth mainland. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, especially when he thought about Su San. Could Su San be a spy that the fifth mainland had planted in the sixth mainland? But then, he remembered that he was the one who had brought these three here. Even if it was Su San's orders, he could not escape responsibility. Also, his flattery of Su San was about to bear fruit, and Su San had a good impression of him. Once He Xiang married Su San, the position of family head would definitely not be hers. With Su San's support and He Xiang's support, it was not impossible for Old 16 to become the head of the Lingtong clan. In that instant, Old 16 thought of many things, but he eventually decided not to say anything. As long as he could become the head of the Lingtong clan, he did not care if Su San was a spy from the fifth mainland. The hundreds of cultivators from the sixth mainland all attacked Lu Yin at the same time. Lu Yin's single attack caused a terrifying shockwave to sweep out in all directions, tearing apart many of the sixth mainland's cultivators. No one was able to get close. Lu Yin had seized the magnetic pole, and in the sky, countless lightning bolts bombarded him. However, there was too little lightning to do anything to him. Nan Yanfei flew over from afar and attacked Lu Yin. Hand it over. Lu Yin seemed to be frightened, and he tossed the magnetic pole over to Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei was flabbergasted, and he caught the pole. Behind him, Hua Xiao struck out with both palms, using serious palms. Lu Yin also attacked at the same time, using 8-lined battle force imprints and 100 stacks. Nan Yanfei's gaze turned sinister, and he turned around. There was a thump as he forcefully withstood the two attacks, but his entire body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he planned to borrow the force of the two's attacks to escape. As long as he could seize the magnetic pole, he would win. After fighting for so long, he finally understood that it would not be easy to defeat these three. The fifth mainland's cultivators would only increase in number, and once the 10 arbiters appeared, things would become troublesome. Nan Yanfei forcefully withstood the attack, and his body split open again as blood flowed out. However, he borrowed the force of the two's attacks to escape far away. He thought that he had seized the magnetic pole, but with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, the magnetic pole disappeared and reappeared in Lu Yin's hand. In the distance, Nan Yanfei suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Lu Yin in disbelief. Secret technique. Lu Yin grabbed the magnetic pole and stood in the void with a cold arrogance. You can't take the magnetic pole away, and you can't leave either. He then tossed the magnetic pole to Starsabil, and then he and Hua Xiao charged out at the same time. He had tossed the magnetic pole to Nan Yanfei because he had gambled on the fact that Nan Yanfei would forcefully withstand the two's attacks for the magnetic pole. This had been Lu Yin's plan, and without the Yu's secret art, the magnetic pole would indeed have been snatched away by Nan Yanfei. However, with the Yu's secret art, he was not worried at all. Nan Yanfei had endured the two's attacks for no reason and had been injured. He had even lost the magnetic pole. Nan Yanfei's gaze turned sinister as he glared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin pointed out, and beside him, Hua Xiao raised a palm. Sirius Palm's 999 stars revolved as they joined forces once more. Blood flowed from the corner of Nan Yanfei's mouth. He had just endured 2 attacks at the same time, and even if his defenses were strong, he could not withstand it. The more they fought, the more disadvantageous it became for him. His existence was a secret, and there were no experts who could support him. He had originally thought that he would be able to easily snatch the magnetic pole, but who knew that Lu Yin and Starsabil would appear? Without reinforcements, he had to admit that he would not be able to defeat the 2 of them together. How hateful! Nan Yanfei looked up at the sky. Without the suppression from celestial phenomenon, how could these 2 be his opponents? With a belly full of grievances, Nan Yanfei turned to leave. He would not be able to snatch the magnetic pole here, and he needed to find Ziyi. He could not be defeated in the thunderstorm zone. As they watched Nan Yanfei's departing figure, Lu Yin and Hua Xiao simultaneously relaxed. The 2 of them had joined forces and Starsabil had commanded them, but they had been able to suppress Nan Yanfei because of celestial phenomenon suppression, which prevented Nan Yanfei from displaying his full strength. Without the suppression from celestial phenomenon, Nan Yanfei would have been able to display his full power. Even with Starsabil's help, the 3 of them might not have been his match. Hua Xiao's face paled, and he felt that he had been too arrogant. Right now, he could not truly compare to a realmling, and the same went for the 10 arbiters. He was one of the true disciples of the Sirius sect, but he was the 3rd true disciple. Perhaps the 2nd true disciple would have been able to fight against a realmling. Beside him, Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Hua Xiao with a burning gaze. He had coveted the Sirius technique for a long time, and this person in front of him was from the Sirius sect. Hua Xiao could feel Lu Yin's burning gaze, and he felt a little strange. May I ask where Brother Lu is from? He was very curious about this person, as the 6th mainland had invaded for more than 5 years. If this person was from the inner verse, then it was impossible for him to be unknown. If he was from the neo-verse like them, then Hua Xiao would have recognized him. This person was so young, and he was only a 5-cycle cruiser. However, his strength was comparable to Hua Xiao's, so it was impossible for no one to know of him. Lu Yin smiled. I'm ashamed, but I'm from the outer verse. Hua Xiao was stunned. The outer verse? Lu Yin nodded. Hua Xiao was puzzled. Isn't the outerverse isolated? How did Brother Lu get in? Lu Yin told Hua Xiao about how the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor Ilis had torn apart the astral river, which shocked Hua Xiao. He could imagine how desperate the battle in the outerverse had been. Two cosmic imprinters had attacked with their full strength, but the outerverse had actually been able to withstand them. In his mind, the outerverse was a savage land that did not have any experts. He had never imagined that there would be powerhouses who could withstand cosmic imprinters and even an absolute genius like Lu Yin. Hua Xiao's impression of the outerverse was refreshed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 974. Starsabil grabbed the magnetic pole and flew out of the sea. Lightning gathered in the sky and suddenly struck down. Starsabil's figure flashed, and the lightning struck the surface of the sea, spreading through the water to the island. Millions of cultivators from both sides were affected by the lightning, and they howled in agony. Nan Yan retreated, and Old 16 and the others no longer had any desire to continue fighting. They retreated, but it was not so easy. The cultivators from the fifth mainland chased after them, and Hua Xiao also acted. Sirius 999 stars exploded, and all the cultivators from the sixth mainland within a 100-kilometer radius were wiped out. Lu Yin's trio did not pursue the cultivators from the sixth mainland, especially Lu Yin. He took out his token, which had originally been made of half-life source material, but he had forcefully upgraded it to life source material. He then gave out orders. It was time to show off. The thunderstorm area was very large, and the magnetic poles were placed in 5 different directions: the south, the west, the north, the northeast, and the northwest. The 5 magnetic poles attracted and repelled each other, so the thunderbolts in the thunderstorm area were always fixed in the sky and would not fall completely. This made this area habitable. Starsabil's magnetic pole was in the northeast direction. In the south, there were also millions of cultivators fighting each other. The south was the most common battlefield between the cultivators from the 6th and 5th mainlands in the thunderstorm region. However, none of the 10 arbiters had appeared in the south for this battle for the magnetic pole. Ziyi arrived at the southern battlefield and scanned the area. She saw a black blade wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and any cultivator from the 6th mainland who came into contact with it was unstoppable and easily torn apart. She also saw a man looking down from above, his palms flying everywhere. Even the heirs of a world imprinter family would find it difficult to contend against him. She also saw a man playing a flute, causing countless cultivators from the 6th mainland to howl in pain. It was as if they had heard the voice of the underworld. Although the 10 arbiters were not present in the southern battlefield, these 3 people could all fight against a realmling. These 3 had the strength of a titled king, and this was the southern battlefield. The 5th mainland was very strange. With the addition of a new batch of experts from the Neoverse, their absolute power level was no less than that of the 6th mainland. In particular, there was a group that was infinitely close to being a realmling, which was why the Daosaur's 3 skies had appeared. Ji coldly harumphed as she watched the 3 kings slaughter the 6th mainland's cultivators. She took a step forward and appeared in front of the man playing the flute. She raised her hand and grabbed the flute. The man's pupils shrank, and the rhythm suddenly changed. It no longer spread across the battlefield, but concentrated within a radius of a few meters. Its power increased by several times, but an invisible light shield appeared on the surface of Ziyi's body. She was completely unaffected by the rhythm, and her hand did not stop at all. The man was shocked, and hastily retreated. As soon as he took a step back, Ziyi's hand grabbed the flute, and with a cracking sound, the flute split open. "Who are you?" The man was shocked. Ziyi's gaze turned cold. You're Tai Yuanjun, ranked second on the 5th mainland's top 100 rankings. You're quite strong. With that, she exerted force with her right palm, shattering the desolator. Tai Yuanjun's figure flickered as he tried to evade Ziyi, but Ziyi followed him like a shadow. She was even faster than Tai Yuanjun, and she raised her fair palm to press down on his head. Tai Yuanjun gritted his teeth, and his heart was in turmoil. Ever since he had become famous, he had never been in such a humiliating battle. He was ranked second on the top 100 rankings, but he was being bullied like a child. At that moment, a black blade tore through the void and slashed towards Ziyi. Ziyi did not move, and her palm continued to press down on Tai Yuanjun. The black blade ruthlessly slashed at Ziyi's invisible light shield, causing the void to split open. The shockwave spread across the horizon, and the entire ocean was split in two. The millions of cultivators on the battlefield were shocked as countless people were killed by the blade. Such a terrifying blade did not cause any harm to Ziyi, and it could not even break through the invisible light shield around her body. With a bang, Tai Yuanjun leaned to the side and used his shoulder to take Ziyi's palm strike. His right arm was broken, and his body fell into the sea. Ziyi's gaze swept across the battlefield, and she casually waved her hand. A formless air current swept out and forced the black blade back. The black blade retreated 1,000 meters before reverting to its human form. It was a 5-meter-tall man who looked like a corpse. He stood expressionlessly in the sky, and whether it was his eyes, breathing, or heartbeat, there was nothing. Ziyi's eyes flashed. Someone from the 5th mainland's burial garden. Just as she finished speaking, the man who had been flying through the sky earlier appeared behind her and struck out with a palm. Serious palm. His name was Mu Ziying, and he was a direct disciple of the Sirius sect. He had been conferred the title of Heroic Marquis at the general appointing platform. He had not been conferred the title of king not because he was not as strong as Hua Xiao, but rather because he had not encountered a battle where he could be conferred the title of king. He was the second direct disciple, and he surpassed Hua Xiao. On this battlefield, Tai Yuanjun, who was ranked second on the top 100 rankings, burial gardens experts, and Sirius sect's second direct disciple had gathered. Even if they encountered a realmling, they would be able to put up a fight. This was the 5th mainland's gift to the 6th mainland from the southern battlefield, but they had never imagined that they would encounter the Dao Source 3 skies. The Dao Source 3 skies were above the realmlings, and they were the future sky of the 6th mainland. Sky was invincible. Mu Ziying's serious palm descended, but Ziyi still did not move. She had not dodged Tai Yuanjun or the burial gardens expert's blade, and now, she was facing Sirius Palm. Although these three people had the strength to fight against a realmling, they were not qualified for her to dodge. Sirius Palm struck the formless barrier around Ziyi's body, but it was useless, and Mu Ziying himself was sent flying back 100 meters. At the bottom of the sea, Tai Yuanjun soared into the air, panting heavily. The 5-meter-tall man from Burial Garden and Mu Ziying had surrounded Ziyi. It seemed like they had the advantage, but only they knew that Ziyi was like a mountain that they could not cross. Tai Yuanjun felt bitter. Who would have thought that the Dao Source 3 skies would appear here? The southern battlefield was the most important battlefield, and the 10 arbiters should have been there. Even if the Dao Source 3 skies had appeared, they should not have come here. They should have gone to other battlefields. Were they not afraid of being entangled by the 10 arbiters? Tai Yuanjun was also speechless. The Dao Source 3 skies had been too confident, and their confidence had caused them to suffer. On the western battlefield, millions of cultivators were slaughtering each other. Although the 5th mainland had far more people than the 6th mainland, they were still being suppressed. In a battle of the same level, two fifth mainland cultivators might not be a match for a single sixth mainland cultivator. On this battlefield, the most eye-catching battle was naturally the one between the 10 arbiters, White Knight, and realmling Shang Rong. White Knight and Shang Rong were natural rivals, and the two had fought several life-or-death battles in the Daosaur sect's ruins. Now, in the Cosmic Sea, the two had met again. Shang Rong felt bitter. Every time he fought with White Knight, he realized that he was becoming less and less of an opponent. The more they fought, the more spirited Shang Rong became. Even in the outside world, there were rumors that he was no match for White Knight. This was true, and Shang Rong could not deny it. He could not defeat White Knight, as such a freak had actually appeared in the Fifth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland's cultivators were already suppressed by the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, and even with celestial phenomenon suppressing their power levels, this suppression had not been eliminated. Now, Shang Rong was no match for White Knight. Ziyi knew about this, which was why she had arranged for White Knight and Shang Rong to fight. She wanted Shang Rong to challenge White Knight and join forces with Dachi Yuanjun to defeat White Knight and steal the magnetic pole that the Fifth Mainland believed to be the most secure. On the battlefield where millions of cultivators were slaughtering each other, Dachi Yuanjun watched the distant white sun collide with the Heaven Palace. He believed that it was time for him to take action and help Shang Rong steal the magnetic pole. The northern battlefield did not have any realmlings or 10 arbiters, and it seemed calm. However, Di Luo, Autumn Frost Qin, and the other universe imprinter families had many direct descendants. Almost all of the Bloodburn realm's younger generation elites had come, and they had the most people on the 5 battlefields. As a result, the Fifth Mainland's cultivators were being routed, and no one could stop them. On the other hand, the northeastern battlefield was the complete opposite of the northern battlefield. All of the Sixth Mainland's powerful cultivators had been killed because one of the 10 arbiters had appeared here. He had closed his eyes and could not open them. He had practically become the ruler of this battlefield. According to Ziyi's plan, she could guarantee that she would steal the southern magnetic pole. Nan Yanfei would hide in the southeastern battlefield and would almost certainly steal one magnetic pole. Shang Rong and Dachi Yuanjun would definitely be able to defeat White Knight and steal one magnetic pole. Even if the Fifth Mainland managed to steal the other 2 magnetic poles, it would be useless. They would still win. Even if Nan Yanfei encountered one of the 10 arbiters, they would definitely win one of the remaining 2 battlefields, and they would still be able to steal 3 magnetic poles. She had set the number of 10 arbiters at 2, rather than just 1 White Knight. This was Ziyi's most reliable plan. If they had followed this plan, the Sixth Mainland would have been able to win in the thunderstorm zone. However, something unexpected had happened. On the western battlefield, White Knight and Shang Rong were locked in an intense battle. The two of them had fought so many times that they were already familiar with each other. They could even guess what the other was thinking based on the intensity of their battle. White Knight and Shang Rong fought for a while, and then her heart sank. Shang Rong was not right today. He was too calm, as if he would definitely win. If he was not her match, then there were still other experts. In the distance, Dachi Yuanjun was eager to give it a try and was ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, the Half-Life Origin token in his hand vibrated, and a line of words appeared: "Support the northwestern battlefield." Dachi Yuanjun was stunned as he looked at the Half-Life Origin token. The northwestern battlefield. Could one of the 10 arbiters have appeared? What should he do here? He was lost, but after thinking about it, he still obeyed Ziyi's orders. He gave up on the western battlefield and rushed towards the northwestern battlefield at full speed. Although the thunderstorm zone in the Cosmic Sea was huge, with Dachi Yuanjun's speed, it would not take long for him to reach the northwestern battlefield. Dachi Yuanjun had left, but Shang Rong did not know. He was still waiting for Dachi Yuanjun to attack. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Shang Rong became anxious. White Knight's attacks were becoming fiercer and fiercer. Perhaps she had guessed it, but he had no choice. He shifted the battlefield in Dachi Yuanjun's direction. When he shifted the battlefield, White Knight felt that something was wrong. Her attacks became fiercer, and so did her attacks. Shang Rong felt aggrieved and had to multitask. He blocked White Knight's attacks while searching for Dachi Yuanjun. He was eventually struck by White Knight and fell into the sea. On the southern battlefield, Tai Yuanjun, the 5-meter-tall man from Burial Garden, and Mu Ziying had all been defeated. The three of them could not break through Ziyi's defenses even if they worked together. Ziyi was just about to attack and deal with the three of them when her Dao origin token vibrated. She looked over in surprise and saw a line of words appear, "Support the northern battlefield." Ziyi was stunned. What was going on? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.